Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending. We're going to get started right about now.
Can you guys see my screen correctly, Samuel?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Screen share is fine. All
okay.
right.
Thank you guys for coming to the National AYLUS Conference. No, it's kind of pretty early in the morning for some of us on the West Coast, but glad for you guys for coming on the East Coast during your lunchtime about. And yeah, so today's the National AYLUS Conference. It'll be from 9 to 4:30 on the Pacific time, so 12 to 7:30 on Eastern time. And this is our opening ceremony. Sam will be talking a lot more about what AYLUS is, what we do. So I'm Catherine. I'm one of the national co-presidents of AYLUS.
And I'm Sam Lee. I'm the other national co-president of AYLUS. So thank you for attending. We hope, we invited a lot of very talented, very accomplished speakers today. So we hope, you guys can all learn something. Yeah. So what is AYLUS? We are the Legion of Youth Leaders in the United States, a student-run nonprofit organization dedicated to the advancement of our communities. We are a nationwide community with branches all across the nation, with 94 branches as of now and over 3,000 current members. We're also a certifying organization for the Presidential Volunteer Service Award, PVSA, which I'm sure many of you have heard about. Yeah, that's basically a little brief description of who we are. So yeah, connect with us. We'd love to have your engagement. So we have an Instagram here, as you can see with our handle, and also we have a website where we'll be publishing all the information you need if you're interested in ever contacting us or joining us or any news about us. So yeah. And more importantly, join us. If you guys are interested in getting involved in volunteering or community service in your area, contact us. You can email us at aylus.org@gmail.com, and we'll help you through the process to become a member or create a new branch. Yeah, it's a really fun experience, and you're doing a lot for your community. So we highly encourage you all to come and join us.
Yep, and so now I'll be talking a little bit about our conference announcements / housekeeping rules. So first thing is please stay muted while we're going through our panels and sessions. The only people who should be talking is our moderators and our speakers. Our speakers are, like Samuel said, very talented professionals, and we want to make sure we're being most respectful towards them. And the only time you can be unmuted is maybe towards the end when we have open Q&A where you can ask questions to the speakers during the session, or you can put, if you're uncomfortable with speaking, you can put it your question in the chat. And as you can probably tell right now, we are recording these sessions. If you're uncomfortable with being recorded, feel free to just turn your camera off. And then on here on the left is our conference schedule. So our opening ceremony will end in about 3 minutes, and then we have a short 5-minute break. And as you can see, there's a 5-minute break between each panel with a lunch break that's 25 minutes, plus I guess 2 5-minute breaks between each. And then a closing ceremony at the end where we will be doing our raffle. And like I said in our emails, in order to qualify for our raffle, you must be registered on Eventbrite. So if you haven't been registered on that, please register. It's just bit.ly/AYLUSCon. And then in order to track hours and to track which sessions you guys have been attending, in order to qualify for more raffle tickets, Samuel and James will be sending a Google form at each session where you guys just need to fill out your name, if you're AYLUS volunteer, your AYLUS branch, and just your email, just to make sure that you guys have been attending and that we're kind of taking account for that. And that's the basic gist of it. If you guys have any questions, you can ask us at the end of our ceremony. And I just want to go through our prizes. Our biggest grand prize is our Dell Chromebook. Then we have 6 Fjällräven Kanken backpacks. They're all in these colors, black, blue, and gray. And they have 2 of each color. And then we have data camp subscriptions, AOPS gift cards, and then Magoosh subscriptions as well. And we'll be giving these out again at the end for our conference as a part of our raffle. And also this Makey Makey Classic. And we also have some stickers. But we'll talk a little bit about that maybe at the end of our closing ceremony. But all this will be addressed in our raffle and in our feedback forms at the end. And wanted to say a huge thank you to our in-kind sponsors, Sticker Giant, Photolab and Kinkin, or Photolab, yeah, Photolab and Kinkin, AOPS, Data Camp, Makey, Magoosh. These are the companies that have sent their in-kind products to us as part of our raffles. And yeah, we wouldn't be able to do the raffle and the prizes if it weren't for them. So now it's 9:10, but we have a 5-minute break until our official start with the business panel. But if you guys have any questions, please let us know now. But we will be taking a quick 5-minute break when we'll start prepping for the business panel. Oh, Samuel, should we take a picture right now?
Yeah, so let's start with just a picture of everybody for the opening ceremony. If you could just, if possible, turn on your cameras. Again, if you're not comfortable being getting your picture taken or not comfortable appearing on recording, you don't have to turn on your camera. But yeah, so we'll be taking a picture maybe a minute, so just to give everyone time to turn on their cameras.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. We'll be starting the business panel in about 4 minutes. Thank you for arriving early. We're just going to take a quick picture so we can kind of keep record for this. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. I'll count down. 3, 2, 1. Cheese.
Wait, do we have to do a photo?
Yes, we do, to verify your hours. If that's what you want. If you're not interested in hours or anything, and you're not quite particular comfortable being taken, getting your photo taken, then you can just turn off your camera. That's fine too.
Okay. Got them all. Went through all 11, all 11 slides of this. Okay, just another 2 minutes, but yeah, thank you guys for coming so much.
Hi, are we still taking questions right now?
Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, so I saw on like the schedule, I might have like misread it, but like the business panel is taking like the same time as other panels. Are we like choosing panels to go to, or are we going to everyone?
I think you might have misunderstood the conference. So the first one we're doing is the business panel, which is starting in 2 minutes. And then after that, I believe is the med panel, and then the law panel, and then the STEM panel. Might be wrong, but they're all after each other, not at the same time.
Is there like a Google form sent out at the beginning of each session, like
Yes.
or each panel? Got
Yes.
it.
But yeah, Anthony, if you want to start getting ready, we have about 1 minute left. All right, it is 9:15. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yep. Hey everyone, I'm Anthony I'm the community chair in career development, and today I'm going to be moderating the business career panel. So I'm with my speakers, Myeisha Boyd, who is an analyst at Goldman Sachs, working in the investment banking division. I'm also with Jennifer Gahn, who works as an associate in JP Morgan, mainly focused on providing real-time pricing service for clients. I'm also with Ryan Chou, who's an investor at JetBlue Technology Ventures, and Cindy Z, who is a tax director and in electronic arts. Welcome, everyone. So I think we can start off with Ms. Gahn. So Ms. Gahn, could you please introduce yourself and give a brief description of your career or job?
Sure. Hey, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gan. I'm currently an associate working with JP Morgan, and my responsibility would be delivering real-time pricings for fixed income security, specifically called MBS, to our global clients. So just a quick introduction, like for MBS is basically the mortgage-backed securities. And then our job is to deliver the accurate and timeliness pricing for the bonds, and which will play an important role to an efficient MBS market. And an efficient MBS market would be important to facilitate individuals to achieve their dreams to own their own house. So that's a brief introduction for me. Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ms. Boyd, could you please give us an introduction as well?
Hi, everyone. My name is Myeisha Boyd. Thank you so much for inviting me to this panel session. I'm super excited. I'm located in New York City. I'm an analyst for Goldman Sachs, and I work in the investment banking division. A lot of my day-to-day is around deal management. So when IPOs are launched or different deal types, I handle deals from launch through settlement. And that's basically what I do every day, although I am transitioning into a new role where I'll focus on risk management and people management and strategy within IBD. So happy to answer questions at a high level for like what the day-to-day looks like for both of those role types. Thanks again.
That's great. Thank you. Mr. Chou, could you please give us a brief description as well?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Really excited to share and chat. So my name is Ryan Chou. I currently work on the investment team at JetBlue Technology Ventures. And what we do is we are the investment arm for JetBlue Airways, the airline. And my role specifically is to scout, speak to many startups, entrepreneurs, and do due diligence on them and make sure that these startups are the right fit for JetBlue to use potentially strategically, but also as an investment to help them grow as a company, to potentially be a bigger, better company that we can use more in the future. So I'm happy to share more as we go on through the panel.
Thank you. And Ms. Z, could you please also give us a brief description?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I work for Electronic Arts, and I'm a tax director there. My job includes calculating tax for the IRS and for SEC reporting, and tracking tax law changes that may have an impact on tax. In my particular area, real. For example, when Trump became the president, he overhauled the tax rules. And so we have to, look at all the changes and reflect correctly in our tax calculation. And now Biden is in office and he's proposing a different set of rules. So we have to constantly monitor the tax law changes and come up tax planning ideas, and thinking about the tax structure, the legal structure of the company, how to drive value for the company, how to avoid taxes, etc. So there are a lot of things, constantly changing in the tax world. That's, part of my day-to-day job. I need to monitor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on. Ms. Gahn, What was your path like getting into your current career? And did you think this is where you were going to end up?
Sure. So basically, I started with a market risk role with the Chief Investment Office in JP Morgan, where I work with portfolio managers to deliver the risk oversight of the over 100 billion of investment portfolios. Through that experience, I gradually built up my professional interest and expertise with investment of the MBS and related securitized product portfolios. I think there are definitely very, and there are it's always the field that I want to be since I was young, especially when I grow up like in the so I think this and later on I had the opportunity to join this pricing roles where I can deliver like more of my product knowledge and my modeling technical skills to the analysis for the real-time pricings for our global clients. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great. Ms. Boyd, what about you? What was your path like getting into your current career?
Yes. So to be completely honest, getting to where I am now is really hard. I started in November of 2020, but as you know, we were in the middle of a pandemic at the time. So I was in grad school at NYU and the first group to have remote learning and just the full transition into a remote world. I was also graduating from grad school in 2020. So as you guys know, a lot of the companies and just different firms, they had hiring freezes during this time. So it was really hard to get a job. And I think there's a question later in the panel that kind of breaks down how to put yourself out there. But basically for me, I was graduating from grad school and I was applying to a lot of different positions. So to get to where I am now, Goldman Sachs has different types of ways of recruiting, and I'm a lateral hire. So basically what that means is I didn't go through an internship and then like become an analyst that way. My path is a little bit different. So through Goldman Sachs, they have like something where you're able to apply to different skill sets. It was a new initiative that they launched about a year ago, I think. And you're able to apply to different skill sets. And basically, different teams will look at the skill sets, and that's how they'll look at your profile and see if they're interested in you for an interview. So the whole interview process is also different that I can get to if you guys have questions about that. But basically, where I am now is not where I expected to be. I did not come from a typical finance background. I didn't get my MBA. In undergrad, I majored in politics, government, and economics. And then when I went to grad school, I got my master's in public administration. So my focus is on social impact and investments, but I didn't have the typical finance background. So just being able to bring diversity and thought to Goldman Sachs and not having that typical finance background was a privilege. And yeah, it's not where I expected to be, but I'm super grateful to be there every day at Goldman. I'm learning new things. It's such a competitive environment and just you're constantly learning and being challenged. And that's what I like about the firm the most. So if you have any specific questions on like interview tips or anything like that, please let me know. But am I answering your question or was there a second part of it?
Oh yeah, no, it's great. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I know during the pandemic, it was definitely very hard, and it's amazing that you were able to transfer from from politics to business, and it's really great that that happened. Mr. Chou, what was your path like getting to your current career?
Yeah, my career path was it wasn't straight venture. But it was definitely a startup. So straight out of undergrad, I joined a startup called StrongWatch. We were a surveillance technology startup that delivered high-tech cameras to law enforcement, anti-terrorist groups, and things like that. And it was really exciting. I enjoyed being a part of a startup. You get to do a lot of things, especially as an operator. And post that, I went to business school to try to hone on my skills, to improve them so I can apply them more to either, typically I was aiming for a smaller stage company again, to stay in the early stage side of things, to grow a startup as well. But an opportunity came about to join a venture firm, and I decided to just try that opportunity and test it out, which goes back to kind of the second part of your question as to whether this is something that I was planning to do. And it definitely was not the path that I was looking to do. I was planning to stay, in a startup space and just work with a startup and grow a startup to, because it just was pretty exciting. So I've been in venture for around 4 years now. And so far I do enjoy working in the venture space, mainly because I still am able to dip my toes into working with startups and helping them grow, working with passionate entrepreneurs, but still keeping somewhat of a distance. With that being said, I think working with both a startup and the venture side, both have the pros and cons, which we can dive into a little bit later in the panel as well.
That's great. Thank you. Ms. Z, what was also your path to getting to your current career?
I guess my experience maybe, will be very different from your experiences. I am a first generation immigrants here. So I came to the US when I was 25. I studied English in China when I was, the undergrad major. And then I worked for 3 years in China doing some office job. And when I came to the US, I studied linguistics. So I got master's in linguistic degree. And then I decided, I have to, do something that can help me find a job. So I found a degree at the program in San Jose State University. They offer Master of Science in Accountancy program in 1 year. And I think that's a great deal. So I just did that 1 year program. And I was lucky, I got an intern offer from one of the big accounting firms. And later on, they offered me permanent positions. So that's how I got into tax career. At first, I didn't really, have so much interest in tax or accounting. It's just a job for me. But as I gradually learn more and, learn all aspects of tax, I found it's pretty interesting. So I stayed in this career, stayed in public accounting for a few years, and then I moved on to industry jobs in the Silicon Valley. I worked for a few industry companies. And so far, I've been with Electronic Arts for more than 10 years, and I really like this company. As you know, it's a gaming company, very interesting products. So that's how I end up here. And if you have any questions, specific question, interested in tax career, just let me know.
Thank you. Cindy, I'm very familiar with your game, so I'm a fan of your company.
Cool.
That's great. So talking about career paths, what were the challenges that you had to overcome in the journey to your current career, Ms. Gan?
Sure. Speaking of the challenges, I would try to highlight the two challenges that I think are very important, for my career path. Well, the first one is definitely it will be the how you can quickly learn everything you need for your work. So basically, when I initially started, I was put into a position that that your manager would expect you to deliver. And so at the very beginning, like you're working with your colleagues and your managers, they are like pretty experienced about the field and they know a lot of stuff, a lot of the nuances. But for you, although like you gained a lot of experience and knowledge from school, but that doesn't apply to the real-time work, like from day one. So at the very beginning, I take the chances to learn from from all the resources that I have. So I was assigned a junior mentor, senior mentor, and I have my manager. So I booked up all the sessions with them to get their help, like on how should I get started? How should I learn the different tools, whether it's like Excel, whether it's how to deliver presentation, whether it's how to do programming, and then so through this process, I get to learn all the skill sets and then all the expectations that I should have for my work. And then the second part I would say is how to prioritize. So when we are at schools, like we have all the clear schedules, like at which time we go to which class, and then at what time we'll have our midterms, and we will deliver our projects, presentations. But if you are at like a bank, and then you are expected to prioritize for yourself. So you have a lot of projects going on, you have your business as usual stuff to do, and then you're also having some a lot of like working in progress projects for you, that you initiate the project and you need someone to help you. So I think a very important process is for you to get to know the expectation from your manager. For example, are you expected to complete this project by a certain time? And then let your and then also based on the expectations, you will try to have a prioritization list for yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah, and definitely in school, as a high school student, they definitely they give you out the schedules and you basically follow them. But I know that once you get out of school, you definitely have to focus on prioritizing what's important. Yeah, and Ms. Boyd, what were the challenges that you had to overcome in your journey?
Yeah, so I'll start with the pandemic. That was a challenge that we all had to overcome. And learning how to pivot and learning just the process of applying to jobs was something that was challenging for me, especially as a student who I went to NYU, so I'm just expecting having a job offer. Like I spent a lot of money in grad school. So, when you spend so much money going to school, your expectation as a student is to be offered a job immediately after graduating. So that was a challenge, just being in the pandemic, applying to a lot of jobs and hearing no was hard. Companies having hiring freezes was hard and also a challenge for me. So when you're in an environment like that, and luckily things are starting to get back to normal, resilience is really important, and just continuing to keep going. Don't be deterred just because you're hearing no. And that was one of the challenges that I faced as I was applying to jobs. Also, another challenge that I had is, as I mentioned, my background is not in business. I majored in politics and government. So a lot of my internship and work experience prior to my full-time position now was in the politics and government space. I also did some consulting work with Bloomberg Associates. So a lot of my experience was in government. So another challenge that I had was figuring out how to make a pivot from all the work experience that I had into a more private business sector. So I can answer more questions about this offline, but just being able to position myself in interviews and being able to explain my skill set. And even though I didn't have the typical finance background, or even though I didn't get my MBA, being able to show how my current skill set would be a value add to their organization was a challenge, but it was something that I practiced. I worked with career advisors, especially at my alma mater. And so I overcame that challenge by meeting with career advisors and just speaking and being able to take a look at my resume and look at the skill sets that the job application posting had and kind of figure out how I can connect those dots. So that's what I did to overcome that challenge as far as pivoting into a different sector. And then just getting into the everyday job, I agree with Jennifer, like prioritization is really important. It's not something that you're taught really in school. I feel like you have a set schedule, you know, when you're going to class, you have your homework due for specific classes, but in the real world, you're going to be given a lot of different things at once, and understanding what's important, how to prioritize certain things or what to prioritize, understanding those expectations from your manager is super important. And just being in a different space for me was also a challenge. I'm still working on prioritization and just understanding, okay, what needs to be done, what are due dates, and just really understanding those due dates so that I can prioritize.
Thank you. Yeah, great. So moving on, Mr. Chou, what were the challenges that you had to overcome in your journey?
Getting in venture capital, there's a lot of challenges that many people overcome. The one thing with venture capital, there's no one set career path to go down to achieve a role in venture capital. But I think a lot of what Myeisha was speaking about, I think everybody should take to heart, because what she's saying is great advice, because I felt many of those challenges as well, because it's tough to get any roles at any of the career paths that all these panels have. I'm sure there's a lot of applying to different roles. There's a lot of resilience that you need to have for anything that you want to do. The one piece that I would just maybe add to what Myeisha said is, and this is for all of you young individuals yourself, is to speak to people and network. I think this is very important, because as you go down your career path, and I personally had this, you're not sure always on what you want to do. And especially at your age, you're very young at what you want to do. So speaking to people is very important. And then once you speak to people, then you can find your passion in what you do and what you want to do. Then the interviewers and everyone will hear, oh, this person sounds really excited what they want to do. They know what this role entails. They know exactly what your career path will look like. And I think being able to do that will help you down your career. This is something that I personally faced, because I wasn't sure exactly what path I wanted to do. As I mentioned before, venture was not something that I was certain that I wanted to do. So speaking to people and understanding what they do, either in their day-to-day, I guess you guys are doing this in the panel now, but their day-to-day or what they plan to do long-term is, I think, very valuable and would help me in my career path and to overcome the challenges I had in venture or to get this role. And then as far as the day-to-day challenges for career path, what I do here, I would say this is probably debatable, what I'm going to say next, but I would say being in venture capital, like once you're in the role, it's really not that hard. What becomes hard is when you go higher in your career path and you have to advise companies. I think that's where your skills really stand out. But most of the times, companies come to you to ask you for money, and then you could potentially say yes or no to give them money or not. So I think you just do a lot of research and diligence, but it's definitely not as hard work as anybody else on the panel. Their work is a lot more difficult. It just as you move up in your career path, it definitely gets harder, because then that's how you distinguish yourself from other venture capitalists in the space, because then startups want to ask you for more personalized advice, and you just need to have the knowledge and experience to do that. So
Thank you, that's great. Ms. Z, what were the challenges that you had to overcome in your journey to your career path?
One thing I think is challenging, different parts of, different phases of my career, I have different challenges. But one thing that I feel in particular is my lack of training in the law side. So as you know, doing taxes, you have to really follow the law changes, and therefore you need to read the related, laws and regulations. There are a lot of them. They are very convoluted, and you really have to, follow the logic to read line by line, etc. So for me, it took me some training to get there. At first, I think we're good at calculation. A lot of us are very good at calculation numbers. We're good at those type of things. But there are a lot more beyond just numbers and calculations for tax. Actually, a lot of the best tax people are lawyers. They may not have accounting finance degree, and they pursue a law degree, and they are, some of them are the best tax people. So for me to advance in career, only doing calculation is not enough. So I have to look at what's behind that. So that's the part I felt particularly challenging. Yeah, that's for me. Thank you.
Yeah. And talking about challenges, obviously after challenges, there must be some type of success. So Ms. Gan, what does success look like in your position, and how do you define that success?
So for my field, which is like delivering the pricing for our clients, I would define the success as to better meet the ever-changing clients' needs and the ever-changing market conditions. So to achieve that success, what we have to do is we have to constantly meeting with our clients, understanding their needs, understanding the markets, like talking to all the market players, and then understanding what's driving the markets, and then to do whatever kind of optimization and improvement from our end. And it's also very important for us to expand and broaden our product coverage, and then also to optimize our tool sets. So for example, right now, like we're gaining more and more machine learning algorithms when we're doing our pricings. Yeah. So I think it's very interesting background, and then very interesting field for me to work. So I do love the market. I do love the product, and I do love the ever-changing like tech size that's behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Ms. Boyd, what does success look like in your position as well?
Yes, thank you. So when you're first starting in any position, I think success first looks like curiosity, really just being curious to learn and really understand your job and having effective communication. Those are important, just personal skills that you should have when you start a new job. And then once you're in the job, I think that the most important thing that will make you successful as opposed to other people is just really becoming a subject matter expert. It doesn't happen overnight. When you get into a job, you're going to be learning things, and just having that willingness to learn, studying your product type, and really becoming an expert, a subject matter expert. That's what will make you successful from what I've learned.
Thank you. Yeah, and Mr. Chou, what does success look like in your position as well, and how do you define that?
Yeah, at a high level, success in our position, because we are a venture capital firm for a large corporate, it's mainly two things. One would be the simple one is financial returns. So making sure that the startups we invest in generate strong financial returns back to our firm. The second, and this one is mainly because we are a corporate venture capital firm, is bringing success to the corporation. So this is JetBlue, and this is measured by proof of concepts, having our startups be able to either actually be a customer to our larger corporation, or even just testing it out. So those are at a high level what success looks like for me in my role. At a lower minuscule level, I work with a lot of the startups. So every startup I invest in, it's my success to them is being able to help them either raise a new round, answer any questions that they have, whether it's financial, marketing, hiring, and things like that. So as long as my portfolio companies are happy, I'm also happy. So
Thank you. That's great. Mr. Z, what does success look like in your position as well?
For me, I feel I think how you define success is very personal. For me, I feel it's when I get the job satisfaction of, for example, I successfully defended a position against the IRS or any government, or I executed some tax planning idea that helped the company save huge amount of money. I came up, or I led my team, successfully implemented some tax planning or finished some tax projects that had a financial impact to the company. So, I think overall it's the impact I see. So when I see my impact, I feel very satisfied and successful.
Yeah, that is great. Definitely, impact is definitely like one of a really big factor in success. And moving on, so what skills and characteristics? I know we did talk about skills such as prioritizing, but like, what are like the skills and characteristics that are most necessary for someone who wants to go into your type of career? Ms. Gan.
So as for the skill set, I would try to categorize them into two types. So first type would be the technical skills, and then second type would be more of the soft skills. So as for the technical skills, I don't think there's any major that fits my role, but I do think like the analytical skills and then the corresponding intellectual curiosity would be very important for my role, so that how to do the research for a field that you have never known before, and then how to solve the problems even though you have no help. And then also the intellectual curiosity allows you to build up your learning curve and then to get whatever resources that you have to solve the problem at your hand. And then the second part of the soft skills, I would highlight that the self-driven is very important skills. And then the communication skills is also very important. So as a self-driven person that in the workforce, to set objective for yourself, and then to how to manage yourself among your prioritization list, and then how to review your how to review your past 6 months or past 1 year, and then how do you achieve your goals from a 1 year standpoint or 5 year standpoint, and then how does that help you to achieve your 10 years goal, and then to see how where do you want to finally sit. Yeah, and then as for the communication skills, I think it's all about how to manage the expectations. So when you're doing a project, you definitely cannot be the only one to do that. You will need all the resources and helps and cooperations from different departments, whether it's internal or external, so that your communication is a very important step to achieve the success of your career. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Communication is definitely important in almost every aspect of career. And Ms. Boyd, what are these skills and characteristics that are most necessary for someone who wants to go into your type of career?
Yeah, so same with Jennifer. I agree. Intellectual curiosity, being willing to learn, and having good communication skills are some of the soft skills that will make you successful in my role. Some of the hard skills, I'd say probably just having an understanding of Excel, and something that's a plus but not required is maybe learning more about data and how to tell a story through data. Not required, but something that if you're interested in would make you effective and successful in my role.
Yeah, great, thank you. Mr. Chou, what about the characteristics and skills that require, that someone who wants to go into your career, like what would make them successful with that?
Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of what Myeisha and Jennifer said, but from a technical standpoint, not much is required from a venture side. There are some financials you should know, like valuations, NPVs potentially, just depending on the side of the firm, and then PowerPoint and being able to tell a story or being able to write and tell a story. Those are important, but again, it doesn't need to be in-depth knowledge on those pieces. On the soft side of things, similar to Myeisha and Jennifer, curiosity is important. I deal with a lot of different verticals, a lot of different startups and industries. So being able to be excited and wanting to learn more about what those startups do is very important. And the second piece that I think is very valuable is empathy. And this is really important when dealing with a lot of entrepreneurs and CEOs. When being in a startup is very challenging, there are a lot of ups and downs in the industry. So being able to relate and work with the CEOs and founders or any employees there is very valuable. So those are just a few things that I think are important.
Thank you, that's great. And Ms. Z, what are the skills and characteristics that are most necessary for someone who wants to go into your career?
I think to go to the tax career, there are, I see a lot of people with different majors that end up in tax career. I see people, of course, most of them are accounting, finance, but we have a lot of economics major. And we also have like literature major or politics, government, a lot of different things you can do in undergrad. And then their path usually is after the undergrad, they may go to a public accounting firm and choose a path. So there are different paths for you within the tax major. A lot of economics major students, they may focus on transfer pricing, which is one very important area within the tax functions. Depending on your major, because there are so many things to do in the tax world, you can all end up in the tax world. And I think on top of that, I would say, don't worry too much about the undergrad major if you want to do tax. And once you are in the tax world, I think I agree with all, what the other three panelists say, curiosity is the most important thing, and communication, two things really important.
Yeah, great, thank you. So we do only have around 7 minutes left. I'll end it off with one last question. Ms. Gan, do you think picking the quote unquote right major matters if someone wants to go into your specific career field? And if so, what specific majors should the student focus on to have a successful career in that field?
I think as I mentioned, and other panelists and then Ms. Z has mentioned, like actually for my career, for my field of work, there isn't like a very targeted major for the field. But definitely, if you have relevant skill set, would be very helpful. Like, especially in the analytical field. For example, your skill for with data analysis, with programming, as well as with finance, and then with financial engineering or economics will be very helpful. So no matter what majors are you from, like if you do have the specific skill sets, like the relevant analytical skills, and then if you do also show that you have the intellectual curiosities and self-learning abilities, that will be a great fit for my field. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. And Ms. Boyd, do you think the right, quote unquote, right major matters if someone wants to go into your specific career field?
So I think that the right major doesn't matter as much. I mean, of course, you wouldn't major in something like communications or production or, anything like that, and then try to make a pivot into finance. It has to make sense for the most part. And then being able to, like I mentioned at first, show those transitionable skill sets. I think that if you're able to show that your skill set would add value to a role, what you major in doesn't matter as much. But again, making it make sense in what you choose is important.
Yeah, definitely. And Mr. Chou, do you think the major matters if someone wants to go into being a venture capitalist?
I don't think the major matters. There are many people in the venture capital field that come from many different majors, industries, and it just depends on the focus of the firm. The only thing that I would say that does matter is just having passion in what you want to do, because that's how you build your industry expertise and knowledge and become a differentiator to other people that want to be in venture capital.
Yeah, great, thank you. And Ms. Z, I know you did mention this. Definitely the majors in your type of field don't really matter, but what about what are the majors that most of the people in your field have? Like what is the major that most of them have?
I think most of them, they do. I think finance, accounting, and economics are the people, are the most of them. One thing I want to mention is a lot of people in the tax world has Master of Taxation degree. And this degree, taxation is not a major for undergrad. So a lot of us actually, we after undergrad, we work, and at the same time, we pursue Master of Taxation degree. Or some people just go directly to Master of Taxation right after the undergrad. And I don't think there is a specific undergrad requirement, major requirement for you to advance to Master of Taxation degree. Yeah, so not all university, there are not many universities offer that Master of Taxation. You need to do some research to see which one offer.
Yeah, thank you. And we only have around 3 minutes left. We can leave these 3 minutes for any questions that you would like to ask the panelists. I just want to thank Ms. Gan, Ms. Boyd, Mr. Chou, and Ms. Z for coming here and speaking with us. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure working with all of you.
Happy to be a part of it. Thanks for inviting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there aren't any questions, oh, never mind. Someone raised their hand. Angelica Lily Susanto, do you have a question?
Yes, I actually do. So I'm planning on pursuing like a business major or a business career in my future. And so I've been kind of looking at the different majors of business. One question, I'm not sure if you guys will know like these specific majors and what they do, but I've been confused with like business analytics and production operations management. So I don't exactly know what those majors do. If you guys could elaborate more on that, if you know. And then also, what's the difference between business analytics and computer science? Because based on my research, they're awfully similar. So what would be the difference between those two? Thank you again.
So if any of you would like to answer, yeah.
I can take a stab at it, and then feel free everybody else to jump in. But from a high level, I would say, I mean, I think it's from business analytics to computer science. I would say the difference between those two, one is for sure engineering and one is on the business side. So analytics, you probably are dealing with more databases and analyzing numbers, and computer science, you could be building up software programs and either for hardware or computers or things like that. And then from the business analytics to the operations side, I would say from business analytics, you could be looking at the numbers to potentially grow a company, looking at, I would say definitely more databases and numbers. And the operations, you could be looking at either supply chain. I think that's typically the path that people pursue that way. So supply chain, how to bring a product from, let's say from raw materials to final delivery would be something to look at. And you can look at how to make that more operationally efficient. And then an example for a data analytics job would be, I'd say, well, like maybe product marketing or product management, and looking at ways to either dissect the customer base, or being able to how you would potentially market your product to other customers if you wanted like get a whole aggregate data and be able to analyze it to make sure where is the best place to position your product. But without looking at the actual description, that's just at a high level how I would see it.
Yeah,
And please add other people. I have been out of the place for a while, out of undergrad for a while.
Yeah.
One thing I would strongly suggest is for you to go to the program and look at the course requirement and look at the course description. You know, school by school, there might be differences, even though they call the same thing. So highly recommend you go to the school website to check out the details.
And the only thing I'd quickly add to looking at the details is just maybe utilizing LinkedIn, doing informational interviews, finding people who are in that major and asking them about their experience and what you can do with the major after. What people typically do is something I'd also recommend.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pass it on to Catherine and Samuel now.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony, and all our speakers. That was a wonderful panel. We're gonna take a quick 3-minute break now before we go into our next panel. So yeah, for anyone who came in maybe a bit later, please fill out this attendance form before the start of the law panel, just to track your attendance and qualify for the raffle if you want. Yeah, thanks once again to our brilliant finance panel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chou.
you.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Thanks, Ms.
Bye.
Gan. Thanks, Ms. Chi. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you guys
Bye.
so much.
Bye.
Also, the next panel is the med panel. I think there's a little slip up, but yeah.
All right. Hello everyone. It's 10:05. We'll be starting our medicine and healthcare career panel. Yeah. So let me just get it all set up. Hello. Yeah, so welcome to our medicine and healthcare panel. I'm sure many of you are interested in pursuing this a career related to the field in the future. So to best prepare you for the road ahead, we have invited two very accomplished experts to talk about their experiences. Everyone, please welcome Medical Director of Global Healthcare Company, Professor Alan Charney, and the Vice President of Clinical and Translational Research at one of the top molecular diagnostic companies in the country, Dr. Joanne Chou. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so just to start us off, because I'm sure my very brief introduction failed to capture all of your achievements, would you like to introduce yourselves and describe what your job is like? We can start with Professor Charney. Hello, is there Wi-Fi difficulties?
Yeah, looks like it's a little glitchy.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Professor Charney, are you back? Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry guys for technical difficulties.
No.
Hello? Uh-oh. I guess while Professor Charney try to fix that, Dr. Chou, would you like to start us off?
Okay, sure. While you try to fix the Dr. Charney's audio, I guess. Sure. Yeah, it's my great pleasure to be here today. My name is Joanne Chou. Please call me Joanne. Yeah, it's my greatest honor to be here today. So I am a clinical and translational scientist in cancer biology. So I'm not a clinician. I'm not a lab, person either. So I'm a translational research scientist focused on cancer biology. So just a little bit of background on what this is. So I work for this company that's a molecular diagnostic company. So what the company does is to sequence cancer patients' tumor tissue. So if you imagine a cancer patient, diagnosed with cancer who goes to a clinician, and this is called an oncologist. So the clinician is trying to come up with a treatment for this cancer patient. And then he would have to take into various factors into consideration. And one of the most important aspect to to consider is the molecular mistake that's happening in this patient's tumor. So my company does gene sequencing. So we sequence the patient's, DNA, RNA, and also look at the proteins in these, in these tumors. And the reason is to really understand what, is the driving event of the tumor. So that's what the company does. So we have a lot of, tumor samples in the lab, thousands of them every month, and, a lot of data that's out there. So my job is to look at these molecular information that we've collected from these tumor. We look back and look at this huge amount of data and really try to, compare these molecular features with how the patients behaved, how long they lived, how well they responded to tumors. So that's what a translational research scientist does. So that's my job. So glad to be here.
Oh, wow, that sounds really advanced. What about Charney? Would you like to briefly describe what you do and what your job is?
Dr. Charney, I think, oh, here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it works great.
Can everyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do two kinds of things. One thing that I do is I'm a professor at New York University, where I teach medical students and trainees in nephrology. I am a kidney doctor. I'm a nephrologist. So I had a career at NYU where I saw patients and I did a lot of teaching. Currently, I'm a medical director at Novartis Pharmaceuticals, where I do clinical research, where I study new drugs for various kidney diseases. So I
I think Professor Charney's having some Wi-Fi issues.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can try to get him, ask him if everything's all right.
Okay, Samuel, did you hear what I said at all or no?
Yes, I heard the first half and then
Okay,
Wi-Fi died.
let me try again. So currently, I'm a medical director at Novartis Pharmaceuticals. We study drugs for kidney disease. And what I personally do is design clinical trials to study those new drugs in various kidney diseases. And these trials are carried out in centers, medical doctors and medical centers around the world. So a typical trial might include 43 countries from around the world and maybe 150 offices of physicians who bring their patients into the trial. I then interpret the data and we try to get approval for these drugs that work in the various countries so patients can have access to those drugs. In the past, as I said, I've been a teacher and a clinician at a medical center in nephrology. So at one point I was on the admissions committee at the medical school. So I'm happy to answer any questions about a medical career or a career in clinical research.
Oh, brilliant. With both of your numerous achievements and where you are today in mind, what was the path like getting to your careers? We can start with Professor Charney this time.
Well, I started out interested in science and I wanted to do applied science rather than just work with chemicals in the laboratory. So I went to medical school and I specialized in nephrology, which is the study of kidney diseases, which includes high blood pressure, various kidney diseases, dialysis, transplantation of kidneys. I did that for many years. I had a basic science laboratory where I studied enzymes and transport of various ions in small animals and tissues and cells. And halfway through my career, I decided to do clinical research in people. So I joined this pharmaceutical company, Novartis. And there I'm, as I said, designing trials in which people are exposed to various new drugs to see if they work, to see if they're safe, see how they compare to other drugs that are currently available to patients.
Yeah.
So I've taken a circuitous route to.
Oh, thank you for the help.
But basically, it's all about.
Uh-oh.
Is there? Oh, right.
Taking care of patients, either.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Charney, you got.
So I went to college.
This is a peculiar situation. Oh no. Seems like we're dealing with quite a few Wi-Fi problems. I guess in the meantime, while we wait for Dr. Charney to get back, or Professor Charney to get back, Dr. Chou, would you like to explain? Did you think this is where you would end up now at the beginning of your path?
Sure. Yeah, I think the internet is really a challenge here. Hopefully Dr. Charney can get back soon. Yeah, so yeah, I'll be happy to tell the story of how I got here. I think, it's definitely a very, roundabout path of how I got here. So maybe that would be helpful for some of the, young individuals here today. So, I think the concept of translational research is relatively new. So when I was at your age, the concept wasn't even there yet. So I had no idea that I would end up to be a translational research scientist at the time. So what did I want to become? I'm sure as very many of you right now, I wanted to be a doctor, right? So I was always very, Dr. Charney's back on. Awesome. Did you, okay, I'll be quick. But, I think I was always very amazed by medical science. I have doctors in all my generations of my family. So I worshiped medical science. I wanted to be a doctor just like many of you guys. So I was in China back then. I went to one of the best pre-med schools when I was at your age, obviously. And I joined the pre-dental program over there. And I spent 3 years over there taking probably the most important courses that I had ever taken, right? So these basic, life science courses, biochemistry, molecular biology, physiology, you name it, right? So those are really, really important. I think I realized that the being a clinician is not really the job for me in the second year of my pre-med school. And so in China, in pre-med program, you take gross anatomy or human anatomy in second year of medical school. So that's where I found that it was actually surprisingly challenging for me. As a 19-year-old, I was just extremely intimidated or scared of the dead human body. There were 5 of us having to dissect the human body and really memorize all the muscles and bones and the nerves, you name it. And there was obviously a very big psychological barrier that I was, I failed to overcome there. So, it was a psychological reaction, and came with it was frustration, questioning this whole career path. So, I think it does happen to a very small group of people, but it's good to realize that, earlier on. So, just to tell you a story, some people are just really good at it. When I, in my class, there was this girl who was, the top student in my class. So she obviously got A+, and she would bring back to the dorm room the human skull to her dorm room. She would try to touch it and memorize all the sentences in the skull, right? So it's just that's when I realized that there are people who are better suited to do clinical work, maybe, and that was frustrating to me. So but luckily at that time I was very, very amazed by life science by itself. So I really wanted to do basic science. I think that's where I could still make tremendous contribution to medical science. So at that time, that was also when human genome was being sequenced. It was a very ambitious endeavor. At the time, everybody was blown away by the big project, and I wanted to go deeper into that direction. So I was very lucky at the time to be admitted to University of Louisville in Kentucky to study genetics. So, it's not a top-notch school. The medical school at Louisville is actually really, really good, but it's not, a top school that I dreamt that I would be going. But I think that was such a great opportunity for me to really, start my research effort, in genetics. And then at that time, I was also taking a part-time job in the lab. It's a physiology lab where I learned a lot of lab techniques. I was, dealing with transgenic mice and, doing all the genotyping, which was fun, and very educational. So that's how I got into genetics. And then I went to Caltech for my PhD, which, to a lot of you guys, it might be a surprising choice for, genetics or, for life science, career. I think I applied for a ton of graduate schools, as many of you guys will be doing. Amongst all the choices, there was like Berkeley, Stanford, I think how I ended up in Caltech was really serendipity as well. I met this young professor at the time, Frances Arnold. She later on became, won the Nobel Prize very many years later. But she was giving all the prospective students a speech at the time. And as a young woman scientist, she was just very, charismatic and very inspiring. So I don't know, it was just, at the time of moment of epiphany almost that I decided to choose her program. I went there very early. I went there 3 months ahead of time to start my like a project over there. Just really pumped up and inspired at the time. We were studying directed evolution. I ended up not doing my PhD program there. So I made zero contribution to her Nobel Prize whatsoever. But, I think it was just a moment, of inspiration that I really wanted to be like her. I wanted to work close, with her and learn from her. That ended up to be my PhD or graduate school of choice. So, my graduate work was in neurobiology, neuroreceptors, nicotine addiction, things like that. So not much to do with the cancer biology, but the science is common to all. So, a lot of basic science at that time was extremely helpful. And, the rest is history. I hope that's a long answer to your question, but I hope it's, this roundabout story maybe is helpful for some of the young kids here.
Yeah, that was great. I'm sure many of you can be inspired by your story. Charney, is your Wi-Fi better now? Can you hear us? You're still muted.
You're on mute.
Right at this very moment, yes, it's good.
All right, cool. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for bearing with us with all these Wi-Fi difficulties.
Sure.
You got cut off a bit at the end. Would you like to finish?
Well, what I want to emphasize two things that I think are important. I happen to like to work with people. So even when I had my laboratory at NYU, and I work with my technicians and students and visiting professors, I had an opportunity to teach young people in medical school and in training. So I always knew that I wanted to do that. But what I was particularly attracted to the patients themselves, hearing their stories, working with them over time, hopefully most of them doing well. And so I was always connected with the patients. I always liked to do that. And now that I'm doing clinical research, I'm even more in touch in a way with patients, but also with the clinical team that I work with. A team in doing research is a very includes a great variety of different specialists. I'm a clinician. I know how to take care of patients, but I work with a biostatistician and somebody from regulatory that knows how to get drugs approved by a health authority. I work with safety people who specialize in the safety aspects. I work with marketing and commercial people that know how to sell the drug. In other words, it's a team effort, and I get to work with all these different people. I want to emphasize, though, that although I was always interested in science, at least half of the students coming into medical school today specialize in college, concentrate on subjects other than science: English, history, art, anthropology. At least half have other interests and take most of their courses outside of science. Of course, you need to take science courses to get into medical school. But beyond that, you can spend your college career taking all kinds of other subjects. So you don't have to be a science major to get into medical school and do well. And I want to add something to that. When I work at the bedside, I'm very aware that what we bring to the bedside is everything we are, not just the science that we know, not just the medical information, but we bring our relationships with friends, the books we've read, the interests we have. Do we collect anything? Do we go to the movies? Do we dance? Where have we traveled to? All of the parts of who you are is what you bring to the bedside. So I encourage young people who are going into medicine to do all the specialties that they ever did, all the interests they had, keep them. If you played the piano in high school, keep playing the piano in college and medical school. If you played the violin, if you did various sports, if you like to collect things, if you did knitting or sewing, whatever you did, keep doing it because you're bringing all of that to the bedside. So I don't think you should be focused only on science if you're going into science. You should be aware that you are much more than the science that you know. And I pride myself when I go to the bedside that I can talk about movies and books and travel and hobbies and places that I've liked and didn't like and friends that I have and connections that I've made. I bring all of that to the bedside. So I'm trying to emphasize that it's not all about science when you're going to medical school and doing the research that Joanne just described or the research that I've done. And I think that's a really important issue. Now, Joanne did make one other point that I think I want to emphasize as well, because it's happened to me too. Along the way in high school and in college and in medical school, along the way, you meet people who have a tremendous influence on your life. And when you recognize somebody who is speaking your language, so to speak, and I don't mean the actual language, but who understands who you are and what you want to do, you should hook onto those people, stay connected to those people, because they will help you get to where you want to get to. I've had people in my life that have directed me on a number of occasions, just as Joanne has had. She mentioned one or two, but I'm sure there are others as well. Sometimes they're family members, you know, maybe an uncle who went into a certain field. Sometimes it's a teacher. Sometimes it's a friend. Sometimes it's somebody from outside of your group who just happens to speak your language. So I think what Joanne said there resonates with me. And I think as you young people go along, you will meet people who you can connect with. And you should connect with those people, make an effort, reach out to them. You're going to get a welcome from them that you might not expect. Someone you think, oh, they won't talk to me, I'm so young, I'm not sure what I want to do. Reach out to them. You'll be very surprised that all of us who have moved along in our career are always reaching down to help those who are early on in their career. So those are two things I wanted to emphasize.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm very appreciative of Dr. Charney's comment. And when I look at these beautiful young faces here, what I see are a lot of opportunities for us, for you guys, a lot of time ahead of you where you have the chance of meeting someone great or someone who will influence you for the rest of your life anytime. So, I think I really wanted to encourage you guys to, stay curious, just be ready to be inspired anytime, during your day. You never know where that inspiration will hit you, and really be ready to take in the information and, process what you've encountered and just be ready to be inspired. There's just so many opportunities for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was brilliant. In considering of time and, for our listeners, we're going to move on to the next question. And this one is a bit more abstract. So I'm really curious how you guys are going to respond. What does success look like in your position, and how do you define that success? Let's start with Dr. Chou.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's actually an abstract question, but you know, it's also going to differ from person to person. I think in the medical field, I knew, you know, from the very beginning that I wanted to be in this field because, you know, as I said, I just really admired the complexity of life science. So I think, you know, for me, as long as I stay in this field, as long as I feel that what I do on a daily basis is contributing to this, you know, science, I feel like eventually I am helping patients, even though not in the, you know, the most direct way. I think to contribute to the understanding of science, to be able to use my knowledge to be the communicator, you know, between basic scientists and clinicians, or to be able to, you know, translate some kind of very abstract idea that I learned to the bedside eventually, you know, that kind of, you know, feeling of fulfillment is making me very pumped up every day. You know, as far as, you know, how do you measure your success, right? So to be honest, when it was a little bit earlier in my career, I pay a lot of attention to how many conference abstracts I've had. You know, is that a presentation or is that a poster? You know, how many papers or do I publish? Am I the first author? Am I the second author? You know, things like that you can put on the resume, that you can count. You know, those are, I think those are understandable for people who are early in their career. And I think we have to have that kind of measurement to feel fulfilled. But eventually, I think, you really have to have the passion and love to the field that you're in, so that you can, stay, inspired every day. And that is a great feeling. That's the feeling of successful. Dr. Charney?
Well, I certainly agree that, early in your career, counting of papers and book chapters and all these things that, I know you've done and I've done through my years. And we talk about how many hundreds of this or that, whatever, fine. But as I've gone through my career, I think there are three things that I would say tell me that I've been successful. One is I'd like to think that I've influenced people, influenced young people in terms of their careers, influenced patients in terms of their health, influence people I work with in terms of how they're doing their job. So when I feel I've had influence on somebody, in a positive way, of course, I feel very good about that. And the second way is when I wake up in the morning, I cannot wait to go to work. And I've always felt that way right through my entire career. I don't think I would ever say I've had a bad day at work. So finding a position in life where you love to do it, where you are not looking forward to retirement, where you're looking forward to the next day on the job. When I left NYU, many people retired at that point. What did I do? I went to a new career. I wanted to do something that I loved as much as I loved being at NYU. So getting up in the morning and wanting to go to work tells me I'm successful. That's the second way. And I think if you think of it that way, in terms of success, loving what you do, I think is really important. I think there's no question. Being able to influence people in a positive way, I think that's a very important second way. And thirdly, lastly, if people want to work with you on the team, if they look forward to working with you, oh, I want to work with Alan Charney, I want to be on his team, that tells me I've been successful. Because if people want to be with you, that means you're doing something right. I know Joanne must feel the same way. I'm sure she works on a team. And if people want to work with her, she knows she's been successful. She knows she's doing something right here. And it's not just the doing, it's the accomplishing. People recognize that. And I'm sure, Joanne, that people want to work with you. I think I can imagine I would, as much as I like to think people want to work with me. So those are three things that I measure success by.
Yeah, brilliant. That was insightful from both of you, from both Dr. Chou and Professor Charney. I'm sure many people are inspired and hopeful for the future, not only those in the medical field, right? Yeah, so we're going to do a quick question and then we're going to open the floor up to answer any audience questions. So I guess a bit more in consideration for the people who might be going into healthcare. What are some skills, traits, or characteristics that you find are absolutely necessary for somebody going to medicine or healthcare? We can start with Professor Charney.
Well, I think if you're going into healthcare, you obviously have to have some interest in science at some level. And you don't have to get A's in every branch of science. You can do very well in some areas and not so well in others, and that's just fine because the medical sciences are very, very broad. I've already mentioned that I've done administration, I've done teaching, I've done basic research, I've done clinical research, I've worked in the clinic, and there are many, many areas. So you don't have to be an A student in every single area. I think that's very clear. And I've already emphasized that you should definitely spend a lot of time outside of science. You should be not just your hobbies, but in school. How well you write, how good a reader you are. All those other areas are really important. So that's what I would say. Joanne, what do you think?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think, especially for a clinician who deals with patients all the time, the full package is really important because it's not just the treatment that you're giving to the patient, but it's also the psychological, encouragement and as a full package that you're showing to the patient. I think that's extremely important. So I couldn't agree more. I think to be a good doctor or good anything, you really have to be a great person, that to have charisma, to really be able to, as Dr. Charney said, to influence people in a positive way. That's so valuable. For the specific work that I'm doing, so, a lot of cancer biology, a lot of data science involved in every day. I always think back, right? If I had the chance to go back to school right now, what would I have done a little bit differently? That's a total hypothetical question because when I was in grad school, a lot of the stuff that I use on daily basis, really weren't even there yet. So. But I think for young kids, and I tell my two children, Ryan Duan and Michael Duan, who are here as well, how do you really prepare yourself for, the future work? I think communication, as Dr. Charney has alluded to, is so important. I really encourage you, every one of you guys, to really pay special attention to, the way you communicate. Maybe take some public speech classes or join some kind of club or just, really pay special attention to be a good communicator, to be a good speaker so that you have the tool that you need to communicate yourself to, your audience. And then another thing, kind of unrelated, but I just realized because I was listening to some of the previous panelists discussion, which was great, was the data science part. I just feel, right now I am pretty much overwhelmed by data nowadays, just because if you think of one cancer cell, there's like so many, genes, and, we look at genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, just imagine millions and millions of data points that you can get from, because of the advancement of technology, these huge data being there. And then, how do you translate numbers into languages, that's going to be able to be understood by your audience, and then eventually translate that into clinical care, right? It's a huge gap. So I think how to use the advanced tools in the field right now to really, summarize and interpret those data, those tools are actually made publicly available for a lot of fields of science right now. So you guys are so great with, your computer games and all that. All of these could be, I don't know, maybe a pastime for you guys to explore, just, to be curious about data science and to really watch how the field is going. I think that's going to be useful for a lot of fields. So data and communication, sort of unrelated, but that's two things that I think might be helpful for you guys.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Professor Charney. Yeah, for the last 10 minutes, we're going to open up the floor. So if anyone has any questions, you could either just raise your hand on mic or just text it to one of the co-hosts or hosts. Yeah, thank you both for coming here today. I'm sure everybody has learned a lot.
Yeah, let us know, any questions or specific or overall, we'll be happy to answer even afterwards. So.
Hi, okay, I have a question. So what do you think the main difference is in the main pros and cons are of working as a professor, a doctor, or a researcher in the medical industry? Like, what do you think are the highlights of each of those?
What of each of those? The what?
Like your favorite part of, or like the main differences of working as a professor or a doctor or a researcher in the medical industry?
Well, let me be clear that if you are in practice in an office, you're only going to see patients. There'll be no research and there'll be no teaching. If you are in a medical center with a medical school, then you may be able to do all three or two of the three. So if you like to do teaching and research, you'll have to ultimately find yourself in a medical center. If you want to only see patients, then you could be in a medical center, but you could also be in a private office, perhaps working with other doctors. So, you would make that decision further along in your career as you see whether you want to do any research and you want to do any teaching or not. You'll decide that as you go. You don't have to make that decision now.
Okay, I see. And here's another question from the audience. So how would you ask for a medical internship and be more involved in medicine as a high school? What?
The work hours?
No, wait. Okay, so here's a question from the chat. How would you ask for a medical internship and be more involved in medicine in general as a high school student?
Well, I would say that in the summertime, you may get a summer job in a laboratory or in a clinic as an assistant. And many laboratories in your area, if you go to a medical center, there'll be laboratories or a research company, and they may have either volunteer or paying jobs in the summer times. I wouldn't be bothered during the year. You won't get enough out of it during the school year. But in the summers, there are many, many volunteer jobs and paying jobs in laboratories. That's a good way to get exposed to people and to research. And I've had high school students in the past work in my laboratory, and that I would recommend.
Yeah, awesome. Dr. Chou, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I think those are great advice. I think to have some early experience of hands-on work, either patient-facing in the clinics, or you can go to a lab to do some bench work, or even just, a sort of dry lab experience would be great, like looking at some of the data, really try to understand the biology. So there are a lot of summer opportunities, either internship or yeah, summer, programs. I think the earlier, the better, just to sort of be familiarized be familiar with the vocabulary even. Those would be good spending of your time.
All right, cool. So the next question from the chat is, what are the work hours for each of these jobs?
Dr. Charney, please.
Well, my work hours, of course, right now we're working at home, but ordinarily it's just a usual 8 or 9 hour day as a rule. When you're in medicine, of course, you may be on call in the evenings or the weekends from time to time. But the work hours are not 12 and 14-hour days. They're not. They're usually 8, 9-hour days as a rule. Sometimes there's work at home or on the weekends, but it really doesn't interfere with your life unless you want it to. You can always, in any career, fill every hour of the day with that career. It's not just in medicine. So it's more the person than it is the field of work, I feel. Because I know people in many fields that work many more hours than I do, and I'm in medicine. So I always feel it's the person. If you want to work an 8 or 9-hour day, you'll find you're able to do that. If you want to work more hours than that, because you're so in love with it and it's all part of you, sure. You could, in any job, find more things to do. So as I say, it's you. It's not the job.
I agree. The only exception that I've had, throughout my career so far is actually in grad school, where I really had no choice. So we were, doing a lot of cell culture work at the time, and the bacteria, they didn't wait for your, they don't care about your dinner plan or anything. So that was pretty fun, but challenging experience. Just want to get all of you guys, mentally ready. We were also, dealing with mice, so different, animal models or preclinical models. So some challenging times.
Right. There are certainly times during your training, as I have, where there's long hours, but the career itself is what we're, talking about the goal.
True. Mm-hmm.
Where you and I now know that there are people working alongside us that work many more hours and probably people that work fewer. As I like to say, it's the person. It's not the career.
Right. Work-life balance, is really determined by yourself. You really, are your own boss in a lot of ways.
Right, exactly.
Definitely. I think we're almost up with our time now, so we're just gonna do a really quick question, a final quick question. Does the school you go to matter, or like had to go to a good school in order to be successful? Yeah.
I can try to answer that first. I think, as a parent nowadays, right now, I would be really hesitant to tell you, no, school doesn't matter. I do think, I still benefit from the name of the school that I went to, the degree that I got, the publications that I've had. So I think, I think it does matter, but I don't think that's the only thing. It's the full package. It's really, sometimes you don't have to go to a level 1 school if it's a program where you can learn the most, from, or the professor, there's a connection. So I think, the key is to learn the most, the knowledge that will benefit you in the long run. I would still encourage everyone to go to the best school that you can, but end of the day, it's not.
I'd like to chime in on that.
Go ahead, Professor Charney.
I just want to chime in and say that it used to make a lot more difference what school you went to. But now that those schools have trained excellent people, they're all over the world, not just all over the US. It's a lot less difference now. Now that's somebody like myself who trained at I went to Columbia and Yale and Harvard. It isn't as it used to be. If you're a really good student, it really doesn't matter what school you go to be honest.
All right, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Massive thank you to both Dr. Chou and Professor Charney. We're gonna take a short break and we'll follow up with our law panel. If you have any follow-up questions for either of these amazing experts, feel free to email it to us at aylus.org@gmail.com, and we'll do our best to pass them along. Thank you once again to Professor Charney and Dr. Chou.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the
Right,
opportunity.
I believe that follow-up questions will be sent by email, and I'm happy to answer those. Is that okay?
Yes.
Likewise here.
All right. Yeah, so we'll head into the break now. Yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Bye.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you guys so much. All right, it is 10:55. We're going to start our law panel. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Cohen and Mr. Lin. Hi, I think I can see Mr. Lin, and I see Ms. Cohen. Hi, how are you
Hello.
guys?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, good. I'm so excited to have you guys here. I'll just jump right into it. I'll do a short introduction for you both. Mr. Lin is a corporate lawyer at Cooley LLP, and Mrs. Cohen is a corporate and securities lawyer at Hirschman and Cohen. Since you guys probably know yourselves better than I do, can you guys both introduce yourselves and give a brief description about your career or job? We'll start with Mr. Lin.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Great to see everyone. my name is Scott. Right now I'm a corporate lawyer at Cooley in San Francisco. I mostly work with venture capital firms. So these are firms with a lot of money that are looking to invest in exciting startups. And I also work with startups as well. So these are usually founders who these days are a lot younger than me, and they have a really exciting idea about fintech or blockchain or a really cool consumer product, and they're looking for venture capital financing. So it's a really interesting space to be a lawyer, and I'm an associate, so that means I'm someone that's more junior on the lawyer track. So I work a lot with the partners of my law firm, and the partners, they're really experienced, and they'll bring in business for the firm. And as an associate, my job's to support our team, support our client, and get our clients on the right track. So that's a bit about my background and where I'm at right now.
Awesome, thanks. Mrs. Cohen?
I have a long career track record. We do very similar work, actually, but I want to tell you a little bit about my background just so you know where I'm coming from. So I went to the University of Michigan undergrad. I went to law school at NYU. I came out of school and I went to Wall Street, and I spent 7 years doing huge deals with Fortune 1000 companies, worked around the clock pretty much 7 days a week, loved every minute of it, but reached a point where I decided I wanted to have a family, and it really wasn't that conducive to having a family. So I had grown up in Chicago. I moved back here after 7 years. I went to what's called a mid-sized firm in Chicago, which is about 100 lawyers. And I spent 13 years here doing the same kind of work, but for smaller publicly traded companies and large private businesses. And then 11 years ago, my partner and I left, and we started our own small boutique firm. And we've grown it to, there are now 6 lawyers, and we continue to grow. And we like working with small businesses. So we do 3 things, and probably a lot of overlap with Scott. One of them is that we help when entrepreneurs, small businesses, the kind of thing you see on Shark Tank, need to raise money in order to make their businesses grow and be able to succeed. So we help them with raising money. The second thing is that we help our clients with when they have day-to-day contract needs. So they have someone who's selling them something, they need to enter a contract with them. They're buying some like, let's say, some software, or they're licensing some software. We help them with that. And then the third area is what's called mergers and acquisitions. And it's when a company is being sold to another company or is buying another company. So that's where we are today.
Awesome, thank you so much. Our next question is, what was your path like getting to your current career? And did you think this is where you were going to end up? We'll again start with Mr. Lin.
Yeah, it's a good question. I was talking with my partner about this the other day. So I wanted to be a lawyer starting in grade 8. So I think in one sense I did end up where I wanted to get to, but in grade 8, like I had no idea what a lawyer did or anything, right? It just sounded like sort of a respectable goalpost to set for yourself and for your parents, and something to work towards. And all throughout high school and undergrad, I had the same goal. So I guess in a sense I did end up where I wanted to when I was a high school student, but there were many detours and questions and departures along the way. So I think when you're setting a goal to be, like a lawyer or a doctor or any number of great professions covered today by the conference, think of it less like, wow, like this is a goal I have to meet. Like there's my target. When I reach it, I'm going to be happy, and then I'm just going to start building up towards it. Think of it more like the goal's there, but I'm not married to it. But since I do have that goal, it gives me a lot of opportunities to iterate on my thoughts, it gives me an excuse to talk to people in the profession. And you can say, hey, I'm a young person, I'm really interested in law. Like right now, it's my goal. I'm a grade 11 student or a grade 12 student, and you'll keep iterating along the way, and you might end up, I think at a certain point in university, or when you're a young adult, you might find, if you find that that's still your goal, it's a good sign, because you've kept it for a number of years. So you know in your mind and in your heart that it's something you still want. And if it changes a bit and evolves on the way, I think that's perfectly fine too. You might say, law is really awesome, I set as a goal, and I learned a bit more about it. And what I found out was what I'm really interested in is writing. Like, I love writing, and I could be a lawyer, but maybe I'll be maybe I'll be a journalist. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll be something else where writing's really important. So I did end up where I thought I wanted to, but there were so many questions and departures along the way. But at a certain point, as in my 20s, I'm like, you know what? I'm still very interested in law, the goal I set as a high school student, and that gave me a lot of confidence to take the jump into law school and pursue it full-heartedly.
Yeah, it's an awesome answer. And I think that really applies to most of the audience here who are all like high school students. So yeah, it's great. Mrs. Cohen, what about you?
So I was taught from the day I was born pretty much that I was going to be a lawyer. My dad's a lawyer, my grandpa's a lawyer, my brother's a lawyer, and my mom wishes that she had gone to law school. She grew up in a time when it wasn't very common for women to be on that track. So I think both my parents felt that it was extremely important to be able to be self-sufficient as a woman and to be able to put food on your table by yourself. And it's definitely a career. Sorry, my eyes are watering. It's definitely a career that enables you to do that. So even if you want to take time off at some point to raise children or not, but it's something where, worst case in the world, you can do people's wills, you can help people close their house. You don't have to turn it into this huge career, but you can always make a living and you can always go back into it. And so my parents' thing was, you don't ever have to practice being a lawyer, like actually be a lawyer, but you have to go to law school and graduate and have that degree in your back pocket. And so I never questioned that all through growing up. And then I got into my dream law school and I was so excited, and I started and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. And so I just, and I decided, and what's something about being a lawyer, there's a few things people don't know. So one of them is that it's not like on TV where you're necessarily in a courtroom arguing two sides of a case. And that looks like very sexy on TV. And that's just not what every lawyer does. And it's something you can do. But the other thing is that law school teaches you, it's almost like learning a foreign language. It teaches you basically that there's no right answer, that you can argue either side. And that drove me insane. I'm a very type A person. I wanted, what are the rules? I will follow them, and I will follow them well. I'm not here's one side, here's the other. And it drove me crazy. And in every class I was like, what's the answer? and there was no answer. And that's kind of what they're teaching your brain to do. So I really didn't like it. And I decided that I'd always wanted to do, I loved international relations. And that's really why I went to law school. And so I decided that I wanted to go to get a degree in public policy instead and drop out of law school. And I called my parents to tell them that. And they said, okay, you can do that, but then you're on your own financially, completely. So I decided to finish law school because it's a little scary to be a student without just a college degree and be suddenly all on your own. And so I decided to stay and continue and to pursue that public policy thing and international relations through my jobs. And so my first summer I went to work for the UN, and I thought it was going to be super cool. And again, it was really, different than law school. It was very boring. I would meet with these ambassadors from all these countries, and I thought it was so cool. And we would have this, and it was during the meeting, but that you got to think, that's like 1 hour of your life. And then the rest of the time, it was like a lot of busy work, and it just didn't, I wasn't making the impact on the world that I wanted to make. And so, I found my way through a whole series of different things to corporate law, which is not anything at your age that I ever in a million years thought I wanted to do. But it is very fulfilling, and I've made it fulfilling in a different way, which is, now by building my own firm, I'm helping women who had kids. All of my lawyers are women who have had children and been out of the workplace because they were raising their kids and now want to get back in. And it was very hard to find a good job where they could do like challenging work and work on a part-time basis. So everyone but me works part-time, and it's a dream come true job for them. And so they work so hard for me, and we're all very close and supportive. And so that's how I'm making a difference in the world. But it's taken a lot of years, like Mr. Lin said, getting to find that this is what my goal is.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely, as a high school student, thinking about the future and what I want to do, that's definitely a little nerve-wracking, but seeing as how you guys have done it, it's really interesting. The next question is, what does a typical day in the life kind of look like for your career? What kind of things do you do, people you work with, things like that? We'll start with Mr. Lin.
Yeah, and Leslie probably agree. Like these days, it's a lot of Zoom calls. But I'll frame it in a bit more interesting way. It's you're frequently meeting with your clients over Zoom these days, and usually, here at Cooley, we probably work with you're working with more than one client at a time. I probably have 7 or 8 different files and clients that I'm working with at one time. So a lot of it is with startups and early stage companies. These companies are either have a very important event that's coming up for the company. So maybe the founder is raising a significant amount of money, or maybe they're looking to sell their business. And other than getting married and having kids, like selling your business is for an entrepreneur is probably the most important moment in their life. So a lot of it, I would say, during the week, a lot of your time, maybe like 25% of my time is spent on Zoom calls with these founders talking about this important event or just any day-to-day business dealings that they have. And as a lawyer, contrary to what I can't remember what I thought lawyers did in high school, but you're not on these Zoom calls sort of talking about even laws per se. Like they're not looking for an encyclopedia of laws. They're looking for someone who's sort of seen this movie play out before. So you've already helped a bunch of businesses and founders sell their business in the past. And for this founder, that's not what they do every day. So they're seeing their business being sold for the first time. So you're sort of helping them, telling them all the different ways that you've seen this movie play out to sort of help them make the best decisions for their business. So I think 25% of my time is spent on calls like that. 50 or 60% is spent analyzing their business, analyzing their legal documents, drafting the contracts that they'll need to accomplish some of the objectives we talked about on their call. And then maybe like 20 or 25% of my time is speaking with other lawyers like Leslie and her firm and other lawyers that represent the other side. And the fun thing about being a solicitor is even though we're sort of on opposing sides, you're really trying to work towards a mutual solution. At the end of the day, the business, your client wants to sell their business and the other side's client wants to buy your business. And as a corporate lawyer, your job isn't to leave the deal and be like, wow, like we really screwed them over, like we won. It's if you really win, both sides came out of it being like, whoa, we really won that deal. And then both sides feel that way about it. So I'd say that's the breakdown of my my day to day. Law is not a 9-to-5 job when you're junior and in a large firm environment like I am. So I'd say of that percentage breakdown, I'd say my day usually starts 9 a.m. to 9:30, and then it usually goes, depending on the day, it might go till 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. and sometimes a few midnight hours as well. So if big law is a career that you're thinking about in high school, those are some of the longer hours that come associated with it as well. So it is you have to make sure it's something, the back and forth and the looking at contracts, thinking about them like a puzzle piece. You have to make sure that's something it's a skill that you think you might enjoy, because it is a very demanding job in that way as well. Yeah, but that's sort of my day to day, my week to week.
I see. Yeah, that sounds very different from what we see typically in movies. But Mrs. Cohen, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, and my day is very similar, so I'm not going to go through that again, but I will tell you there are so many different ways to be a lawyer and so many different kinds of law that you can practice, and each one of them, their days look really different. So, you know, one thing I want to add is when you're a really young lawyer, you're mostly going to be writing all the time. So that's something to think about if you're choosing this career, is you have to really like writing. The other thing is that you have to really like being intellectually challenged every day. And there's nothing wrong if you don't. You know, if you like going, you know, a lot of us say like we're lawyer nerds, like we loved school. We loved learning, not every topic. I mean, I wasn't a good science person at all, but like I loved reading and I loved analyzing books and I loved writing. And that's something, it's not a career where you're like using your imagination, or that it's not easy. And I think that there's nothing wrong with wanting to do something with your life that's a little easier. So if you're the kind of person that's like, I want to be challenged every day, it's a good career for you. And the second thing is that there's, like I said, there's different kinds of lawyers. So the one that you're used to seeing on TV, that's called a litigator. And that does exist a lot. And it's for people who like controversy, who kind of like to go, you know, here's my competing and like, here's my side. No, here's my side. And here's why I think I'm right. Here's why I think I'm right. That's not my personality. And that's why I really like corporate law. And there's other kinds of, there's patents and trademarks where you help protect people's great ideas. There's employment law where you help employees who maybe get fired without deserving it. There's so many different kinds of law. And with what Scott and I do, it's exactly what he said. It's working together with our clients and then with the lawyers on the other side to try to come to a good solution together, versus litigators who fight it out. And it is like, we won, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's one of the great things to me about the career is that there's so many choices you can make in terms of where you go with the law degree. And you don't have to know going into law school, you don't have to have any idea which of those you want, because you'll have to take classes in all the different ones, and you'll start to figure out like, oh, this is what's good for me.
Got it. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. As someone who wants to maybe go into law, that's very different from what I've usually heard. There are a couple questions in the chat, so we'll go with those before we go on with our list. So, Mr. Lin, what aspects or characteristics about law that stood out to you, that inspired you to pursue law instead of some other careers?
Yeah, I think, thinking back to high school, me, like, grade 12 is it's really tough because you're writing all these essays to universities and you're trying to sound as impressive as possible. And a lot of these essays ask a lot of an 18-year-old. You know, they're like, how do you want to change the world? Or like what's your biggest passion? Like what's your legacy going to be? And those are really, really weighty questions to ask of someone in grade 12 who's just spent all their time, you know, trying to study really hard and do really well. So I think looking back at at law and some of the other careers I was contemplating. I think I realized in high school, while I was decent at math and science, I wasn't like a nerd about it. Like it didn't light a fire in me. Like I really like Leslee's point about how the lawyers who really build a really good career out of it are law nerds. Like you might not, it need not be work hours for a bunch of lawyers just to, go to town about how to interpret this like provision, and you have lay people just being like, wow, like I don't understand what's happening over there, but they're so heated. And what I found out about law, taking a law course when I was in college, taking a law course when I was in taking like the high school law course that was offered at my high school, that's what really got me going. Like that's what I was really interested in. Like enough that if no one made me read about it as a matter of employment to pay me, or as a matter of a teacher saying like you must read this to get a good grade, like I would probably still read those topics if I went onto a news site, or if I was parsing through a book about law and different frameworks and things like that. So I think when you're in high school, I think just think critically about what you're good at and what you excel at, and then B, on the other side of that Venn diagram, what are the things I'm really interested in? I think passion's maybe the wrong word. I think if everything went according to plan, I think I'd be like an NBA point guard, but it's not a career opportunity. So like think about what the things are, given that we most likely have to work like jobs in society. Like what are the things that you can really nerd out about, such that if no one paid you anything, or if you didn't get a grade or a teacher didn't assign it, you would still in your free time really, really look into it. So if you can take what you're good at, so that for me that was writing and speaking and critical thinking, and then on the other side of the Venn diagram, what are things I would just do sort of in my free time as a even for fun, maybe. Like I think law and politics and talking about those frameworks and talking about people and how they and corporations and how they interact, that's what I really liked. And at the end of the day, I just kept affirming it through high school, kept affirming it through college, and that's what brought me to land in law today as I am.
Nice, that's really interesting. And then the question for Mrs. Cohen: what are some difficulties that you encountered while setting up your new firm? And you can feel free to add anything on to what Mr. Lin said.
No, I think his answer was perfect. So in setting up your own firm, first of all, I would say to definitely go to work for other people first, so that you learn, because you come out of law school and you really don't know much. So it's really important to go be, I think, an employee for a while and work for other firms where people teach you. In setting up my own firm, it was great that I had that I have like the freedom to work when I want to work, and I own my own business, and all of that's super cool. The biggest challenge is finding clients. So lawyers get paid a real lot of money. So people are, which is a great thing, but people are very choosy about who they use, because it's a lot of their income that they're spending on a lawyer. And so it's just not as simple as, if you own a restaurant and people are hungry, they'll come eat. You really have to be able to be comfortable selling yourself and saying, like, this is why you should use my firm and not another firm. And that took a lot of time. And it took, what I'll say is the most important advice I could ever give to kids now that I'm looking back, which is networking. And I'm sure you hear that now nonstop, and you'll hear it all through college, but keep in touch with everyone you know. Be nice to everyone you know. You do not know where they're going to end up. I'll tell you a quick story. My husband's a lawyer too, and he and I met at a law firm together here in Chicago. And there was a a kid who was new, and he was from India, and he was an associate at the firm. And my husband's just a really smart guy and a really nice person, and worked with this young man, and turned out that he was part of a family that had a huge software company in India, and he ended up moving back to India. And the company said, we want to start buying companies in the US and doing business in the US. Did you meet any good lawyers while you were there that you think we should work with? And he said, I met this great young guy. He was so smart. He was so hardworking, and he was so good to me. Sorry, my eye today. And he was so good to me. And he became the key to my husband's whole career. And now he has all kinds of big software company clients in India, and he goes back and forth to India, and it's what feeds our family, so does mine a lot, but the point is, you just don't know where someone that you knew in high school, someone you meet in college, someone, anywhere along the road of life could be someone who could be really helpful to you in your career. And so, and that's really what I did. Was I found all my clients through networking, and I would just I really liked the world of these new startup companies, just like Scott works with. And so I started mentoring and speaking at all these different, what's called accelerator and incubator programs all over Chicago, where they help small businesses get started. And through that, I met all kinds of people and just kept talking about my firm and how we're much less expensive than the larger firms, and giving my, sort of pitch. And that's how I built up my business. So that's what I would say was the number one biggest challenge. And the number two biggest challenge is, all of a sudden, I'm not just being a lawyer, I'm running a business. And that is a totally different skill set that I didn't know. I didn't know what I didn't know. So I had to learn that.
Yeah, I think that point about networking is really interesting and important, especially as I'm still in high school, but I've already trying to begin my network. And I think I came across both of you guys through people in my network. So it's great that you guys both talked about that. And the next question I'll ask is, what kind of skills and characteristics do you think are most necessary to go into the law field? I guess it's a little bit more specific, because I want to know, I know a lot of people think that debate is really important, speaking is really important with law. So yeah, are there any skills in specific that you guys think are most important? So we'll go again with Mr. Len first.
Yeah, as a junior lawyer, and I'm coming at it from a sort of corporate law perspective, the underlying skill, the skill underpinning debate is very important, which is thinking critically, thinking very logically, being able to segment and bucket your thoughts and express them very clearly. Those are skills that are really important for a young corporate lawyer. So not so much debating in the sense that, wow, like that person sounded very persuasive, but more in the sense that, whoa, like those arguments were really good, were really clear to understand, were really logical. And Leslie totally right, like we're not in the courtroom all the time as corporate lawyers, but there's plenty of debate and negotiation that happens in the corporate law space as well. So a lot of that might happen over email, a lot of that might happen over trading versions of your contract or over a Zoom call, but there's something to be said when you work with a lawyer on the other side of the ledger, and you're like, wow, I really like working with them. Like they might not be a pushover, but they're able to explain why they want a certain point, why I should see a certain point their way, or why we should draft a certain way, and they're very good at explaining it. And I think the skills underpinning debate are the same. It isn't so much that someone like Leslie would be like, wow, like she's so persuasive with her rhetoric. It's more like, wow, like Leslie explained that really well, and I think that makes sense for both our clients to do. So I think those skills they translate really well. as a young lawyer, like you have to be extremely hardworking. Like you need to be very diligent, and you know, a big topic a couple of years ago was the book Grit by Angela Duckworth. I think you have to be really gritty as a young corporate lawyer, and that's something you can work on. Like it's not entirely like, well, I'm born gritty or not gritty. It's something I definitely became grittier through high school and through college. But you need to be very gritty, and you need to be a good. You do need to be, as you progress through your career, you do need to be a good people person, because even though you can lock yourself in a room and be really gritty and draft amazing contracts and, you know, plow through tons of legal documents at an astounding rate, I think to become a more senior associate and then eventually a partner with very good client relations, you need to be a good people person. And part of that's law related, but a lot of it isn't. You know, if you're just a good, you know, clients don't look at 100 different firms and lawyers and you know, they're not able to say, wow, like this person's the fourth most knowledgeable out of this 100, like let's hire them. It's a good value to knowledge ratio. They like working with people that are easy to communicate with, and they enjoy working with on a day-to-day basis. So I really liked Leslee's story about her husband and that young Indian man too, because it wasn't, I'm sure at the time it wasn't so much just like, oh, this is a business opportunity. It was more like, I'm going to treat this person really well, and then you saw what happened down the line. So I think good people skills, being really gritty, and then being a really enthusiastic and analytical sort of thinker and willing to engage with those problems. So those are the most important skills for a junior lawyer.
Got it. Mrs. Cohen, what do you think on your side?
That was perfect. I mean, the only thing I would add, which I already said, was writing, a lot of writing. But that was perfect.
Okay. And then I guess we'll go into the next question. So what do you think there's a point in picking like a right major? Do you think major matters when you're trying to go into the law field? And if you do, is there like a specific major that students should focus on? Or yeah, what is your kind of point of view on that? This time, I guess we'll start with Mrs. Cohen.
Yeah, I think that one of the beauties of law school is that there is no right major. And so I think it really allows you to pursue, you know, to take all different classes and do what interests you and not worry about picking the right major. So when I went to law school, I graduated in 1992 from law school, so a very long time ago. And the thing was, you majored in political science. Like that's just what you did. It was the path to law school. And I knew that I wanted to go to law school. I don't think that's the case anymore. And I think, in fact, that it's so competitive to get into the good law schools that the more you can differentiate yourself. I mean, I don't think like music is the best major, because it's not going to give you, you know, again, the skills that Scott talked about. You want that critical thinking and the writing and the and analytical stuff. So, you know, but I think there's so many different majors in school that can lead toward that. I mean, including even engineering. I mean, and, you know, English, and I mean, there's just so many different areas. So, and logic, you know, is so important, and any of philosophy, economics, like I think all of those are great potential majors for law school. And again, you know, you really, just like you're dealing with your college applications, you want to stand out in some way. So just to be like the typical political science. And listen, if you're interested in political science, because I was, then that's what you should do. But I don't think you should go into college thinking that's what you have to do if you're interested in law.
Understood. Mr. Lin, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just thinking back to when I was in high school, which didn't feel like that long ago, frankly. I would say don't choose a major with especially at the high school stage, don't choose a major with the express intent of thinking that it's a good setup to go to law school. because by the third year of your major or by the fourth year of your college, you may very well still be wedded to the idea of law school, or you might discover, I want to work a few years and then go to law school, or you might not, when you're 22, you might not think, law school's on my horizon at all. So I think don't choose a major because you think it'll be a good sort of lead in to law school. I would say choose a major that's, choose something you enjoy and that you're good at, because Leslie's totally right. Law schools aren't looking, there's not a certain archetype that they're looking for. So if you think you're going to sort of shape your narrative to enter into law school, I think it's not worth it. You're better off choosing something you're really interested in and that you're good at. So I would choose something that you're, I think that the advice 10 years ago that I would have given was like, take the thing you're most passionate about. But I do think there's an element of practicality in there too. I would say it's like 75% choose something you're really interested in and you're good at, and then sort of, especially with the cost of education these days on our younger generation, I think like the other 25% is choose something with really good sort of tangible practical outcomes as well. So if you do an engineering degree, like engineering, and you're good at it, like engineering is a fantastic lead in to law school. But so is business, right? And so can political science be, if that's something you're really interested and good at, and you're just a really strong writer in that way. I guess I'm rambling a bit, but don't choose it as sort of my lead into law school. Think about what you really will enjoy doing for 4 years, and if you choose it based on that, law school will always be there. And I bet if you chose something you like, you're going to get better grades and better outcomes anyway, which is what the law schools are looking for at the end of the day. Someone that was really excellent at whatever they chose for that 4-year period of time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's excellent advice, especially for all the rising seniors in this audience who are applying to college very soon.
Mm-hmm.
So since we have about 7 minutes left until the end of the session, if anybody in the audience has questions they'd like to ask, feel free to put it in the chat or unmute and ask. I got a question DM'd to me. How did you improve your communication and writing skills? Was it through college classes or interacting with others, or an epiphany, or something else entirely? Mrs. Cohen, would you like to start?
I would say it's a combination of all of that. So, definitely writing classes, English classes, speaking classes through high school, through college. Law school forces you to do a lot of that. So you'll get much better at all of it when you're actually in law school. The skill that took me the most, and I talked about it but a little bit before, which was having my own clients. And that's something that, you don't have to worry about when you first become a lawyer, but if you want to have a successful career at it and you want to have control over your life at any point, which most of us do, you're going to need to have your own clients at some point and convince people to use you or your firm. That was something that was really hard for me. And I just got very nervous. Like when I was at a big firm, they would take me on to help pitch clients. And I was so nervous, and I would practice in front of a mirror, and I would get to the pitch and I'd have like red splotches all over my chest. And I was so nervous and when it became my firm, like I really had no choice. And so I had to just force myself to keep doing it. And I started publicly speaking all the time, and I got really, really comfortable, and I got to love it. But that's, I think, practice, like anything in life, right? Practice makes perfect. So I think you'll get that practice in writing and in speaking in law school, but sort of that, selling, because that is an element of being a lawyer, is selling yourself. And that takes a little different work. So forcing yourself into that place.
Got it. Yeah. Mr. Lin, do you have anything to add to that question?
yeah, I'm still a young lawyer, so I wouldn't say as a young lawyer I'm like, oh, I'm a finished product on the writing or communication. I'm still improving every year. In high school, I fancied myself a really good writer and communicator, and that's because sort of the night before an essay's due, you're like, okay, let me crack open a Red Bull and some Wikipedia and make this sound really intelligent and use a thesaurus, and then you submit your essay and you're like, wow, still got 94 from the teacher in high school. It was that easy. And then in university, I think you get a bit of an awakening. You're like, oh, this actually takes, it's not just natural talent, like this takes work. Writing and communicating, when you're a lawyer, that means so many different things. I think in high school, it mostly just means, essays that you submit, or if you're in DECA or business class, like things you say in class. But as a lawyer, writing and communicating, I mean, that could be a really good outlook. That could be a really good email to your client that lists out succinctly exactly what they need to know. That could be communicating to a partner and just giving them the important bits so they can make an important call. That could definitely be in the courtroom. That could be during negotiations. That could be a really good piece of contract drafting. So I think building on your skills in high school, and just if that's something you really enjoy, keep taking writing classes and speaking classes that force you to speak in university, like in a tutorial and small group setting. And I think you'll soon find that what you thought was good writing or good communication in high schools, there's so many other genres and flavors of it in the real world, in university and in your job. So keep challenging yourself in that way, and you'll just keep on improving. Keep putting yourself in situations where you have to keep writing and keep speaking.
Yeah, that's great advice. Well, we only really have 2 minutes left. I guess I'll ask one final question, so you guys can feel free to make this really short. For students interested in pursuing a similar career as you guys, what resources or just advice in general would you recommend for them? So go very quickly, Mrs. Cohen, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would try to get internship opportunities, work opportunity, just reaching out for informational interviews to people who do what you think you might want to do, and just seeing if you could shadow them for a day, or just asking them questions. People are really, you're not bothering them. Like, people are very happy to do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Lin?
Speak to as many lawyers as you can, especially if you're in high school. I think people want to help you. Like everyone sees like a vestige of themselves from yesteryear, from high school students. Just like, wow, and don't be afraid to be really keen. Like if you're really keen and you're younger, that just motivates lawyers that are a bit older to help you. Find them online, be respectful, but message them and have a definitive ask, and find someone that has two things in common with you. Like if you're from the same state, or you went to the same high school, or that person's an alum of AYLUS. If you couple that keenness with your curiosity and then two things in common, I find that the response rate's just really 75% plus, and that'll be really helpful for you.
Got it. All right. Yeah, I guess that brings us to the end of the law panel. Thank you guys both so much for talking with us today. I'm sure we learned a lot. I know I did. And yeah, thank you guys both so much. We'll be diving into our next panel in 5 minutes, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good luck, everybody.
All right, we'll be waiting 5 minutes. 11:45, we'll be starting our STEM panel. Yeah, so stay tuned. Linda, do you have a question? Your hand is raised.
Oh, sorry, it's me. I just have a question. I have my friend. She's a high school student, but she's practice golfing with the team, and then so it's possible to request a playback, like your recorder, in the future.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do I need to send an email to you, or how to request?
Yeah, you could send us the email after the conference. Our email is aylus.org@gmail.com.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, everyone, it's 11:45, so we'll get started with our STEM panel now. Yeah. Okay, don't think the multi-pin is working. Is it working for anyone else? No,
I think I did it.
All right, I'll try to fix this.
I think I am. You should be Penn Samuel. You and
Cool.
our speaker.
All right, got it. Yeah, so everybody, welcome to our STEM panel. Yeah, you know, with STEM being more and more popular major with each passing year, we thought it best to invite two accomplished experts in this field to talk a little about their experiences, right? So today we are joined by Alice Yang, a machine learning software engineer at Facebook and Stanford graduate, as well as Dr. Hualiang Shi, staff reliability engineer and engineering manager at Lyft's Level 5 self-driving division with many published papers and patents. Thank you for joining us today, Alice and Dr. Shi. Yeah.
Thank you for the introduction.
Yes.
Great introduction.
Thank you. So just to start us off, because I'm sure I didn't cover all of your accomplishments, would you like to just briefly introduce yourselves a bit more and describe what job is like? We can start with Dr. Shi.
For me, how brief you want? Yeah. So okay. So for me, just like you mentioned, I'm a hardware engineer. In the past 20 years, I have been working for different companies, different groups, from semiconductor to phone, to consumer electronics, and to self-driving car. Right. I have seen a lot. So I can give you a brief introduction about my migration from domain A to domain B, right? I came to US at 2003. So I studied at the University of Texas at Austin from 2003 to 2010. At that moment, my PhD study was focused on semiconductor wafer fab process material, right? So after that, around 2010, I got my degree. I got a job invitation from Intel. The job scope was a little bit different with what I did during PhD study. The reason behind it is that it's passive. It's not because for me. At that moment, there was a huge bias for Chinese because I was not allowed to work in the domain of plasma and lithography because I came from China. So that's unfortunately it's bias. I hope for your generation, the situation will be better. Okay, anyway, so I started my industry career at Intel, right? I work as a process engineer for 1 year, single process engineer, single module process. So after 1 year, I changed my job role. I moved from single module process team to integration team. So if you look at a semiconductor process, it's too complicated. Yeah. So thousands of steps, right? So I want to see big picture. I want to make sure I'm happy, right? So that's the driver for me. I want to uplift myself. So I moved from single module process team to integration team. So in this way, I can see a lot of process steps, right? So I feel happy. So after 3 years, I took my sabbatical vacation. I went to China. I took a vacation at Cancun, Mexico, right? So at that moment, I asked myself, oh, okay, so what's your next, right? What's your next? So at that moment, my personal judgment was that semiconductor industry was already matured. It's a sunset, right? I need to look for next big thing. So at that moment, I think mobile market, smartphone market is still rising. So based on that, I made decision. I'm going to move. So I left Intel and joined Apple. So I joined Apple as a reliability engineer to lead the Face ID reliability, right? So after I worked on that domain for 2 years, I took another vacation in Japan. So the whole week I was thinking, okay, what's happening here, right? What you want to do, right? How can you keep yourself happy? So after that, I got the invitation from another group inside Apple. It's a silicon engineering group. It's the job role is to develop Apple design SoC, the chip for MacBook. So at that moment, the key driver is opportunity, and the impact of the project is so important for Apple. So I think if I do it, my career inside Apple will be super good. I just took it. Yeah. I moved from reliability team to silicon engineering group due to the project impact, right? Because people work for impact, very simple, right? So I moved there, right? So after 1 year, all right, I delivered a lot of stuff for my company. I think it's super successful. But again, I'm a big fan of asking questions for myself, right? So are you going to be a lifer at Apple, right? What's the next big bang at industry from hardware point of view, right? So after some thought process, I think if I look beyond AR, VR, self-driving, quantum computer, a lot of good stuff in front of me, ahead of me, right? So after that, I did some research externally. What's available on the market. So I accepted the invitation from Lyft. they were looking for some kind of, I would say, lead engineer to lead the self-driving car research and development. So I moved from Apple to Lyft. So at Lyft, I think, how can I say it? I got the freedom. Yeah, I can do whatever I want because I was a lead, right? So I do a lot of fun stuff. I feel I'm myself. I think this word, be yourself, right? I'm myself. So I do a lot of fun stuff, right? For example, we went outside to test the self-driving car in field, on the road, and a test track. We saw a lot of failures. It's okay. We are learning, right? So we deep dive into the failure. We use the first principle. We resolve the issue, right? So we also work on blockchain. Car top LED display and some kind of, I would say, industry first 3D camera for self-driving. So a lot of cool stuff at Lyft. I feel super happy. Yeah. Anyway, that's I hope it's a short introduction, brief introduction.
Alice, what about you?
Yeah, wonderful. Well, I want to say, Dr. Shi, that was a fantastic introduction, and now I have to follow up on that. That'll be a hard bar. That is a very high bar. So my name is Alice Yang. Nice to meet all of you, and thank you all for showing up today. I am a recent graduate. So I actually graduated during the pandemic in class of 2020 from Stanford with my undergrad in mathematics. I took a plethora of mathematics and computer science courses, and I am currently working as a software engineer in machine learning at Facebook. So I don't have as extensive of an industry career as Dr. Shi does, but I can say that in my undergrad, I interned at Facebook previously, and I found that it was a very learning and growing environment in which I was constantly being challenged to learn new things, work with intelligent people, and always just be on my toes. And I found that to be a very stimulating environment. I also have just always enjoyed mathematics. So I think ending up in a team that works on machine learning and some statistical approaches seem to be a relatively good fit for me. And in particular, what my team does is we on Facebook measure how effective certain ads are at getting people to actually purchase things, which is a pretty interesting problem that leads to a lot of different approaches. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so now with your current career path and your numerous accomplishments like in mind, what was the path like getting to your current career and getting to where you are today? We can start with Alice right now.
Yeah, that sounds great. So like I said before, I've always enjoyed mathematics, and I didn't have too much of a coding experience before college. So going into college, I took a few coding classes. I found that it was something I really enjoyed. And I think going to school in Silicon Valley and the Bay Area, there are a lot of different opportunities and talk of being in the tech industry. So I decided that was something I wanted to try out. I tried an internship in my undergrad and found that it was something I relatively enjoyed. In addition, in undergrad, I was fortunate enough to be able to take quite a few machine learning courses. And that was an area that I think is considered relatively hot nowadays, given its various different applications and the many, many different algorithms that there are that you can use to do a lot of cool things. And yeah, so I ended up working at this intersection. And after my undergrad, I decided to return to Facebook as a full-time engineer. And on my current team, I found that the set of problems that we were solving was a wide range that allowed me to use the breadth of math and computer science skills I had accumulated in my undergrad to solve various interesting problems. Dr. Shi.
Okay, thank you, Alice. Yeah, very impressive. Yeah. So for me, I think just now I shared my migration path. So if I summarize what I did in the past, a couple of things, right? So number one, keep learning. So that means you can learn from your coworker, right? You can also do some kind of self-learning. So for example, for me, no matter it's Intel, Apple, or Lyft, I always spend 1 hour on daily reading papers, textbook, and some kind of notes, technical notes, right? That's number one, keep learning. Number two, keep eyes open, right? You should have some kind of growth mindset. So I'm always open to any interview invitation. I never refuse it. The reason is that when I talk with people during the interview process, I was put into certain situation, really hard situation. I was questioned from all the view angles, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? All the view angles. Some of the questions or view angles probably are really beyond my expectation, right? I never thought about it. So I need some kind of mirror from others, right? To reflect myself, right? Just take the interview, right? And try to answer the question to capture your weakness. After the interview, definitely. Interview doesn't mean you're going to accept the offer. People accept offer, but also deny offer, right? So that's totally okay, right? So that's one thing. Another thing, if I figure out some kind of weakness during the interview, I'm going to do some homework to improve myself, right? So this is the second point. Keep eyes open. Another thing, make decisions. I never look for perfect decisions, just like GPA, right? I mean, when you study at school, are you looking for A, B, C, D, or 85, 100? It's a simple math. People should work smart as monkey instead of work hard as donkey, right? So if grade A means 85 and above, okay, the deal is I'm looking for 88, not 86, because 88 is secure, right? 86 sometimes I don't know, right? If you take the square root or whatever, I'm going to screw up, right? So, but I will not look for 100. It's not worth it for me because everyone has limited time, right? You should work on correct thing, right? Okay, that's the third point. Make decision, right? Another one is that you should make change when you are young, because when you are young, there is no, I would say, responsibility for you to raise kid, raise a family. You can afford the failure, right? So it's okay. You can restart. You can, I would say, reset, right? So one more thing is that you should go to somewhere which has a lot of opportunities. If you fail at one location, you can restart at another location. Because in the past, I have seen some kind of awkward situation at certain locations. Your company might be really good, right? The best one. However, if the company has a certain bad situation, it's going to start some kind of layoff, right? So if that location doesn't have enough company, you screw up. What you can do, right? However, if you come to Silicon Valley, Bay Area, that's a different story. If you fail at location A, no worry, go outside. There are location B, C, D, E, F, right? There's so many opportunities. So that's the last point I want to highlight for this question.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's great. The advice and experience, I'm sure, will guide many of our listeners, right? Yeah. Now moving on to our next question. Was there any significant or memorable challenges that you had to overcome to your journey to your current career, which you think many of our listeners can watch out for? We can start with Dr. Shi this time.
Thank you for the for the 10. Okay, feel proud. Yeah. So this is a good question, but also challenging question. Yeah. So just like I mentioned, make decision is big challenging. Why I say it? When we made decision to move from Phoenix, Arizona to Bay Area, it needs a lot of courage, because you're not alone. You have a family, right? You have kids. So the impact is not one person, it's a whole family, including your pet, right? So what's happening is that at that moment, we are well settled. We were well settled at Phoenix, Arizona. We had a big house, right? New house, big house. We had a good job, both me and my wife. Well settled. My kids, right, are attending really good school. Local good school. But when we moved to Bay Area, Silicon Valley, it's a small house. It's expensive small house, right? One thing, the financial pressure is huge, right? Number two, my wife needs to restart. She needs to look for a job locally, right? Number three, my kids need to attend new schools and know new friend. You see, everything is new. No people help us. We need to survive. We need to struggle, right? Luckily, the whole family work as a team, right? We encourage each other. We beat it. We make it happen. We survive. Make decision. That's the biggest challenge, I would say.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to apply to many of our listeners down the line. Thank you for your advice. Alice, do you have anything you would like to say about this question? What are any?
Yeah, of course. I think I have three main things I want to touch on, and some of them actually overlap with Dr. Shi's advice, which I have found to be phenomenal summary of a lot of things that I even have experienced in my career already. So the first thing I want to mention is something called imposter syndrome, which you may or may not have heard of, in which you feel like even though maybe on the outside it seems like, oh, I have these number of accomplishments, it feels like everyone else is doing all of this and all of that, and feel like everyone is further ahead in life. This is something that the further along in life you go, the more you will experience, simply by virtue of being around an increasing range of people. You'll find that it's more and more common as you get older that you'll be able to, in almost every area you complete, find someone who is better than you, because naturally, most of us are not the best in the world at everything we do, or anything we do in particular. I think with that, the thing to keep in mind is that you are exactly where you need to be, and everyone is experiencing a very similar thing. In fact, talking to some of my mentors at work, people on my team who have been in the industry 10, 20 years, I find that they experience similar things early on in their career and even now in issues that they have not seen too much. The thing to keep in mind, especially as you are working similar as I am on a team with more similar senior engineers, is that you bring a unique perspective based on your individual experiences that is equally valuable, and that is something to not undervalue. And everyone on the team was at some point where you were now. So everyone has some kind of degree of empathy towards that, and people are more understanding that you might think. And as long as Dr. Shi mentioned, you focus on the growth mindset and figure out what you can do to bring yourself forward, I think that is the most important thing, and that is the true measure of success. In the second degree, at least personally for me, in my teenage years, I was not the most outgoing individual. And one of the things you learn very quickly about industry is that putting yourself out there, speaking to people, whether it be at networking events, whether it be talking to people, after going up to the speaker after the talk and mentioning, hey, I thought that point that you made was really cool. And even if you're a little uncomfortable or shy about that, is potentially life-changing. I have known at least a few friends who have had life-changing career opportunities simply because they went up after a talk and talked to a speaker, or they went to a networking panel that they were a little anxious about attending, or they talked to a person that they were a little worried about judging them. I think, once again, people more than not understand that you are in a position where you're relatively newer in the industry, and they have a lot of sympathy towards that because they have also been in that situation. And having the growth mindset and letting yourself be vulnerable and go into slightly uncomfortable situations that you think will be helpful for your growth is something that helps you strengthen that muscle of learning to grow yourself in your weaker areas and become a stronger individual as a whole. So that's the second point. And third on, I think one of the other things that seems a little contradictory, but interesting, I think, and often relatable earlier in the career is decision paralysis, where you'll go into college and you'll say, oh, there are so many different areas of work that I could go into. This is cool, this is cool. I like this class, but I also like this subject. I think the thing to do with that is that acknowledge that there are so many possible versions of your life that can happen, and to just pick one in the beginning and just do it. And if you enjoy it, then keep on doing it, because that means that's something that you do enjoy. But there is no one optimal path that you can take. Rather, figure out if what you are doing is something you enjoy. And if it's not, then, well, you've failed early, and that means that you have more opportunities to go back and try other different kinds of things. I think those are the three main points I wanted to touch on.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, both of you, for answering this maybe difficult question. Building on, you guys both mentioned, decision making and the importance of, it's okay to fail a little early. But just building on this foundation, is there any common misconceptions people have about your work or your career that you think somebody considering going to STEM should know before they get too far down the road? Sorry. We can start with Alice this time.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the big misconceptions, especially about the tech industry, is that you need to be a nerd to be in the tech industry. And I think that are often an overlap of a lot of people who are super nerdy and whose lives entirely consist of engineering and just enjoying reading, being immersed in nerd culture. I think the thing about tech nowadays is that it's so expansive that there is a huge variety of people who are in it. And one of the really nice things that companies do is they want you to be your authentic sense of self because it brings a diversity of thought into the environment. So I think that to wrap that up, what to keep in mind is that, I guess, for example, for me, speaking as a woman in tech, I'm on a team that is all male. So I'm on the only woman on my 20-person team, which is a very interesting experience since most of them are also older than me and are in different parts of life than I am. But I think that with my perspective, even though may not have been in industry as long as most of them, I'm able to bring my unique process of thought and my specific work approach, and am able to bring helpful perspectives that other people might not notice, or certain unique insights to the team that are still helpful as a whole. So even if you feel like culturally, oh, this is an industry that it seems like this other kind of people might be in, regardless of who you are, I think if you find it to be an interesting area, you should definitely go for it.
All right, wonderful. Dr. Shi?
Okay, thank you, Alice. I think this question is a little bit, I would say, awkward for me or challenging for me. I cannot speak for STEM. I can only speak for hardware. So I try to answer the question from a little bit special view angle. If we talk with the person, they might say hardware, the salary should be lower than software. The reasoning behind it is that the hardware, matured, right, the low tech. So this is definitely wrong. I would say this is totally wrong. Because, for example, last year I went through the promotion process. One of the supporting documents from a manager is that I enabled some kind of software myself, right? But the software are based on a lot of fundamental or first principles, a lot of formulas. So the feedback from software team is that, you see, it's a formula, right? Spreadsheet, right? I mean, how can you judge it's good work? So that's expectation or view angle from people outside hardware team. Because for hardware, it's different with software. For us, all right, the key expectation is to resolve the problem by using fundamentals, first principles, right? So that's super crucial, right? We are not generating some kind of algorithm or program. For us, we try to use the fundamentals, first principle, to tackle the problem, to deep dive into the issue. So unfortunately, if you look at the current, I would say, salary, the architecture, somehow a hardware engineer is a little bit less, not a little bit, sounds like a humble, right? It's less than software engineer. The motivation, not the motivation, the reason behind it is that people think hardware is low tech. I would say it's totally wrong, because hardware needs a lot of deep understanding across area, material, physics, mechanics, electrical, optics, so many stuff you need to work on. It's super hard, but I would say at this moment, the importance or the excellence of hardware engineer is not appreciated. It's not appreciated. So that's a misconception in my view.
Yeah, brilliant. That was amazing. I'm sure many of our speakers can take a lot away from this talk. All right, so let's move on to our next question, which is really unique to your individual perspectives. And this is, what does success look like from your position, and how do you define success? We can start with Dr. Shi, because you did mention earlier in your introduction that you find uplifting yourself, to be bringing you happiness, right? So yeah, if you would like to expand on that.
Yeah, so this one, let me try to answer the question from other angle again, because I don't want to stay with the same, right? So, because my current job role is a hardware reliability engineer, right? So I would say, if you look at this job role, couple expectations. Number one, delight customer. Customer means both internal customer, like a cross-functional team within your company, right? And also external customer, the end user. So if internal customer reach you for help, you should try your best to support them, because one team, one goal, right? So that's the expectation. You should uplift others. The same thing, when you deliver some hardware products to your end user, you should make sure your product is not only meeting the expectation, it should succeed. It should be beyond the expectation, right? So that's the first thing, delight your customer, right? Second thing, nowadays, I would say hardware really cares cost, saving cost. When you design something, definitely you need to think about how to reduce the cost. I mean, the BOM, the bill of material, right? The labor, all of those stuff, low cost, definitely one of the criteria of success. So I just want to stop here for this question.
All right, wonderful. Alice, what about you?
Definitely. So I think that success in software engineering, especially more early on in your career, is not measured by necessarily what you are able to accomplish, but what kind of position you are. So if you are in a position where you can be, one, working on interesting projects, two, work with mentors who are advocating for your growth, I think that will put you in a position where you can grow more in the next 5 years and get you to a place where you want to be, more so than anything else. I think additionally, working on a team where you are not the most intelligent person in the room is often very helpful in terms of learning from more experienced individuals. Particularly in machine learning, the field is extremely rapidly growing. So I would say that something of success would be being able to generally keep up with the papers or newer models that are coming out in the area, maybe looking at things and understanding what the trend of things are and what the pros and cons of each different kinds of model are, and also keeping an eye out on what is the different movement of trends in the area, i.e. what are important, what do people care about right now, and what are the pros and cons of different kinds of approaches, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just a follow-up question, please, building on your perspective. Is there any particular skills, traits, or characteristics necessary for someone to looking to go into STEM or like hardware engineering? We can loop back and start with Alice again.
Yeah, definitely. I think the growth mindset is one of the most important things, since I think in software engineering, I don't know about hardware engineering, likely that problem solving is one of the biggest things you'll do. In that when you're going into your job, there's never a explicit statement of, okay, we're going to have you solve these kinds of problems, solve these over and over again, and it'll be the same thing every day. Every day when you walk into work, you encounter a different set of problems, and you encounter a different set of obstacles that you have to often learn on your feet at the job. So I think that is why that keeping that growth mindset, learning to work under pressure and learning to work in situations where you don't have complete information is an incredibly important skill. I think additionally, learning to ask for help gracefully is also incredibly important, since often, and in most cases, you won't have all of the information you need to solve your problems, and you'll need to collaborate with other people working in the industry as well. So learning to ask for help learning to ask for help respectfully is additionally extremely important. And this is in addition to what you would expect typically, which I think most of you would have heard of, which is some kind of math background if you want to work in machine learning, some kind of solid coding background if you want to work in that as well, along with, I think, having worked on having some kind of knowledge or some breadth of knowledge of machine learning, depending on what kind of role you want to work on in that field, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Dr. Shi, is there anything you would like to say?
Yeah, this is a really good question. I worked for several companies in the past. If I summarize the core values from different companies, number one, teamwork, right? You should have the, I would say, teamwork attitude to enable others. That's number one. Number two, innovation, right? So you need to use the first principle to propose solutions. That's number two. Number three, I would say result. You should pay attention to details, right? All the details, right? Number four, leadership. You should have the ownership attitude, right? So sometimes the problems might not fall into your domain, but as a team, right? You should have the ownership, right? So you should get involved and speak it up. Yeah, that's it.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shi and Alice, for coming here today and helping me do this panel. We're going to open the floor up for any questions from the audience, just to quell the curiosity. We can start with this first one. It's for Alice. What kind of ECs did you explore during high school? And do you think they particularly shaped your career choice today?
Yeah, so I think in terms of extracurriculars in high school, I very much enjoyed math always growing up. It was something that I just loved doing. It was constantly my favorite course in school. So I think I leaned towards extracurriculars that had more to do with math. I think that did influence my choice of work nowadays, because one thing I really realized I enjoyed was solving interesting problems, regardless of what kind of field it was in. So I think that in undergrad, my approach was to take a bunch of different courses and get a breadth of knowledge across many different subjects, such that I would be able to use that to solve a range of interesting problems.
All right, wonderful. Move on to our next question. Somebody asks, with so many directions in STEM, what are some opportunities that will allow me to expose myself to this area earlier on, such as in high school? Yeah, so if any of you feel comfortable answering this question, please go ahead.
Probably Alice has a better position than me, because I got my high school in China, right? So it's different.
For sure, for sure. I think one of the things that can really help you is learning to work on projects early on. I think even if you learn so first learning individual skills is a prerequisite, but I, in my opinion, find that there is no better way to learn individual skills than to work on a project that you want to do. So say like, oh, I want to build this script that can like turn pictures of cats into reverse the colors of pictures of cats or something like that, as a fun aside. But I think that by working on small projects like that, you get the flavor of what kind of skills you need to be able to actually do things in
I
that
want to
area.
share one information here. So about the project, right? Pay attention to the daily life. Pay attention to daily life is full of opportunity. For example, last year, in the middle of a pandemic, we are still in pandemic now, unfortunately. So last year, right, in the middle of a pandemic, my kids, right, they study at home. So at that moment, they realized one problem. So we try to use the mask, face mask, when we go out, right? Unfortunately, the mask might not fit everyone's face. I mean, the size, the dimension, right? They're different. So the problem is that when they go out, the face mask just fall off. It's not secure. It's not achieving the target, right? So from that moment, they had some creative thinking. Why don't we have some kind of face mask extender? I mean, we put behind your head, right? We can adjust the tightness of the right? I mean, those kind of stuff. I think this is really a good idea. I think after that, my kids and we did some research online. How can we make it happen, right? So in the end, we purchased a 3D printer ourselves. We designed the face mask extender ourselves and printed out and distributed. I would say this kind of opportunity is natural, right? I mean, everyone has it. Just use your brain, think about, pay attention to the daily life to help others. I would say that's another approach.
I think Dr. Shi made some phenomenal points, and I think that a lot of really interesting projects that I have seen people do have definitely come from that. And if not, those tend to be really good stepping stones for you to be able to observe what are interesting problems in day-to-day life or in a subject or area that you can work on. So thumbs up there.
Thank you.
Our next question is from the audience. A question for Dr. Shi. What areas of study are good if I'm interested in a semiconductor field?
Unfortunately, you need a lot. Yeah, I would say this is for the whole hardware. It's more than semiconductor itself. So number one, because for this society, my expectation on your generation is that you should be the leaders in this domain. So that means you need to know everything. ME, I mean mechanics, you need to know it. Electrical, EE, you need to know it, right? Optics, you need to know it. For example, for self-driving, right? You see here, motion control, right? I mean, I would say perception means you need to use a lot of sensors. optics, right? You need to do the planning, machine learning. So that means you need to know computer science, right? For control, it's a mechanics, right? So a lot of stuff, ME, EE, CS, material, physics, chemistry, so many good stuff. Never bored. Keep learning.
All right, wonderful.
Absolutely.
Our next question is also from the chat. What are some differences between a coder and a programmer?
I don't know. I think the two terms are used relatively interchangeably, and I don't think that there is an explicit term between the two. I think if you were looking at jobs in particular, there will not be one that implies a different role than the other.
All right, got it. Our next question is, when did you decide STEM, or I guess your career in general, was the right direction for your career?
I can start, I guess, since I guess I made this call a little more recent than Dr. She did. I think that growing up, I always enjoyed STEM and I always enjoyed math. Those tend to be my favorite classes. And because of that, I figured it would make sense for me to go into something that I do enjoy working on. And I think in college, the more I explored it, the more I enjoyed it, which seemed to be a positive signal for me. And I ended up doing that.
Yeah. Similar answer as Alice. I think for me, it's really natural because I'm good at math and physics, right? So that's the reason. I mean, from high school to college to university, I mean, the graduate school, right? It's really natural path. So here, there's another path. I think when I got a questionnaire from Catherine, right? So about the school and the major, I think here I should share my opinion, right? Attend a school with good major ranking or famous professor is more important than attending Ivy League. The reason is that when you look for a job, usually tech companies have some kind of a list. So they know, I mean, the training, I mean, which universities, which groups have good training. So that's the one thing I want to, I would say, highlight here, right? Know your matrix, I mean, know your interest, and figure out the school with good ranking, major ranking, not overall ranking, major ranking. Figure out which professor is famous, go there. Instead of just looking for Ivy League, that's at least for tech company, it doesn't work.
I absolutely agree with what everything Dr. Shi has said. And I want to emphasize that I think some of the most strong software engineers, programmers, machine learning engineers are individuals I know who do not come from Ivy League universities and come from programs in which that program is very highly ranked in a school that might not overall across the board be as highly ranked. And it clearly shows that they know their material. They have been mentored by successful people who know how to grow people. And I think that that is definitely something that will boost your career and you as an individual.
Yeah, awesome. These answers are definitely very topical and helpful for especially rising seniors who are applying to schools right now. Really quick, final question. How do I find good good project partners in the chat?
I think in my experience, finding a good project partner is finding someone that you can get along with because presumably you'll be spending a good amount of time together working on projects. I think finding someone whose work style is compatible to yours. So for example, if you are someone who gets very irritated at people who miss deadlines, then maybe finding someone who is also very on top of deadlines would be a good idea. Alternatively, considering that if you have certain weaknesses, finding other people who have strengths in those areas where you have weaknesses might also be conducive to working on the project.
Dr. Shi, do you have anything to add?
I totally agree with Alice. Just one more thing here. I think I attended one of the session before. I think use your network, right? Your network. I mean, what's the definition of network? Your classmates.
Drink water. Shouldn't you finish them first?
Okay, let me finish quickly. Yeah. So I mean, a network means your classmates, parents, right? I mean, your parents' friends, right? I mean, that's network.
Yeah, brilliant. So we're gonna wrap up this STEM panel now. Thank you both for coming down here, Alice and Dr. Shi, and thank you for sharing all your experiences and insights. I'm sure everybody learned a lot and benefited greatly. Yeah, we're gonna take a lunch break right now, and then we'll be back in a bit with our personal branding workshop. Thank you again, Alice and Dr. Shi.
Thank you so much for the
so much.
invitation. This was a joy. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, so we're gonna be heading into lunchtime right now. So we're gonna post the time of the personal branding workshop, which will be in just a bit. So yeah, see you all then.
All right, it is 12:55. We'll begin our personal branding and networking workshop in about 5 minutes at 1 o'clock Pacific or 4 o'clock Eastern. So let's wait another 5 minutes. Okay, it is 1 o'clock. I'm going to introduce our workshopper Stephanie Hsu. Stephanie Hsu is an incoming computer science major and Regents and Chancellor Scholar at UC Berkeley. Currently, she's interning with the CEO and CXO of Fiveable, an edtech startup supporting AP students. In the past year, Stephanie has built her brand on LinkedIn, discussing student life, personal development, amassing over 9,000 followers, 2.2 million views, and paid influencer sponsorships. She's a huge advocate of personal branding and networking, and can't wait to share her insights with you. And unfortunately today, I'm not sure if Stephanie's here right now, but she had a conflict. However, she kindly sent in a pre-recorded workshop. So I'll be sharing that on my screen, and we'll be watching that. And she might be able to join us towards the end to answer any questions you guys may have. So give me a second to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen so far, Samuel?
Yes. Good.
Okay, and then let me share my sound. And then I'm gonna try this and tell me if you can hear anything.
Hi everyone, my name is Stephanie
Yeah.
Hsu.
Okay, cool.
And I'm so excited to talk to you today about personal branding and networking for students. Let's start off with a quick introduction. So I'm an incoming computer science major at UC Berkeley, interested in tech, business, and social impact. I also serve as lead director of Superposition, an international organization bridging the gender gap in STEM, and I'm a product intern at Fiveable, an edtech startup. If you want to follow me on social media, feel free to do so. My Instagram and LinkedIn are both listed on the screen. And if you want to learn more about my work, then feel free to visit my personal website at stephsu.me. Without further ado, let's get right into the workshop with personal branding, networking, and some Q&A at the end. Not everyone's heard of a personal brand, but we've probably heard of a business brand. So let's ask, what is that? A business brand is the way a company, organization, or individual is perceived by those who experience it. It's more than just a name, a design, a logo. It's the recognizable feeling that a product or business evokes. The best way to understand this is through an example. This is a brand archetype, which is essentially a mold that a business tries to fit into to optimize their marketing. They want to play this persona. So this one is the creator. The creator's staple and hallmark is innovation. If it can be imagined, it can be created. Their brand voice is inspirational, daring, and provocative. Think Apple's campaign of Think Different. And let's go even more on Apple, because I think that's the #1 best example of the creator archetype. Apple's brand seems very futuristic, modern, and sleek, and they try to sell you that experience of innovation in every single product. And that's how they can convince people to buy the same phone after every single year, even though it's not that different from the one that they bought last year. It's because they're selling you the experience, not as much the product. Now that we've understood what a business brand is, let's try to apply this to an individual. Let's ask the question, what is a personal brand? Feel free to drop any of your ideas in the chat about what a personal brand is. If you wrote just like a business brand, you'd be exactly right. It is like a business brand, but for an individual. It's how the world sees you, your skills, experience, your personality, and especially your story. How have you gotten to be the person you are today? So the essential question here is, when people think of you, what comes to mind? And it doesn't have to be random strangers on the street. It's also about the stakeholders in your life, such as your family, friends, teachers, mentors, and more. Let's do a quick case study because, again, I love examples. Let's talk about Elon Musk. When you think of Elon Musk, what are some words or phrases that come to mind? Think anything whatsoever. Please drop all those ideas in the chat. I would love to see them. I'll give you a couple more seconds to do that, and then I'll give you my own ideas about what Elon Musk's personal brand is. Awesome. So let's start with entrepreneur, visionary, and ambitious. I think this is what Elon Musk is in 3 words. He's an entrepreneur. He started a bunch of businesses. He's visionary because he's started things that nobody might have imagined. And he's ambitious. When he sets out to do something, he will get it done. So how does he build this personal brand? Well, first, he has great accomplishments. He is a serious startup founder and leader. He's the CEO of Tesla. He's the founder of the Boring Company, Solar City, Neuralink, and even more. He's also got strong technical and soft skills. Did you know he got 2 degrees from UPenn, 2 bachelor's degrees, 1 in physics and 1 in economics from Wharton? Clearly, he knows his stuff. Next, he has niche expertise. Yes, his niche is a little bit all over the place considering he founded SpaceX and a solar panel company, but clearly his niche expertise is simply that he's really good at crazy business ideas. He also has a really consistent and bold character. It's also very controversial. And in this aspect, he does remind me of Donald Trump, because when you're a really controversial figure, yes, you have a lot of haters, but your supporters are just as crazy as you are, and they're more likely to be loyal. So some examples of his crazy actions. He literally tweeted about taking Tesla private as a joke, and that led to a federal lawsuit where the SEC says that he shouldn't be allowed to own a public company. He also wants to move humanity away from future fossil fuels, make life on Mars possible, and he truly believes in interplanetary living. It might sound crazy right now, or it might sound really cool and ambitious, but Elon's the type of person for when he sets his mind to it, you know something's going to happen. For example, he wanted to launch SpaceX, and he literally taught himself rocket science by reading textbooks. Some outlets in which he displays his personal brand include interviews, books, TV shows, and most infamously, his Twitter. Now let's talk, why does this even matter? Well, having a personal brand will build your reputation and grow your network. You will be known as that person, like that programmer or that real estate person. And anybody who's interested in that niche and is interested in you will reach out to you. Similarly, opportunities will find you and not the other way around. This can be speaking engagements, internships, paid influencer sponsorships. People will reach out to you because they know you and they want to work with you. It also inspires trust in others. If you can stay consistent, then people will know you as that one person. And I think this is especially useful when it comes to recommendation letters. Because when your teacher is supposed to describe you on a page to your future company or college, you better hope you have a good reputation with them. And you also want to give them plenty of examples to show your consistency with those characteristics. For student leaders like myself, you can really boost your organization's brand with your personal brand. Most of the storytelling I do about Superposition happens on my personal LinkedIn and not Superposition's LinkedIn. The reason is because it's so much easier to connect with a person and a story rather than an organization. So that's why I like to humanize Superposition's brand by bringing myself in the picture and kind of being our spokesperson. And it's in general a confidence boost. Who doesn't love having other people know about them? A lot of people have reached out to me for coffee chats and other great opportunities, and it really shows that my personal brand is working. And it's great to know that people who I've never met before are reaching out to me because they're interested. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about my brand before telling you how you can start your own. So the way I brand myself is mostly on LinkedIn. Here's the picture of my profile. Feel free to look me up. So first, the most simple question about my brand. Who am I? When I'm making my posts, I usually talk about three things. One, I'm the Superposition lead director. Secondly, I'm a student, and I also bring UC Berkeley into the picture at times. And third, I'm an intern at Fivepool. These are the three different personas I take on while I'm creating my content. Then, if you want to know what I post about, here it is. I don't have any industry expertise yet. I'm not a whiz at computer science, but I am an expert at my own experiences, and I'm great at showcasing them through posts about student life, personal development, superposition, projections, and high school internship. I post about what I know best, even if I'm not the very most knowledgeable person there is. And in fact, my personal brand has been so effective that people on Reddit are recognizing me that I don't even know. So this one person clearly indirected me in this comment, and it's kind of cool, even though I'm sure they didn't mean it in an entirely nice way. On that note, I've also got an entire Reddit hate post made about me, and I guess that just means my personal branding is working, because in industry, any publicity is good publicity. So here's some branding benefits that I've experienced because of my LinkedIn. First, recognition. I've had over 2.2 million post views and 9,700 followers. I've also made a lot of connections. The COO, not CEO of LinkedIn, actually reached out to me after I posted about my Ivy League rejections. And that was such a cool experience, and it shows the power of LinkedIn to bring anybody to your profile. And this 18-year-old TikToker with 4 million followers also wanted to reach out to have a coffee chat. And these are just two of the really cool connections that I've been able to make. There have been so many more. I've also gotten a lot of opportunities, such as speaking engagements. People offer me leadership positions, and I even got a paid influencer sponsorship with Forage. It also gives me a unique selling point for when I'm trying to sell myself to companies to intern at. Right now, the company I'm interning at is Flagpole. When I signed on, I was an intern to the CEO. Nothing about LinkedIn was mentioned, but gradually I showcased my expertise on LinkedIn and I had a really strong personal brand. So now I'm in charge of Flagpole's entire LinkedIn strategy. And that also makes me a more desirable person to keep in case they ever had to remove a few interns, because I have a skill that not a lot of people own right now. In general, I love helping others with my experiences. If my mishap or misfortune can teach somebody else a lesson or allow them to avoid that same mistake, then I feel like that's a job well done. Now I'm going to talk about why I like using LinkedIn specifically. So LinkedIn is literally made for networking. You have a whole host of professionals on there. And many aspects of your life are going to require support from adults, such as recommendation letters, college applications, etc. So if you want to find that support and you don't have that in your immediate surroundings, LinkedIn is the way to go. Also, the algorithm is designed to spread your posts outside your network. On Instagram, the only people you see in your feed are those that you follow. And if you want to find other people, you got to go to Explore page. However, on LinkedIn, all of that is set in one place on your feed, which means that if one of your connections likes or comments on your post, then their connections are going to be able to see that post, even if they weren't connected to you in the first place. It's also so easy to stand out because lots of people on LinkedIn are only lurking. You know, less than 1% of users are creating content, whereas maybe 33% of Instagram users might be creating content. This means there's much less competition, and that makes it easier for you to stand out. It's also a great place for sharing sophisticated thoughts. There's a lot of shower thoughts or more mature things that I like posting specifically on LinkedIn, like internships, college applications, rejections, and all of that. This kind of stuff doesn't necessarily have a place on your Instagram or Facebook, but on LinkedIn, people are more open to listening to these professional ideas. But you can brand anywhere and not just on LinkedIn. So I'll give you a couple of alternatives. Basically, any platform where you can build an audience works, like Instagram. This is great for influencers, bloggers, celebrities, activists. Twitter is also great for investors, domain experts, company leaders, and activists. I like to think of it as short form LinkedIn because a lot of the same people who are posted on LinkedIn are also on Twitter. Twitter's like the bite-sized version. TikTok is really, really big for young people, but basically anybody can blow up. And I think having a strong personal brand in 2021 almost necessitates the use of TikTok. I haven't switched on there yet, but I think it'd be a fantastic idea, especially if you want to build the brand of a company or an organization. There's also YouTube, which is great for domain experts and influencers. Of course, keeping up with YouTube is a little bit more high maintenance than these other platforms. With LinkedIn, you're just writing a post, whereas for YouTube, you have to write a script, research, record, edit, upload, and everything. And that's why not everybody's on YouTube. When you're picking a platform, you probably don't want to go for all at once because you'll be spreading yourself too thin. Find out what differentiates them. For me, the biggest differences are the type of content and main audience. So type of content. On Medium, you have blog posts, while on YouTube, you have videos. And the audience. On TikTok, you mostly find Gen Z or young people, whereas on LinkedIn, you mostly find professionals. So now that we've gotten all the basics of branding out of the way, let's get started. The first step is figure out who you are. If you're like me and you're a teenager, this might be too deep of a question to think about at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, but I think this is such an important thing to know because your personal brand is a reflection of you. So you need to aim to understand yourself first. Here are a couple of questions you could be asking. What areas do I work in? What motivates me? What characteristics do others compliment me? What projects have others had to help me out with repeatedly? Which roles seem to drain my energy? It's all about finding your likes and your dislikes because they're just as much a part of you. Also, don't worry about restricting yourself to one brand because your personal brand is always going to be evolving. Next is determining what you want to be known for. Assess your strengths and weaknesses as it relates to whatever industry or career you're interested in. However, if you're a student like me, this doesn't have to relate to an industry if you're unsure of what you want to do or don't really have an area of expertise. My personal brand is all about my life as a student, and it gives insight into my qualities such as resilience and ambition. And that's a great starting point to have if I ever want to transition into a more specific niche like AI or data science. Third question, define your audience. Again, if you're marketing to everyone, you're marketing to nobody. You want to know exactly who you want to reach so that you can tailor your branding strategies exactly to them. So who do you want to reach? Industry thought leaders, recruiters, other students. Cater your content and brand towards those folks. Fourth, research your desired industry and follow the experts. That's actually the fastest way to learn directly from the people who did best. And this doesn't even have to be through formal coaching or class. You can simply observe what strategies these people use and use that for your own. Fifth, learn about your niche. If you want to be known for something, you'd better be an expert at it. Read articles, take courses, talk to industry leaders. There's so many more ways to gain knowledge. And sixth, prepare an elevator pitch. An elevator pitch is a 30 to 60 second story about who you are. No matter where you are, whether it's a networking event or an actual elevator, you can keep your pitch, you'll be able to describe succinctly what you do. You want to keep your pitch short by focusing on a few key points that you want to emphasize, like you're looking for internships or speaking opportunities. And seventh, grow your online presence. The internet has been such an equalizing factor for personal brands because you can reach essentially anybody you want. But personal brands aren't helpful unless people know about it. So pick your preferred social media platform and start creating content. So I'm going to first talk about LinkedIn because that's the platform that I'm most familiar with, but a lot of these strategies can be used literally anywhere. So the golden rule here for creating content is anything that provides value, something that's useful to your audience, because that's exactly what they're on this platform to do. And being useful isn't the only way to provide value, so long as it's entertaining or makes someone feel better. That is value. So stories and thoughts are ideal because those are able to resonate with people most easily. So I'm going to give you some examples of things that you can post about. If you've attended a conference just like this one, you can post your takeaways. You can also post your shower thoughts. This one's a personal favorite of mine. Whenever I'm in the shower or I just can't fall asleep, I'm thinking of thoughts and I write them down, and those often turn into posts. Stories that illustrate growth. People love these because everyone wants a good hero's journey. And your stories can actually be used to teach and inspire others. Unpopular opinions. Again, controversy actually promotes engagement, whether or not you get positive or negative feedback from it. Any publicity is good publicity. You can talk about lessons you've learned. I found that this is such an easy way to create content because you're constantly learning. All you have to do is write it down and explain it in a few lines. One great thing we have right now is the student card. Everyone wants to help students because it makes them feel better about themselves. Of course, not everyone has the time to, but it does make people more sympathetic. So you can talk about being a student, and maybe some older professionals will be like, I remember what I was like at that time, or when I was your age, something like that. And yeah, it could be patronizing at times, but it's a fantastic way to get the support of older people. Last but not least, have a goal and build a narrative. So when you're doing your personal brand, you don't want to do it aimlessly. You don't want to just post on all these different platforms and not really know what you have in mind. For example, my goal with my personal brand on LinkedIn is just to make as many quality connections as possible and to share my thoughts. I'm not fully into my internship recruiting season yet, so that's not necessarily a priority, but I do want my name to be out there for when I need to start reaching out to people. Having my personal brand, having nearly 10,000 followers, that gives a lot of credibility to me where I otherwise don't have that much because I'm a college freshman and haven't had many internships on my belt. Another thing you should be aware of is building a narrative. So you don't want to talk about a bunch of disjointed topics because your personal brand is all about creating a succinct image of yourself. If I'm posting about everything from the environment to fashion, then people will not know at all who I am. And that will also cause the people to follow me to want to unfollow me because my posts are just so random and there's no way they can benefit from most or even any of them. Here are some types of posts you'll find on LinkedIn. First is the classic announcement post, the one that LinkedIn is most known for. It's the I'm happy to announce this. Usually some sort of accomplishment, but sometimes it can be a call for help if someone's looking for a job. This usually gets a lot of engagement because people love supporting others. And that's a fantastic thing about LinkedIn. It's a pretty supportive community. However, it doesn't provide a lot of value to your audience and it's not sustainable because you can't always have an announcement. The next one is an advertisement. This is probably one that student orgs use a lot. An advertisement is exactly what it sounds like. You're advertising an opportunity like an event or a leadership position. These tend to get a lot of tend to get low engagement because nobody was actively searching for that, unless you struck it rich and found that one person who's looking for this type of content. There's just, in general, low demand for it because not a lot of adults are looking for a high schooler's events or a leadership position. And the value is hit or miss. If you find that one person who's been dying to find a role like that, yeah, you hit the jackpot. But for the most part, not everyone's going to benefit from it. So having constant advertisements is just going to lead people to want to unfollow you. But the best post, I think, is the story and reflection. These always get a lot of engagement because people love learning in really bite-sized pieces. People have short attention spans and they love to be entertained. And I think stories and reflections are such a fantastic way to do that. These also often provide the most amount of value, which leads to more connections. These are also the best for building your brand because you do want to create a brand for yourself, create a story, but you still need to have authenticity in that story. You want people to be able to connect with you. And storytelling is one of the best ways to do that because others can relate to your story or at the very least be inspired. Now let's level up our LinkedIn game because I'm assuming you're already interested in creating content, but it's totally fine if you're not. First, you want to optimize your profile. This is a must for any LinkedIn user. So make sure you format your profile in bullets. I think bullets are just the easiest for people to skim. If you're a recruiter and you see someone type paragraphs of their experience and you have like 20 more profiles you have to go through, you might just feel tempted to skip, or you might skip unintentionally because it's so dense. Also do a quick grammar and tense check. Small stuff like this really shows your professionalism and can make people doubt your work ethic. Also, make sure to add a LinkedIn bio, profile picture, and cover photos. Having all of these shows that you're putting in the smallest extra step to make your LinkedIn profile as top-notch as possible. And anything to make yourself stand out in a positive way is a good thing. You also want to keep things organized. I used to list out all of my awards separately, including all awards from every single debate tournament I've done well at, because I thought the number of awards would make my profile seem a lot more impressive. But in reality, it just makes it harder for people to look through my profile. So one example is that I grouped all of my awards into 3 main categories: superposition, speech and debate, and high school. That way people can click on one accomplishment and see everything at once without being too overwhelmed. Another really important thing is quantify your accomplishments. People want to know what kind of impact you've made. I think that most high schoolers just talk about what they did in their role. And yes, doing stuff is really important. But guess what? It doesn't matter until you can show something happened as a result of you doing that work. Because people like recruiters want to see results-driven people, not just people who do the work but don't necessarily have anything to show for it. Next, you should totally engage with other people's content. This is an underrated skill, and it's a really easy way to boost your presence online without having to create your own content. You should first reply to comments, so this is on your own post, but you should also add your thoughts to other people's posts. People really appreciate this because they love getting comments, they love getting engagement. And when you comment on someone else's post, the people in your network will be able to see that post as well, so the original author is going to get an engagement boost. And that's going to incentivize them to want to comment on your post as well and do the same. It's also another quick way to provide value without writing a full post by yourself. You just want to give 1 or 2 tidbits of advice, go ahead. Also, when you're engaging with other people on LinkedIn, make sure to send personalized invites. For connection requests, I will say that maybe 95% of people try to connect with me without a note. And I think it's natural as to why they think they don't need a note because I don't have the most amount of followers and I'm just a student. However, when you're connecting with someone who's more high profile, probably gets thousands of connection requests on the daily, the best way for you to stand out is by sending a personalized request because almost nobody is. Again, standing out positively is always a good thing. Now let's go into the networking portion of this workshop. What is networking? It's establishing and nurturing long-term, mutually beneficial relationships with the people that you meet, including coworkers, family, friends, professors, and more. So here's a bunch of reasons why you should be doing networking. You'll surround yourself with ambitious people, develop long-lasting relationships, access exclusive opportunities with people reaching out to you, and it'll save you a lot of time, effort, and stress in your school and job search. So here's some examples of people you can network with. In high school, networking with upperclassmen will give you a lot of insights on mistakes they might have made, and it'll also be really helpful for like choosing classes and college applications. In your career, you're going to want to network with people because you don't know who can refer you to your next job or internship. And having a recommendation is always a positive thing. Next, in your job search, this is very similar. Many positions are filled with personal contacts, so networking can provide job leads, references, and job search advice. So let's get started with networking. Here are a couple of questions you want to ask. To whom are you connected with right now? Who are your connections connected with? What are your interests and goals? What people or organizations could be resources for achieving those goals? What kind of relationships do you want or need to build? First, figuring out where you are is a great step because it'll help you determine where you need to go next. So, networking in person. You can't really do that right now, but if you could, here's some strategies. You can network at events, programs, communities, and at school. And it's as simple as starting a conversation and following up with them. Here's some people you want to network with: peers, teachers, and other adults. Peers are great for seeing what other people are doing and for getting advice. Similarly with teachers. So you should attend office hours, ask questions, and participate in class as much as possible because you're going to need a teacher recommendation at one point or another. It's best to start that early. Now, working online. This is what we're all accustomed to right now, so it's probably most applicable. How do you network online? Through text, emails, LinkedIn, basically any form of online communication. And where can you do this? Very similar to in person. You can go to events, programs, your school, etc. So when you reach out online, you're probably more able to reach out to strangers than in person, and you want to utilize that tool as much as possible. In order to make sure you have a successful interaction, be polite and follow a specific format for reaching out. So first, hello and introduction, how you found them, and why you want to connect, and a call to action. And optional but recommended is how you can provide value. Chances are the person you're reaching out to is incredibly busy and they don't really have an incentive to help you out. And it totally makes sense. If a random stranger came up to you and asked you for help, you might not necessarily have the time to do that. So if you can provide value for people, lead with value, then that person knows that you helped them and maybe they'll feel more inclined to help you. Of course, you don't have to follow this specific format, but I found that using this has always given me high success rates in terms of reaching out to people. So you can try out my tried and true method. I'm going to give you 2 templates for reaching out to people. So the first one is with cold outreach. Cold outreach means you don't have any connections to that person. You're just reaching out to them and they have no idea who you are. So it's hi, hope you're having a great week, just an introduction to yourself, and then how you discovered them. Then do a quick call to action. Let them know what you want them to do with this email. And then notice how this entire message is super short. Assume the person has no attention span, that they're completely busy and do not have time to read your message. You want to keep it as brief as possible. And then after you have a conversation with someone, whether it be an in-person coffee chat or a virtual chat, make sure to follow up. This leaves a great impression because it shows that you really value their time and want to thank them a little bit extra even after the call. So, similar format. Hello, hope you're having a great week. It was so nice to meet you. And also talk about stuff that you discussed in your call. It'll show that you really paid attention and that you're dedicated to listening to what they have to say. Again, say something like looking forward to keeping in touch, don't hesitate to reach out, and offer to help out any way if you can. Of course, you can't help out everyone. Like, I can't really help someone who's 30 to 40 years older than me, and saying that I can help them may be a little bit not as respectful. However, just try to be as polite as possible. That is the very least you can do. When you're very serious about networking, I recommend getting a networking tracker or a relationship manager. You'll write down all the people that you want to check in with and when you checked in with them. Notion has a fantastic template for this if you want to use it. Another great template comes from Wansulting. I totally recommend going to wansulting.com and finding their resources. And not just for the networking tracker. They're a career coaching business and they provide so many free resources for basically anything you need. They also wrote a giant Wansulting book about resume tips and all of that. So that's my little plug for them. Always appreciate the work that they do there. So this is a networking tracker that Wansulting uses. They have the name of the person, that person's position, the company they work at, what platform you're reaching out to them on, and whether that person replied. They'll also give you a couple of templates for how you can reach out to them. For example, if you want to check in with people, you can say, it's been a while since we spoke. Thank you for all your help. And here are a couple of updates that have been going on for my life. And don't just send them the updates. Make sure you ask them about themselves too to show that you care about them and not just yourself. So here are some 9 tips for success when it comes to networking. First, start connecting with people you already know. Particularly, you can connect with your in-person connections on LinkedIn so that even if you move apart, even if you stop talking, you still have that line of connection. Second, practice identifying and describing your interests and goals to others. This is going to help you with your elevator pitch and will help you to create a succinct image of yourself. Third, find out which networking strategies work for you. I like doing the old email and LinkedIn messaging method because I'm kind of an introvert and I'm not the biggest fan of coffee chats. Figure out which strategies work for you and make sure you test them out. 4, stay organized with networking trackers and action items. If you want to keep track and keep relationships with over 10 people, you're bound to forget at least one, and you don't want to do that because you want to value every single one of those connections. So stay organized by tracking the people you contact. Also, if you say that you're going to send someone something, do it within 24 hours to show that you're reliable. 5th, if you're an introvert like me, rehearse networking interactions. Sometimes I write down exactly a list of questions I want to ask that person, and I have to hype myself up a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with that. People need to find energy in different ways, and it is totally fine to be an introvert. 6th, challenge yourself with specific, measurable goals. So yeah, it's not enough to just say, I want to network with other people, because what does that even look like? How do you test if you actually network? You can set goals as connecting with 5 to 10 people or having 3 coffee chats every single week. 7, be proactive about finding the right people and places to be. So you want to connect with people, figure out where those type of people are at. Maybe they're on LinkedIn, maybe they're on Twitter, and start building your presence there. 8, for events, come prepared with your questions, introduction, resume. This is specifically with networking events, where the main goal is to find connections and perhaps a job. So you want to show that you've done your research on whichever companies you're talking about, whichever places you're talking about, and be prepared because you will have to talk a lot. Also, my best tip always is create value for other people. This is the #1 way to get people to remember you, by being a great person. And if you want others to help you out, then the best thing you can do is help them out first so that they may feel a little bit more inclined to lend a hand. Here's a couple of ways you can use LinkedIn to level up your networking game. First, maintain a well-polished LinkedIn profile using the optimization tips I showed earlier. Secondly, identify the types of people you want to connect with. Maybe they go to your dream college, company, maybe they work in your dream role and all that. See who you want to be and try to emulate those people by first reaching out to them. Third, if those types of people you want to connect with create content, make sure you engage with them. I'm sure they get a lot of people in their private DMs, but not as many who are commenting on their actual post. So make sure you show that you have interest in that person first through their content and by providing value by engaging that content before you reach out. Fourth, send a personalized connection request. This is such a big thing. I cannot hammer this in enough. The personalized connection request makes you stand out in such a positive way because it shows you took the extra effort to reach out to that person, whereas most people are just going to click that simple connect button. Fifth, start a conversation and follow up periodically. This is the most straightforward way to build a relationship. You just have to talk to people. It's as simple as that. And yes, it might be scary, but it'll get easier over time. Make sure you also follow up periodically because you don't want to just say hi to someone once and then a few months later ask them for a recommendation letter or referral. That just seems too sudden. So I went on so long about personalized invites, it would be rude if I never gave you an example. So here's your structure for a personalized invite. You only get 300 characters on LinkedIn, so you want to make the most of it. Greeting and introduction, personal connection, and a call to action. This is really similar to the format I gave you earlier with those email templates. So here's an example that I used. Hi, I'm Stephanie, I'm incoming computer science major at UC Berkeley. I saw that we're both involved in computer science and the Amplify mentorship program. So in here, Amplify is a superposition program, but you can replace this with anything that you have in common with that person. I'd love to connect with you. And this is definitely less than 300 characters. So if you have some more information that you want to share with them, feel free to do so. Recently, I networked with around 10 UC Berkeley computer science majors who I've never met before because I wanted some advice on course enrollment. So in my personalized connection request, I mentioned that I'm a freshman and I want to ask for advice. And a lot of them responded and were super eager to help out. Now that I've given you so many tips about why you should network and how you can get started, I'm going to give you some actionable steps so you can launch your networking game. First, determine why you want to network. For most people, it's about wanting to find an internship, and I totally understand that. Networking seems really professional, and it is a great way to get professional opportunities. Second, identify 3 people in your life right now you want to build stronger relationships with. This is people you already know, because you don't want to keep branching out and finding more and more connections without nurturing the ones you already have. So I recommend thinking about any teachers or mentors you have in your life and seeing how you can connect with them more. Third, connect with at least 3 other AYLUS conference attendees. You can definitely see them in the Zoom room right now, or you can go to any other messaging platform or networking sheet that they might have. But talking about going to the same conference is a fantastic way to build a connection because you'll already have something in common. Fourth, create a LinkedIn profile if you haven't done it already. It is the #1 best tool for networking. And 5, reach out to 3 students or professionals that interest you. You can do this on LinkedIn with cold outreach using that personalized invite template that I just sent you. So I'm opening up the floor to any questions. Feel free to drop them in the chat or unmute and say them out loud, and I'd be more than happy to answer. If you have any questions that aren't answered right now, then all my contact information is on the screen. You can DM me, message me on LinkedIn with a personalized invite request, please, or you can shoot me an email at stepsu@berkeley.edu. I'm super passionate about personal branding and networking, and I'm so happy to be able to share that knowledge with you.
All right. Hi, Stephanie. I see you just came and you came at the perfect time. Yeah, we just finished the video. So if you guys have any questions, Stephanie's here right now. Yeah, just feel free to ask, put it in the chat or unmute and ask her. And Stephanie, if you want to add anything, feel free to do so. If you're trying to say anything, Steph, you're muted.
Oh yeah, I'm currently outside and I don't know about the background noise. Is this all right?
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so feel free to drop any questions in the chat. I'd be happy to answer them. Hope you all enjoy the workshop.
Thanks, Steph. We'll see if anyone has any questions. But yeah,
sure.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna drop my email in the chat. So any of you can shoot me an email or DM me on Instagram if you have anything.
Yep.
Awesome.
And we have about 13 minutes. So if you guys have any questions, oh, sorry, was someone trying to ask something?
Yeah, question from the chat. When should you make the LinkedIn? Like what grade, I think?
So technically you're not supposed to make a LinkedIn for 16, but I may or may not have done that. I recommend getting it if you want to get any high school internships. So maybe around junior year, it's the perfect place to be reaching out to professionals. I also used it a lot during college app season to reach out to college students and ask them about their experience. And that kind of stuff is super valuable when you're writing a YS essay. So yeah, as soon as possible, whenever you need it for some sort of purpose.
I see, thanks.
Another one from the chat. How has networking got you in college and life in general?
Yeah, so the most recent time I used networking was when I was doing course enrollment. So I'm an incoming college student, don't know that much. So I reached out to a lot of people on LinkedIn who are currently UC Berkeley students, and they gave me so much fantastic advice that definitely helped me avoid taking hard classes. And there was a lot of useful advice for adjusting to college in general. I've also been posting a lot of content on LinkedIn, and there's actually the CEO of our startup who commented on one of my posts and said, if you have any high achieving students who want an internship, please message me. So that's just the power of putting yourself out there and having other people reach out to you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, if anybody else has any questions, feel free to just put it in the chat, or you can also on mic.
I have a question that was DM'd to me. That was, is there any negative effect of exposing more personal information on websites? How to handle this situation, if any?
Oh, absolutely. So when I was creating content on LinkedIn, one of my posts actually blew up, and someone wrote an entire Reddit hate post about me that got like 1,000 upvotes. So at that time, it was a little bit intimidating, but I realized that anybody who wishes you harm, they just want to bring you down, and you don't need to worry about those people. As for general personal information, I think it's totally fine to just put your name, your general area, like I'm in the Bay Area, but I won't tell you what city I'm in. And you can also put your email. stuff like that's usually harmless. Though I will warn that on LinkedIn, some random people might try to message you. Just feel free to block and report them.
Definitely have that experience before too. And then another question in the chat is, if you need to reach out again to someone to just keep in touch, topics to talk about, like, I guess she's asking if there's any topics to talk about.
Yeah, so I think you should talk about some updates. When I talk to my mentor, the updates I give are first about school, then about my internship, and then just personal life stuff. So as you saw in the Consulting template, somewhere midway into the workshop, one of the things you can do is just be like, hey, it's been a long time since we checked in, or hope you've been doing well since you checked in. Here are some things that have been going on in my life and what's been going on in yours.
Yeah, thanks. And then I have a couple more questions that were privately DM'd to me. This one's a little bit broad, but what is the best part about personal branding and networking?
The best part for me is definitely opportunities and the people I've met. So as I mentioned, the COO of LinkedIn actually reached out to me to talk to me about how cool my rejections post from my Ivy League rejections post was. And that was really an awesome opportunity for me. And I was able to connect with this guy who has like 80,000 followers and is running a giant company. And the other great part has been getting a lot of opportunities because of my personal brand, many people have reached out with leadership positions, speaking engagements, just like this one. And it's really helped me to put myself out there. So I know that when I start my internship recruiting season, I'll definitely have a strong personal brand that any recruiters can look through so they can understand what kind of person I am.
Got it, thanks. And then another one that was DM'd to me, how many people that you have networked with have become your personal friends? It's a little bit weird.
Well, I can give an example of Catherine. So last year I started posting on LinkedIn, and one of my first posts was about doing coffee chats with student leaders to help them out. And Catherine was actually the third person to reach out to me. And we've been DMing a lot on Instagram, and I've been able to help her in some ways, and she said, and vice versa. So that's one great example. I've also met a lot of friends who I regularly talk to or check in with that are all across the country. They're all student leaders. So yeah, there's a lot of friends you can make. It doesn't just have to be professional.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the best DMs I made since last year. And then another question in the chat, do you have any recommendations for how to find people you want to network with?
Yeah, so there's a lot of wind passing by, so hopefully you can't hear that. But when you're networking, you first need to have goals because obviously there's so many people you could be reaching out to. So think, why do you want to network? For me, the reason why I want to network is to meet more Berkeley students and get advice for course enrollment. So that helped me narrow down the search. First, I want to find Berkeley students. Secondly, I want to find computer science students. And third, I want people who are currently enrolled in Berkeley so that they can give me current advice. So think about every purpose you have for networking and then narrow down a set of criteria and just look those people up. LinkedIn has a fantastic search and filtering system, so you'll be able to find anybody.
Thanks. Yeah, that was all the questions in the chat. We still have 2 minutes. So I guess we can, if you guys have any other questions, just put it in the chat or just unmute and ask. But yeah, thank you so much, Stephanie. We've learned so much and it's so great to have you talk at our conference.
Yeah, definitely. I've always been telling my friends about the importance of personal branding. So I'm so excited that hundreds of people are interested.
Yeah. I guess we'll just wait 2 minutes, but if not, please put your questions in the chat, guys.
Okay, here's a question. For internships and things like that, would you cold email or connect? And how do you deal with the fear of connecting with someone you don't know?
Yeah, I actually recommend cold emailing because not everyone checks LinkedIn. And also you have to have someone accept your connection request in order for you to send them a message that's longer than 300 characters. I also understand the fear of reaching out to someone you don't know what they're going to say, but remember that everyone you knew started off as a stranger, but you met them, you talked to them, and that's how you built that kind of connection. So you should approach networking in the same way. You're opening up any opportunities for yourself and for the other person by reaching out to them. So on net, it's a positive for everyone.
There's another question in the chat. Hey there, Stephanie, your workshop was super helpful and I really admire your confidence in work. As someone who is currently struggling with their mental health, trying to get their life together again, my question is, how are you able to manage your time to balance work, social life, etc., and avoid burnout?
That is such a fantastic question. I experienced a lot of burnout and struggles with mental health, particularly during college admission season last December. So my tips were, first, figuring out what I want to do just for fun. Doesn't relate to college apps whatsoever. I do it because I like it. So for me, that was fashion. And that was one great way for me to take my mind off of all these stressful things. Secondly, make sure to stay organized. I find that whenever I'm in a stressful situation, it's because I don't know what I'm doing. There's 10,000 responsibilities on my mind. So I use Notion religiously. I write down everything that I have to do, write down a task list, set of deadlines, and it helps me to visualize everything. And then third, recognize that it is totally fine to have burnout. This is actually a normal feeling. And by denying it, you're only going to make the problem worse. I would know, because I'm actually a workaholic. So remember, always take breaks, go outside, talk to your friends, do something that's not work. Because if you keep trying to work yourself to the bone, eventually you won't be able to continue.
That's excellent advice. Thank you. Yeah, so I think that time's up. We'll be going, there's a comment in the chat about Notion. We'll be going on to our next panel, but thank you, Stephanie, so much. Especially thank you so much for coming to talk and answer questions, even when you're out. We really, really, really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me. Have a great rest of your conference, everyone.
You too. Bye. Okay, so our next panel is a scientific research panel that will be starting at, I believe, 1:50. So we have about a 3-minute break. Yeah, so we'll be starting in 3 minutes. All right, it is 1:50, so we're going to get started with our scientific research panel. In this panel, we have Ellen Zhu, John Rowe, Wenjun, and Lucy. I think I see most of you guys here. Yeah, I guess we'll just get started. Let's first start with introductions. Ellen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, for sure. Hey everyone, I'm Ellen. I'm currently a high school student. I've also been awarded in numerous regional or state fairs. And in my free time, other than research, I enjoy fencing, running my nonprofit organization, and also hosting a podcast on science and innovation. But yeah, super happy to be here.
So thanks, Ellen. Next, we'll go with John. Could you introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, sure. Hey, I'm John. I'm a rising freshman at Harvard. I also have done science for quite a while, also participating in ISEF. And I'm just, excited to answer any questions that you guys have today.
Awesome, thanks, John. And then next is Wenjun.
Hey, what's poppin'? I'm Wenjun.
Hey.
I'm also a person who has graduated recently, and I'm going to MIT. My project was on quantum computing, which I've worked on for, I think I started around like the end of sophomore year or so, and so I won 8th place in the Regeneron STS competition. I did some science fairs, but I didn't really get too far in those. And yeah, I also rap. If you want to hear me, go to SoundCloud, Flavius Raps, or Instagram. So there we go.
Nice, thank you. And last but not least, Lucy.
Hi everyone, I'm Lucy. Similar to Wenjun, I also participated in Regeneron STS for my biomedical health sciences project, and I was a finalist. And I participated in ISEF this year, and I was 3rd place in the biomedical health science category. And I'm a rising freshman at Yale University this summer, and I'm planning to major in molecular cellular developmental biology. It's a long name.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming here today, and thanks for talking. I'll just get started with the questions. So the first question is, can you just tell us a little bit about your research, what it is? And I know some of you guys have already mentioned, but any awards you received, ISEF, JSHS, STS, just a basic background of what you did with your research. So we'll start with Ellen again.
Awesome. Yeah, so my research was in the translational medicine category this year. And this is my 2nd year at ISEF. Unfortunately, 1st year is canceled, but this year I was lucky to get 3rd place, grand award in translational medicine. And so my research focused on, as I mentioned before, early diagnosis for Kawasaki disease. And so most people have probably never heard of Kawasaki disease before. And it's because it's a pretty uncommon heart disease. But my younger sister actually had it when she was younger and she was misdiagnosed. So I've been trying to develop a image classification algorithm which can take a look at Kawasaki disease photographs and perform a diagnosis, kind of a store and forward diagnosis based off of that.
Sounds really awesome, really cool. John, do you want to go next?
Sure. So my project tackled something called the cocktail party problem. So that kind of describes how, like, say you're in a really busy place, like a restaurant, and you're trying to talk to someone who's, standing right in front of you, but all the voices in the background, it makes it hard to hear and understand what the other person is saying. And that's something that is made worse by, wearing hearing aids because of these hardware limitations. So we developed a software that could help kind of counteract that issue. So I guess in terms of competitions, I've competed at ISEF twice. We won 3rd this year. And then I've done like conferences as well as the AAAS meeting thing as well. Again, that's like another science competition.
Cool, thank you. Wenjun?
My project was in quantum computing, as I said earlier. I studied quantum computing at Portland State University with a professor, and he taught me very well. And when I was learning about it, I read the paper of a colleague who was a graduate student, and he used an algorithm called Grover's algorithm to solve the graph coloring problem. It's a computer science problem. And I was inspired by that to think, could I use Grover's algorithm to solve a different a problem called a knapsack problem. Knapsack problem is essentially just imagine you have a bag, and the bag has a limit of weight, of how much weight you can put inside it. You have a lot of types of objects with different values and weights, and you want to put as many of the objects as you can into the bag to not exceed the weight, but also to maximize the total amount of profit that you're going to get out of the objects. And so it's very complicated, especially when there are a lot of objects and big numbers. So I've developed a quantum algorithm to solve that problem. I entered it into the NWSC, which is the Northwest Science Exposition, basically the science fair for Oregon, which is where I'm from. And I got this award that was granted by the Yale Science and Engineering Association. It's called the Outstanding 11th Grade Project Award. And eventually I submitted that to Regeneron STS. And I got into the finalists with Lucy. And I also won 8th place. So.
Nice. Lucy, you want to go next?
Yeah, so my project, again, is in the category of biomedical health sciences, and I focused on finding a better treatment for neuroblastoma, which is a very common childhood cancer. So currently, the most prominent cancer treatment involves chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and surgical removal of the tumor. But these usually, although they're effective, they usually have significant side effects on non-target tissues. So I wanted to see if using chemicals extracted from natural products can have the same effectiveness at treating cancer, but less side effects on normal cells. So I used the two chemicals, curcumin and capsaicin, which are actually can be seen in our diet. So they're extracted from turmeric and also red peppers. And I found that through a series of in vitro experiments done at the wet lab, I found that these two chemicals have synergistic or combined effects on treating cancer. So that means when they are administered together, they have greater anti-cancer effects on neuroblastoma. And then I wanted to see on normal cells, such as in our brain, the hypothalamic cells, which are the cells that regulate our equilibrium or homeostasis. And actually, curcumin has some negative effects at high concentrations. So combining these two results together, it highlights the potential, but also the caution of administering curcumin and capsaicin for treating cancer at high concentrations. And that is something worthy of further research for drug discovery. Oh,
wow.
Also, yeah, for competitions, I was an STS finalist and also an ISA 3rd place at my category. So.
Wow, all your research sounds amazing, and the awards and achievements you guys have are really stunning. So I guess you guys kind of already talked about this, some of you guys did, but how did you guys come up with your research topic or idea? If you guys have already kind of touched on this, feel free to go more in depth. Were you always passionate in this area of research, or how did you get into it? Ellen?
Yeah, for sure. So I touched upon this a bit, but my ultimate my final idea was based on a personal experience. And I think it's also important to note that this wasn't the first idea I was trying to work on. I actually had a previous idea that didn't work out. So I think it's totally fine. If you don't stick with your first idea, you're not gonna always land on the perfect idea first try. But yeah, afterwards, I was really taking a look at some problems that I've personally experienced, or I've seen my family members or people around me experience, and something that I really care about. And so I realized that my sister's diagnosis for Kawasaki disease was really lucky because we're in San Diego. There's a really great center nearby, but for many people, misdiagnosis is a super huge problem. And so it's something that I'm really thankful for the doctors that were able to diagnose my sister. And I was trying to find ways to try and give back to the community and give back to the doctors who also saved my sister's life. So thank you.
Wow, sounds really nice. John?
So the idea kind of came after just talking with a lot of people who are hard of hearing. One of them was my father, who has been wearing hearing aids for a while. And my partner and I, we kind of spam emailed a ton of professors, which I'm sure a lot of you guys have done in the audience, trying to find research opportunities. And one of them, he was a professor at the med school at Harvard, and he just kind of introduced me to, what the cocktail party problem was, as well as kind of just, giving tips about, leading efforts in the field, as well as what you should study. So that was about my junior year, and so that was the project I started for 11th grade and continued into senior year, and hopefully I'd also pursue at the undergraduate level. So that's kind of just how it started, and that's just how it's been.
Thanks. Wenjun?
I met the professor who is named Professor Merrick Perkowski, who works at Portland State University. I didn't intentionally meet him per se, but I was going to my friend's robotics event. I believe it was FRC. He had a team, and they were showing out their robots and stuff. And they had Professor Merrick Perkowski on the stage giving a speech. It was a very cool speech. And after the speech, I was interested in the research that he was presenting, and so I said, "Can I work with you?" And he's a very nice guy. He's very open to high school students. And so we arranged a meeting. This was actually in 9th grade, so I think I'd say I was very lucky to meet him very early. So because I started working with him on machine learning, actually was the first project I worked on, and that was about a year. And then after that, I started. His main thing is quantum computing. So he taught me that. He really wanted to teach me quantum computing the whole time, but at first it was very hard. So I don't want to do that. I'm going to do machine learning instead, which is also very hard, but it's easier than quantum computing. Anyways, yeah, and then of course I said before that I was talking with one of his graduate students who was also doing research, and I read one of his papers. It was very cool. It was a very good project, and it was about Grover using Grover's algorithm with this graph coloring. And I was like, damn, could that be used for a different problem? And yes, it could. That's what was my project.
It's very interesting. Lucy?
Yeah, so in the middle of my sophomore year, I wanted to do research on neuroscience, something related to neuroscience, but I didn't have enough expertise, let's say a neuroscience per se. But so I just was looking at online, browsing through programs because I wanted to do research for the summer. And I found this program. It's at University of Massachusetts Amherst. And I saw the lab. My professor, my first professor actually, Dr. Karlstrom, and his lab was doing something focused on neuroscience, such as Alzheimer's, neurodegenerative disease. And I applied to it. And then by just writing application essays, recounting my previous research exposure and my passion for neuroscience generally. And I was eventually accepted. And I looked through all of his papers, and I saw that the method he used at his lab is to use zebrafish as a model organism, and then basically you can dissect their brains, and then you image them under the microscope, and then you can trace the neuron movement, and also or just count the number of neurons, and then you can find a trend, and then if you administer a drug to it, you can see any difference in the trend, and then there's a project that can come out from there. And then so the chemical of choice, curcumin, was somehow inspired because I lived in China for about 12 years, and then I know that Chinese medicine usually uses chemicals extracted from natural products such as herbs and then just food we eat. So I know curcumin is a traditional Chinese medicine, and I know that it's part of my diet. I eat it quite frequently. And one day I was walking down Costco, and I saw in the medicine aisle, and I saw curcumin somehow just on the shelf, and I was like, oh, interesting. So this medicine can actually be used for Western medicine, not just a traditional Chinese medicine. And then so I wanted to see if this chemical can have any effects on the brain. And then I chose so my first half of my project is curcumin's effect on hypothalamic cells. And then after I found that it has some negative effects, I wanted to see if it has any anti-cancer effects. So I applied to a lab that is very close to my home. It's right on Long Island. And that was direct cold emailing professors. I emailed a bunch of professors, and then he eventually accepted me. And I worked with him for the entirety of junior year academic year. And then I also worked through the summer, and eventually I submitted that project to Regeneron STS and eventually ISEF.
Awesome. Thank you guys for sharing your stories on that. The next question is, so you guys, a lot of you guys have already touched on this. Like, how did you get in contact with the professor or lab you worked with? And if you've already touched on this, do you have any advice for the younger students here on how they can get like a lab research position or work with a professor? Yeah, so Ellen, you can go first.
Yeah, for sure. So I actually think my approach is a little bit unconventional, or not usually how people usually go about like reaching out to professors. Because I actually started out my project just individually. I worked on it for 1 year. And then I was like, I don't know anything about the medical side. So I wanted to ask a few doctors who are experts in the field some questions. And so I basically just wrote an email, sent it out with a few questions. And then it turns out they were willing to help a lot more than that. And so they invited me to work with them. It's actually the same research center who helped treat my younger sister. So I'm really thankful to actually be able to go full circle and try to help out with diagnosis. And they've been a really huge help. And I've learned a lot more from them. So I think, yeah, it started out with just like asking a few questions, wanting to learn more about the medical side of things. And then eventually they invited me to work with the doctors, and I'm still working with them right now. So I'm super thankful.
Wow, that's amazing. John?
It kind of started with just spamming a lot of professors. So we would, use the same template, kind of spam it out, change out the professor's name, and maybe one sentence about like what their actual work, and we maybe sent like hundreds and just see what stuck, Sorry. So I would recommend, just in terms of cold emailing, just make sure I wouldn't use the approach I did necessarily. I would actually just try to make it more specific to the professor's research. That kind of increases how likely they are to respond. So do that, and then obviously just kind of introduce yourself and how you got, how you found their research, as well as what inspired you, and just kind of, it's like just really shoot a lot of shots, I guess, and hopes to make it, and is the main strategy.
Wenjun?
Yeah, like I elaborated earlier, I did not shoot a lot of shots because I just met one guy out of coincidence, and it was very cool. But yeah, I was like I said before, I was very lucky that Professor Merrick Bukowski is he's a very nice dude. He's very open-minded. He likes working with high school students. Not all professors like doing that, so you're not like the first professor that you're gonna like contact is always going to be very receptive to the idea of working with somebody who has not received their diploma, or but yeah, like I would recommend emailing a lot. Like find an area that you're interested in, and like get at least some kind of experience, and like just like get some basic knowledge in that area if you haven't already, and find a professor in that area, because if I'm doing CS, I don't have any knowledge of biology. I'm not going to be like emailing a medical doctor to work with biology because I don't know anything about that. But yeah, that is what I would say to that question.
Nice. Lucy?
So my experience included both spamming and applying to like a program. So first I applied to a program, which I think is actually an easier way to go, because these programs they're generally accepting high school students, so the professor are already willing to work with you instead of like, let's say, just cold emailing. And also summer is a good time where you have like a full 2 months. You can focus on your research completely. Like I remember I spent 9 to 5 every day from Monday to Friday, just sitting in the lab and waiting for like my results to come out. And then after that summer, you would have a solid foundation of what you want to do. You have your own research proposal, and then you want to, if you want to further your research a little bit, you can do what I did. Is just to cold email a professor who is in your field. Because for me it was a little bit easier, because when I cold emailed my professor, I already had a project proposal idea and the 2 months of experience that I've worked with in the lab. So he knows that I'm not just like a very confused high schooler who doesn't have any knowledge in medical research. So it was easier for me to be accepted into his lab. And yeah, but if you are trying to cold email professors for the first time, definitely email a lot of them. Don't be afraid of rejections and just show your passion. Yeah.
Thanks. The next question is, what were some obstacles you guys faced when you were doing your research, whether it was like failure or, you had to redo your project or coming up with new ones? Yeah, Alan?
Yeah, so I think the biggest obstacle for me, at least, was the learning curve in the beginning. I was operating within like the machine learning space, but also the medical space, both of which I had no clue about. So I think that was probably the biggest obstacle, just the barrier of entry in the beginning. But it was honestly just learning by doing was pretty helpful, and just like trying to find a bunch of resources and reaching out to people who were writing research papers and just going directly to the source was really, really helpful in the beginning. So I think that was one of my biggest obstacles. Other than that, I think mainly just with COVID, I've actually never been to the lab before. And so I had to operate remotely and like work with the doctors that way without actually being able to go in person. But other than that, I think I was able to overcome most of the smaller obstacles for you.
Nice. John?
Yeah, kind of similar. I wasn't really able to work in a lab setting as easily this past year, mostly because of COVID. But another kind of issue was just also getting access to like special equipment, say like an EEG, for example. So maybe we'd have to use like, stuff we can maybe buy online or make ourselves. But other than that, so I think other obstacles, of course, would just be, I think, honestly, I think presenting science fairs over Zoom is different than doing it in person. So one tip that we realized is we had to make our presentation materials a lot simpler and just overall put less content on them compared to like a board we'd have in person. So that was just like another, not really an obstacle, but realization we had in terms of changes because of COVID.
Yeah. Wenjun?
The difference between scientific research and like the stuff you just do in your usual schoolwork and stuff is that when you're doing research, you don't know if you're gonna get a solution or an answer, and that's at least the biggest psychological difference I felt between like doing this research and suppose like doing AP Physics. Because AP Physics, it might be hard sometimes, maybe a lot of time, but at least there's going to be an answer, and if you like spend like several hours on it, you'll be able to get the answer. But if you're doing research like and it's over like several months, like every day, you don't know if this is actually going to get anywhere, or if you're going to actually get a result from this, or if you're just like running in circles or whatever. And even if you do, there is the idea that like if you submit it to a paper, they'll think this is just stupid, and then they'll just reject it. There's the fear of that. I'm not saying it's likely or unlikely, but there's a fear of that. And so this the uncertainty. The uncertainty is deafening. It's terrifying. I'm kidding. It's not terrifying, but it does cause stress, and that is probably an obstacle that I had. And also I wrote a paper, like it was my first paper, and when I submitted it, they kept like criticizing it, okay, coming back and forth again. So like that actually took longer than me doing the research, because they kept just emailing back. And also I submitted it like right before the coronavirus like started and caused all this chaos, and the reviewer, he got coronavirus, which was terrible, and which like delayed my the review by like 3 months. But fortunately though, he recovered, and we got that through, and we got the result, and we're here now. It's all good. It's all good.
That's good to know. That sounds like a very interesting process. Lucy, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I guess the biggest shock for me was that my results in the beginning didn't come as expected, because the first part of my research, I wanted to see like if curcumin has any beneficial effects on hypothalamic neuron growth, and instead I found that they actually suppressed it, and I was like, interesting. I actually did not expect that at all, and I thought my experiment was a complete failure. And then that's why I actually delved into like the anti-cancer effects, and then I saw that like curcumin had anti-cancer effects. But then I realized that even though the results were negative, it's still a significant result. Like it still indicates that curcumin can suppress hypothalamic growth, and that's something that should not be ignored just because it doesn't come out as expected. So I would say like every failure that you face in experiments, you should take them like seriously, and even though it may not be the expected results.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess the next question I can ask, kind of pivoting off of some of you guys, what you guys have talked about, especially Wenjun, because he talked about the conference and research papers and journals. So if you guys did, how did you guys get your research published in peer review journals, or if you guys presented at science conferences? Like, what was the process like? What was the application like? Things like that. And I guess because Wenjun talked about it, well, we can go with you first, Wenjun.
Okay, let's get on then. So my first paper. Okay, so when you look at when you try to decide how to submit it to a journal, and look at all the journals. There's so many journals. There's so many conferences in the world. You know, there's one like happening in Paris like every like 2 weeks. You know, or maybe 1 week. I don't actually know. But like in every field too. And so how do you decide which one is the right one for you, and which one like gets you like the biggest chance of getting accepted, and which one is like actually like it's gonna be seen by people? You know, I had no idea about that. I still like don't really know which ones are good or not. But like but if you have a professor, which I did, that's extremely helpful because he's experienced, or she. But my professor was a he. So he's like he has like 50 years of experience in like academia. And that's amazing. And so he knows exactly which papers to do. And that's I think one of the biggest benefits of having a professor like he to help you and advise you to navigate like the actual professional world, because you might be able to do the technical and the actual science stuff, but like you have no if being a high school student, you probably have no experience dealing with all these professionals and their networking and all that. And so when you do submit though, don't expect that you'll be able to get it published in like 1 month or even like 2 months. It's going to take time for them to review, and they take a long time to review. You know, sometimes at least they did for me. Anything else? Let's see. So yeah, my first one was to a conference called the International Symposium for Multiple Valued Logic. It was 2019. It was a conference, and conferences in general, at least in my experience, at least in CS, they tend to be easier to get into than journals. And conferences, by the way, is where you like travel to a place, you present it, you present it to a lot of scientists. A journal is where you literally they publish it in a periodical. Yeah, that's my experience. If you need more questions, you can ask. Okay.
Lucy, do you have any experience with conferences or peer-reviewed journals or journals in general?
Actually, no. I didn't get mine published, but I'm trying to go through the process in college. So.
Awesome. John, how about you?
Yeah. So with publications, in my experience, like Wenjun said, it takes like a very long time for them to find reviewers, as well as do all that kind of thing stuff. And plus, you might not get rejected off the bat, but they might also tell you like, oh, you have to revise this and that. You didn't follow the formatting here properly. So it's kind of like a lot of, honestly, in my opinion, it's like a lot of small things that are kind of annoying that they want in terms of it's like convention, they want it like a certain way, if that makes sense. And then for conferences, it's like you just have to like apply, obviously. And I would keep in mind though, for both conferences and publications, they can get quite expensive, depending on if you're self-funding it. I think usually it's anywhere from like a few $100s to above 1,000, sometimes more if you're self-funding. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But of course, it can be well worth it if you do want to pursue an eventual career in academia. So that's just my thoughts.
Thanks. Ellen, how about you?
Yeah, so like Lucy, I haven't been published yet, so not really much for me to say there. For conferences, I also haven't applied to conferences before, although I have presented at a few symposiums, but those are also by invitation. So yeah, not too many advice for this question.
No worries. Okay, so I guess our next kind of question, based off of all your guys' backgrounds with science fairs, ISEF, STS, JSHS, I guess JSHS is symposium, but what kind of tips do you guys have for achieving success in the science fairs? So I know a lot of the students in the audience right now are all mostly high school students wanting to go into scientific research. So I guess we can start with Ellen this time.
Yeah, for sure. So I think my biggest advice is to not really treat it as like a competition, but just as a place to get feedback. Like just the amount of like industry knowledge that the judges have and the amount of criticism of also like good feedback that they'll give is super valuable. And I think just treating it like a place where you can show people why you care about your project so much and show them like why they should care too is like the best approach, rather than going in like, okay, I just want to like win, or like treating it like a competition. But yeah, so I think the best presentations I've seen are the more kind of natural or like conversational ones, where they really try to get people to care and show their impact, rather than like listing out a bunch of like these numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. John?
Kind of to add on to what Ellen said, I think a lot of science fair, at least the non-paper based ones, like like ISEF, for example, or yeah, basically just ISEF. You kind of just have to really focus on how you sell your project. I've seen plenty of projects that are really solid fundamentally. They have really, they're just pretty sound projects, but they don't end up advancing very far because it's kind of a marketing game in a sense. You have to be able to kind of explain the implications of your research really well, in addition to being able to kind of tell them a story about how you came up with your project. Those are all things I wish people have told me just straight up earlier in science fair, but it's not really too late to ever implement those strategies as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a great one. Wenjun?
Yeah, I agree with both Ellen and John in that it's not the best idea to treat that you have the mindset of I have to win this time, because you can't do that. You can't win in the sense that you can't force yourself to win. Like for an exam, you could like study like 5 hours. That might help you, but like at a certain point for science fairs, you can't really like study your way into winning it, because to be honest, like it's very subjective and it's very unpredictable. Because all these projects are going to be great. They're all going to be like breakthroughs in science and technology, but the judges, it really depends on which ones the judges really like are really feeling. It's all very subjective. Like one judge might say I like this one and this one, and the other judge would be like this one's cool. And it really depends on how you present yourself, and how you like both of you said, make sure you're passionate, and like the marketing, show that you're passionate, show your story. So if you have a really compelling story about why you started doing the project, then talk about that. And the judges love that when you do it. They enjoy it quite a bit. Yeah, focus on the marketing aspect in a sense.
Yeah, seems like marketing yourself is kind of a theme here. Lucy, what do you have to say?
Yeah, so for ISEF is more oral presentation. And for STS, I would say the initial application, you need to submit a paper and also a bunch of application essays about like what interests you to do this research. A lot of your other extracurriculars, they want to evaluate you more holistically as a scientist. So I would say for the paper aspect, STS really focuses on the rigor of your research, no matter if it's published or not published. So you need to make sure that from introduction, methods, results, and just a discussion, you need to have a clear logic line, and you need to basically show that you have an expertise in your field. You have used citations from other research papers to show the relevance of your research, and that research paper is actually pretty significant in terms of how the judges evaluate in STS, but that's not the only thing that they want to see. That as I mentioned before, the application essay is the story part of why did you want to do this research, what obstacles you faced. They want you to tell that story, and through paper format. So yeah, so it's basically the general theme for both STS and ISEF is you want to tell a story of how you did your research.
Got it. Thank you, guys. So we have about 10 minutes left until the session ends. So anyone in the audience, if you guys have questions, feel free to put them in the chat or just unmute yourself and ask. But while we wait for people to ask questions, I'll ask another question from the list. So for those who are undergrads or rising undergrads, did you submit your research when applying to college? Did you have any advice for that? And then for Ellen, I guess, are you planning to continue your research? I guess this could be asked, you guys could answer this one as well. Are you guys planning to continue your research going into college? And if so, like, what are your plans? So I guess we can start with Ellen since she's still in high school, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I'm definitely planning to continue my research at least in high school. Hopefully I'll be able to work on it in college as well. Depends on the timeline of things. I really hope that it's something that could be implemented. I see a lot of times, like, I feel like I see research being conducted, but the actual bridging the gap to, the deployment of the technology or actual application or implementation to the real world, I feel like that is where a lot of research drops off. But I really hope to actually see this be used by doctors and hospitals and really see the use cases of my project. So I expect that would take a really long time. So I hope to be working on it.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, John, you can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I'll kind of keep it like broad in terms of, I guess what I see also other pre-fresh doing as well as upperclassmen. So I know like a lot of people, especially if their projects are more like products, they try to pursue an entrepreneurial route, apply for incubators as well as stuff like, Y Combinator and try to expand their ideas from there. And of course, part of that is trying to pursue the research as a, independent project or, with a mentor at university. I guess for me, I'm not really sure yet. I'm just kind of figuring stuff out. But even if you don't end up actually pursuing, research as in academia or as even a doctor, for example, there are a lot of ways to apply stuff like, biotech or just in general therapeutics to other fields, say like finance or, venture capital. So there's just like a lot of opportunities that you can, consider when you're doing this research, not just in the field of like, your very specific subsection of whatever you're studying. It can be applied elsewhere as well.
For sure. Wenjun?
As one may expect, there are many opportunities in college, and although you might have done a specific path or a specific area in your research before college, it's like, for example, I did a lot of quantum computing, machine learning, CS stuff, right? I'm probably going to be majoring in CS, but I'm not going to limit myself to just CS, just like I have to keep doing quantum computing with this professor and all this stuff, because there's so many opportunities. You have to keep your mind open. So like if somehow like I end up like getting interested in nuclear engineering or something, which I have nothing to, I don't know any about that right now, but it seems cool. Then that's great too. So you have to keep your mind open because you might not have considered a different topic at the time, and so it's good to keep it in mind. Like this is something I could do. I could work with Professor Peter Shor, who is he invented one of the biggest algorithms in quantum computing, and he works at MIT. So that's something I'm interested in working, but I'm not going to limit myself to doing that. But yeah, I also like John did say, there is a prospect of doing entrepreneurship, and I'm interested in doing that. That's why I'm taking one entrepreneurship class in my first semester. Probably we haven't signed up for classes yet. We're planning to do that later, but it's something I'm interested in pursuing, a minor in entrepreneurship, and perhaps starting a company if I get the idea to do the company to start.
Yeah. Lucy, would you like to add on to that for your future plans in college?
Yeah. So I definitely submitted my research plan, my research to college. Right now, I am, I think, actually starting a new project, but along the same lines of drug discovery and just something focused on neuroscience. But I'm not restricting myself to that. I'm still looking for labs. And I know one of the labs, the professors I looked at, he basically discovered like his own way of administering chemicals as a new method because to some undruggable chemicals. And then he again, like Zong mentioned, he started his own biotech company, and he also went for the entrepreneur route. So that may be something I'm considering about, but yeah, I'm not limiting myself to just like the pharmaceutical side.
Got it. So we have exactly 5 minutes left. And I think if any of you guys have to leave, it's all right. I think Ellen said that she would be willing to take follow-up questions. I know the rest of you guys are all rising undergrad, so you guys are probably really busy with college life. But yeah, I'll just keep going with a couple questions that were DM'd to me. Were there any conflicts between your studying and research? How do you balance, your school life with what you're doing with research? So I guess we can start with Ellen again. Sorry.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. I think this is a really great question. Time management is definitely really important, especially, as high schoolers, you obviously have a lot on your plate between school and also trying to balance extracurriculars and research. I think the main thing is if you really enjoy it, you'll always manage a way to like find time. So I think really if you find that you really enjoy it, you'll always like manage to like cut off like 30 minutes of homework or something just to work on it, or just like do it on the weekends like that. In terms of general time management skills, I'd say don't overburden yourself with taking super hard classes just for the sake of taking super hard classes. I mean, just find classes you like. At least that's my personal approach so far. My years of high school is just to, like take whatever I'm interested in. I know like a lot of times feel pressure to take a bunch of like APs, IBs. I don't know how that system works. But yeah, I think as long as you find a good balance between what you want to do outside of school and the classes that you're interested in school, you'll be done.
Thank you. Wenjun?
Yeah, I agree that you should not take hard classes just for the sake of taking hard classes. Senior year, I had the opportunity to take AP biology. No, thank you, my friends. I like biology. It's a great field. I enjoy doing it, but no, thank you. Physics is more on my side. And so, yeah, be aware of how much time your class will take, and also sometimes like if you're doing your research and you really believe this is like really important and you really want to find time, right? You probably will have to take some summers or winter breaks to work on that, because that is when you actually have time to work on things. Normally on weekends, you might have like weekends, but like that's and weekdays and weekends you're going to be working on your homework and also be tired after you come back from school. At least I'm very tired when I come back from school. I don't know about other people, but yeah, that's not my ideal mindset and modular state for working efficiently. But yeah, winter breaks and spring breaks as well sometimes. Of course, also take time to relax, because if you just keep working, that's not good either. That decreases your own efficiency. That is my advice.
Got it. Thanks. Lucy?
Yeah, I would definitely say like the breaks and the summer. So as I said, my first part of my research was completely done this summer. I had my first part of my research, the paper, written out in the summer, and just for the rest of the year, during the academic year, I went to the lab every Saturday, and then I would stay there for about the entire morning. And then sometimes in the time between waiting for experiments, I would just go online and do some background research and then take notes, basically do like a little synopsis of each research paper. And then I had a running document that was like, had a lot of pages. And that actually came to be very helpful when I was writing my final research paper, because I was able to easily get information from a bunch of research papers without having to review like 100 of the complete research papers that are like 10 pages each one. So I think that is something like for time management wise. And I would also have to add on to the hard classes thing. I am a biology person, and AP biology was not even for me. But don't be deterred away from the classes that's being taught in your school, because research is a completely different side, because you can control what you are learning, but instead of in school, you cannot really control how the curriculum is going, and you're being forced to structure it into whatever you're learning. But research is you can actually find your passion in that. So just if you suck at one subject in school, don't be afraid of thinking, okay, this subject is not for me.
Got it. Thank you guys so much. The time's up, and I know Wenjun has to go. So thank you so much, Wenjun, Lucy, Ellen, and I know John already had to go too. Thank you guys so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come speak with us. And yeah, we'll be hopping on to our next one. So again, thank you guys so much, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a quick 5-minute break again as normal, and then we'll jump in with the community service panel. So I set the attendance form again. Please fill out before 2:40. That's where we'll be closing the forms. Thank you. All right, it's 2:40, so we're going to be jumping into our community service panel right now. So Yeah, welcome everybody to our community service panel. I'm very excited to introduce our two speakers for this panel. They're both very experienced in community service and have many years of volunteering under their belts. I would like to welcome Jack Mao, who has worked with numerous nonprofit organizations and even the local government throughout high school to give back to his community, and Michelle Zong, who has served as our AYLUS National President in 2019. Thank you for coming today, Jack and Michelle. So let me put you guys on the screen. Hello. Oh, all right.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Samuel.
No worries. All right. So just to start us off, Jack and Michelle, if you guys would like to introduce yourselves and where you're attending in the fall and what you guys are planning to major in. We can start with Jack.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Jack Mao. I am going to be attending Stanford University in the fall, studying computer science and management science and engineering. Correct.
Awesome.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle Zong. I'm going to be a sophomore at MIT this upcoming year, and I just declared material science and engineering and possibly thinking about adding a math major.
Oh, cool. All right. So yeah, thank you both for finding the time out of your busy schedules to come speak with us today. Just to first tackle an introductory question, can you guys talk about what you guys did within your community during high school, whether it was like with AYLUS or with the local government or anything else you would like to talk about? We can start with Michelle for this one.
Yeah, so I would say my community service in high school can be divided into like two different sections, AYLUS related and then not AYLUS related. So AYLUS wise, me and 7 of my friends in 9th grade founded our own branch. I'm originally from Columbus, Ohio, so we founded the Columbus branch because we just wanted to do more community service in our community, and we thought AYLUS would be like this great organization to fund these efforts through. And we just continued doing it. Our branch is still doing well from what I hear. We still have like our weekly performances, just great stuff. And so I was also, as you just heard, national president of AYLUS my senior year of high school. And so that was pretty fun. I thought it was great to finally get to meet people outside of my like small Columbus branch bubble. And I think like, if I recall correctly, we put on some pretty cool national events that year, which I'm still pretty proud of. And then just non-AYLUS wise, my school was also pretty big on community service. We actually had like a 50-hour community service requirement, which was fun. Like we had service day at my school. And so I also got to hear about great opportunities like that. Like we went to a food kitchen, we went to a garden, just stuff like that. But yeah, community service has been a pretty big part of my life.
Yeah, awesome. I actually got the opportunity to work with Michelle during her presidency, and I can verify that the national events were actually really amazing. Yeah. Jack, what about you? Would you like to talk about your experience with volunteer service?
Sure. So I'm kind of not AYLUS affiliated. I just heard about the organization pretty lately. But outside of that, I've volunteered with the local government, as Samuel has mentioned. So I currently, I had sat on the Mayor City Commission for my city, which is basically this commission that the mayor and council set up to kind of have the commissioners advise them on matters related to youth. And our commission also hosts events that kind of serve our youth population as well. The most popular one is the annual Teen Town Hall that we host every year, where we bring in speakers and partnering organizations to talk about issues that concern to youth, such as dating abuse, living by the golden rule, and lately we had financial health, personal health, physical health, and mental health sessions. And outside of the Mayor's Commission, I've also volunteered with the Internal Revenue Service, just through their VITA program, preparing taxes for low-income individuals and families. And that experience, not only was I able to help close to 100 low-income individuals file their taxes and their costs to them, but also I get to learn about some of the basics in the tax laws, and that's a great experience moving forward, as I might be interested in doing taxes while I'm in college. It's a pretty well-paying job. But aside from taxes, I've also volunteered here and there, and I'm currently starting, well, I've started a little bit, but we're currently starting a program through my nonprofit organization to help youth, especially those from low-income communities, to learn about what's like to work in different careers, finding basically their dream career to work towards, and building that mentoring relationship with working professionals that are already in those careers. So those are kind of the main three volunteering experiences that I've had.
Yeah, awesome. Seems like you both have a wide repertoire of volunteer experience. Just for further context for our listeners, if you were to estimate how many volunteer hours you did throughout high school and I guess in college for Michelle, what would that hour count be, if you're comfortable saying? We can start with Jack.
So I don't keep track of my hours, honestly, but I'd say each year I would do a couple hundred, a few hundred hours. I do a lot of volunteering, so I don't really keep track.
All right, thank you. Michelle, what about you?
Yeah, it seems like it was a long time ago, but I guess probably freshman, sophomore, juniors of high school, pretty about the same, maybe 100 give or take. And then senior year, ramped it up, obviously being president. Don't really remember, but you can kind of guesstimate, I guess, from that. And then first year college, I obviously had COVID. So I was fully at home in the fall semester. And I'll be honest, I didn't do much volunteering then, but I would, or I guess we kind of had volunteering because clubs would still require people to come in and help them proctor with stuff. So I would just do small sessions here and there, but nothing substantial, I would say.
Yeah, sorry about asking that particularly awkward question. We're going to move on to a few more, hopefully smoother questions. So needless to say, you guys both have tons of experience in volunteering. But now for some of our listeners who are maybe a little less experienced, how do you suggest getting started with volunteering and getting started into participating inside your community? Michelle, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, sure. I'm not really sure the age range I'm talking to here, so I'll be pretty general. But for me, I think a big part of what started me volunteering was the fact that I got to do it with my friends. So like I said, I founded an AYLUS branch in 9th grade with 7 other of my friends, and that's a lot of people. I know normally when you start a club, it's not necessarily 8 people, but honestly, volunteering is the more the merrier, because you can create these memories and bond with them. So that's one huge suggestion I have. And then I think another outlet, I assume everyone here is already a part of AYLUS, but I think probably incorporating AYLUS with your school volunteering could also help. I personally kept them fairly separate, but I think it could be a good idea to combine the two, maybe start a club at your school, branch out to more people that way. So that'd be my advice.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack, do you have anything to add?
So I think, if a lot of the current audience is high school students, National Honor Society oftentimes have volunteering opportunities, or you could kind of look at what your passions are, and if you like to do taxes, maybe volunteering to do taxes for people might be a great opportunity. Or if you really like to do coding, look at organizations that, or maybe work for nonprofit organizations to do their IT or websites or whatever coding needs they need, or if you're passionate about just working with people face to face, you can go to more of the nonprofit organizations and maybe town to town, work in food banks. All of those organizations are always looking for volunteers. So it's just a matter of reaching out. You probably know what you're passionate about. So, just reaching out to those organizations and thinking of some creative ideas for, what you want to do if that position's not, publicly advertised, just like the coding example I mentioned. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, that's great advice. Just building on with this maybe newer volunteers, is there any words of encouragement you would like to say, or anything you would like to tell volunteers who are maybe skeptical or hesitant about getting involved with volunteering because they're not sure that their varied efforts can even make a noticeable impact in their community? Jack, would you like to start us off?
Sure. So, when you're volunteering, if you find, if you're doing what you're passionate about, so going back to passion, then you're not, really worried about the time, because time just goes super fast when you're volunteering, through a passionate project. And it's just that face-to-face interaction that is super rewarding. And, at the end of the day, you look back and, look at the impact that you made. Perhaps one day may not be that much of an impact, but over multiple days, the impact would be, pretty large. So for me, an example would be doing taxes. Sorry, that's a pretty major thing for me. But so every day I personally serve about 2 or 3 clients. That's not a lot, right? Just 2 or 3 clients. There's millions of people out there. Over a season of multiple days that I serve, that adds up to, about 50 people that I serve. And, it's thousands of dollars for each of them in refunds. And, multiply that by 50, it's tens of thousands. So, perhaps one day or one action may not, be much, it all adds up. So, that's the most rewarding thing, is looking back after a few months and seeing the impact that you made. And that really will fuel you to continue doing what you're passionate about and giving back to the project, giving back to the community at the same time.
Yeah, awesome. Michelle, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I guess I will first say that I have personally also been to volunteer events where it felt like I wasn't doing anything, because I couldn't really see all the impact I was making. I could just see like the labor I was putting into it, with no sense of what was going to come out of it. And I will say, I think it's totally valid to possibly switch your efforts into events where you can see more of a larger impact if that resonates with you more. So like Jack has talked about passion a lot. And if one of your passions is like to make people's lives better, I think it's totally valid to maybe switch your efforts into like food banks where you can see where all the food is going. Or like, I don't know if Meals on Wheels is a national thing, but like literally delivering meals to residents, and you can see how that will make their day. Yeah, I guess also I will say I know a very popular form of volunteering for AYLUS is like performing at retirement homes and getting to interact with all of the senior citizens there. And so I think if you haven't done that before, give it a shot, because it's really cool to get to know them and hear about their lives, because they're just like so far removed experience-wise from us. But yeah, honestly, maybe if you want to see more of an impact, pursue activities that will allow you to see your impact.
Yeah, awesome. That's great advice. All right, so moving on to our next line of questioning. Now, in consideration for students who wish to do more to help out in their community, how do you find opportunities in your community to volunteer and to give back to your community? Let's start with Michelle this time.
Yeah, this is a good question. I guess one thing is that since we are all a part of AYLUS, you could, this is something I'd like to do, or I started doing my senior year, but you could easily go onto other branches' websites and see all the amazing things they're doing and shows they're putting on and like finding inspiration with them. And then I feel like you could probably pretty easily contact these other branches and say like, hi, what's up? What planning did you do to go into this? Yada, yada, yada. And I think that's a great place to find inspiration. I guess there's also just the normal ones that come to mind, if that makes sense. Like food banks, really important. Once again, retirement homes. I think those come up a lot in AYLUS conversation. But also Google, if I'm being completely honest, you could just find nearby places to volunteer. And I think that's totally valid. But yeah.
All right, cool. Jack, would you like to say anything on this topic?
So resonating with Michelle's point about Google as well, literally everything that I know of, learned of are from Google. So Google is a great tool to, not only find, opportunities, but also inspirations, or even your passion if you don't, have one ready. And, it's just about, sitting down, maybe do a little bit of whiteboarding. If you can't, readily find, positions that are, clear cut, sit down with a whiteboard. What's your passion? Ideas of, employing that skill into, something that will either help a nonprofit organization, so indirect impact, or help an individual or a group of individuals, and that's more of a direct impact. And then cold email works pretty good, and or just reach out to someone that is a part of the nonprofit organization, or someone who might be in need, and then just pitch your idea basically. Like, hey, would you be interested in maybe having me create a new website for you, or do some marketing or something, and volunteer, put in a couple hours a week. There you go, there's a position for you. So if those positions aren't on the website, create your own.
Awesome. Yeah, so now that we've briefly went over how we can help our participants learn how they can better get involved with their community, better get involved with volunteering, let's talk a bit about the few impacts of your experiences down the line. So to just start us off, how has the community service and volunteering work you did in high school helped impact you, help you in college, or I guess just in other ways beyond the obvious impacts? So we can start with Jack with this one.
So I think I really alluded to this a little bit earlier with the taxes. Not only am I able to provide for a community, but also I get to learn about something that is very useful for me, but also can turn to an entrepreneurial venture or something. But other than that, like for volunteering with local government, I got to kind of see how learn more about how civic engagement and how the government is kind of run and kind of works, and the projects that they're working on. As regular citizens, you don't have that interaction with the government a lot. You're not going to probably even your city council meeting. So we're kind of withdrawn from how the government functions, and it's definitely very informative to serve in your local government as well, and kind of learn about how the structures work, and how their actions may impact you on a day-to-day basis, things like that. So yeah, those are definitely some of the impacts it had on me.
Right, great. Michelle, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is a pretty tough question. Like, how has volunteering impacted me? So yeah, like you said, besides the obvious, feeling good about myself and like making the community better, I guess for me, a lot of it was being introduced to other experiences and other lifestyles. I I felt like volunteering kind of maybe got me out of my comfort zone, if that makes sense, and introduced me to topics. So like sort of like Jack said, he got more involved with the government and what they're doing. For me, maybe it was like interacting with this new group of people, such as like the elderly at a retirement home, or like when I did Meals on Wheels, just like these people that didn't grow up with the same resources as me, and seeing the sort of lifestyle they live and trying to get out of that bubble that I have and being like, oh, this is the real world. This is all the people that live in it. And yeah, I mean, we're all just like, I assume everyone here is like in high school, maybe late middle school. Like we're all just trying to find our place in the world. So make sure you get like that full picture, if that makes sense.
Yeah, awesome. All right, moving on to our next question. So I said no more awkward questions, but this one might be a bit difficult too. What advice do you have for students who want to cultivate leadership skills through community service? Michelle, do you want to take this one or start with this one?
Sure. Cultivate leadership skills. So I think this is a pretty good question. I know for me, it helped me cultivate leadership skills because before I founded an AYLUS branch with my friends, I didn't really have much leadership. I was always like, or I guess I wasn't even really in middle school clubs, to be completely honest, but I never felt like I was in charge of something, had to run an event, maybe manage other people. And I know big part of AYLUS definitely helped with that. And then like I grew my leadership skills to the point where I became national president my senior year. And I think you could start by maybe finding a small position within your current branch. Maybe this is like, oh, you should be in charge of emails with this particular organization. You could plan an event, make sure everybody's there, make sure everything goes smoothly, just things like that, and then slowly work your way up. I think for me, some of the biggest components of leadership is being transparent and being good at communication.
Yeah, awesome. Jack, would you like to add to this? How has your volunteer experience cultivated your leadership skills and communication skills?
Sure. So I think those really go in hand, especially if you create your own, I guess, kind of role or position. And, outside of volunteering as well, through clubs that may not be necessarily volunteering, where it's easier to have a leadership position, I think that is it's a very good experience for everyone to at least have some sort of leadership experience, in high school, because, what you learn from high school will definitely carry over into the workforce as you get older, and it'll definitely come in handy. And in high school, the organizations or the projects that are leading aren't necessarily high risk. If you screw up as a leader, probably nothing too bad is going to happen. So it's about learning to be a leader. You don't have to be a natural leader. I'm not a natural leader. I had to learn through failure, and failure is not something bad. It's part of the learning process. So I had to learn through failure about what I'm doing wrong as a leader, and what I'm doing good as well. Like for me as a leader, I push into territory that are unknown to us. So cold emailing strangers, having that a super awkward start a conversation with random people to get their interest, to get their attention. There's that people, I guess a lot of people are definitely not natural leaders, and that's totally okay. It's just about learning to be at least have some sort of something in leadership that you're good at. And in volunteering, for me, I've started a nonprofit organization, and so there's my leadership skill. And cold emailed a bunch of strangers, and my communication skill wasn't that great, and I slowly tried to improve. I also like to do things by myself. I don't really delegate, and I slowly improved as well. So those are just examples of how not only volunteering as a leader can help others, but also help yourself to be a better leader, a better version of yourself.
Yeah, awesome. That's really good advice. All right, so moving on to our next question. Looking back, is there any pitfalls you encountered with volunteering, like any missed opportunities, any regrets you had that you would like to warn everyone about so they could avoid similar encounters in the future? Jack, do you want to start us off?
Sure. And I guess this kind of goes back to failure as well, a little bit. If you don't get that position that you really wanted, or something you started didn't really work out, that's totally fine. You don't have a lot to lose. So do something that is high risk because you don't have anything to lose, right? As you're young. So when failure occurs more when you take, I guess, more high risk kind of opportunities, or high risk creations jobs. I don't know, to kind of high risk actions basically, because you don't have anything to lose and you're gonna fail a lot, and that's good because you're gonna learn a lot too. And so aside from failure as well, if you miss opportunities, you're definitely going to miss opportunities throughout your entire life. So, it's not something to, be sad about, because there's, if one door is closed or you missed one door, there's tons of doors still open. You just gotta, find those open doors, keep your head high, and just keep moving, keep learning, and yeah, there you go.
All right. Michelle, is there any experience that you'd like to bring up for this question?
I think he makes a great point. I definitely second everything he just said. But I guess, and I will also say that I've also had my fair share of trying to do certain positions, opportunities, and then not getting it, but you move on. No one really remembers. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there, exactly like he said. And I guess, would you mind repeating the question possibly?
Is there any pitfalls you've encountered through your volunteer service experience that you would like to warn everyone about so they can avoid similar encounters in the future?
So this might be more of a college thing now, but if everybody has heard of FOMO here, like fear of missing out, I would argue you shouldn't be trying to push yourself necessarily to go to every single event possible, because I do think that causes burnout, and then you won't necessarily have that same energy and passion that you originally did. So be careful to monitor how much time you're truly putting in, because yes, it is important to put yourself out there and gain experiences. But once you have so many hours, if this makes sense, you kind of need to recognize maybe it's better to devote a little more attention on something else, or possibly just on yourself and self-care.
Yeah.
And a quick note, if I may, that's a great point as well. It's much better to spend 10 hours doing something very impactful, something that you really love, than spending 100 hours doing kind of meaningless things. So choose your hours wisely, go for high impact, low effort kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this really builds up with your previous points when you mentioned doing something that you're passionate about, right? So yeah, I'm sure FOMO is something that a lot of people will experience, and this will be great advice for a lot of our listeners. Yeah. So moving on to one of our next questions, how did you balance volunteering with academic life? Because I know with Michelle, your duties as AYLUS president, and Jack, your duties was involved with the city council and the local government. Yeah, those definitely take a lot of time and effort. So I'm really curious, how did you guys balance it with your, all the hard work you guys did in school? Michelle, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, I can start. So I will start this off kind of similarly to the last question I answered, but I know in high school, a lot of people believe like, oh, I need to do as many activities, as many clubs as possible, possibly to look good to other parents, possibly, you know, to look good for college applications. But I do believe you should have a few really significant clubs and activities rather than a whole repertoire. So for me, I kind of devoted myself into 1 or 2 school activities, and then AYLUS was like my main out of school activity. Like I did extracurriculars and schoolwork, but I kind of managed my time well. I knew, oh, I should not pick up another club if I know I can't devote all this energy into it. And so I think just time management, sometimes it's good to just jot down how much time you're spending just to get a sense and go from there.
Awesome. Jack, what about you?
So, you know, Michelle had great points about, you know, not wasting too much time on, you know, opportunities that, you know, you're not going to love or doesn't really have a lot of impact, or, you know, just going to a whole bunch of random events. And it's really just about, you know, you want to do the least amount of work possible, attend the least amount of meetings possible. And you want to make every single meeting that you go to count. You know, if it's not, you know, if it's something that you can, you know, not go, you know, don't go. If it's something that's super important that you can't miss out, you know, that has a lot of impact or opportunities that may be associated with it, yeah, definitely go. But even then, you know, if you have a whole bunch of kind of commitment that you lined up, you don't want to push yourself too much, especially, you know, if you're still in high school. You know, don't push yourself too much, because try to enjoy as much as your childhood as possible, because it's going to be, you know, definitely pretty crazy. Moving on, so, you know, just do enough, maybe 10 hours a week, you know, that's pretty reasonable. And, you know, everything else, you know, if you have commitments that you really want, you know, really want to have, but, you know, you don't have as much time, then, you know, you can see if you can postpone it to another date, or, you know, maybe during the summer you could do it. You don't want to line up too much opportunity or too much commitments at once, because you'll easily burn out, and, you know, I've burned out, honestly. So, you know, don't make that mistake. It's not good. So don't push yourself too much. That's all I have to say.
All right, yeah, that's great advice. Now I think we're gonna open up the floor for any audience questions. Yeah, so thank you once again for coming here today, Michelle and Jack. Yeah, we're gonna see if there's any questions from the audience. Oh, all right, so this one's been put out in the audience for quite a while now. For Jack and Michelle, has volunteering helped to make long-term relations with others that you would normally not have seen or heard about? Yeah, whichever one of you would like to answer this question first, you can just go ahead.
I'll go. I think the best example would be, so I'm going to reframe this a little bit. So, you know, how has volunteer opportunities helped you get exposed to more people, I guess? And for me, all three of my major commitments have, you know, for government, I've got to, you know, interact and, you know, build a pretty good relationship with, you know, our mayor and a couple of our council members, who, you know, you would never think to, you know, meet the mayor, right? You know, it's something that you wouldn't think of off the top of your head, or, you know, encounter the mayor every other day or something. So, you know, I've definitely got to meet more people in the government through my through that commitment. And, you know, for taxes, I've got to meet tax nerds. For the first time ever, it's a wonderful feeling to get to know so many strangers who share commonalities with you. And for my nonprofit, I've got to build relationships with a whole bunch of local entrepreneurs, professionals in my city, and definitely a lot of good has come out of that. Not only for myself, but also for the community that we serve. So it's definitely just about reaching out to more people. I think you get to know more strangers if you create opportunities for yourself, because you're going to cold email a lot. And sometimes those emails go through and you get to build this really awesome relationship with someone you've never met or would have thought to meet. But also, if you don't call email, that's totally fine. You're probably going to interact with, your colleagues or members of the public. So, you won't miss out on building great relationships through volunteering.
Yeah, wonderful. Michelle, would you like to answer this question too?
Yeah, I can add on a little bit. I will say, obviously being part of a branch, that did help me make long-time relations with just people in my community that I don't normally know, because I know it kind of spreads by word of mouth and people just get added that I previously didn't know. So fun fact, I actually went to a different high school than basically everybody else in my branch. So I actually didn't know them that well, but this helped me become close friends with them. And then so outside of branch and volunteers, maybe the people we volunteer for, I wouldn't say I have long time, quote unquote, long time relations with them. I would see them pretty frequently, maybe have talks with them, but I wouldn't text them or be like, hey, want to hang out this weekend, stuff like that. But I will say maybe our branch AYLUS did maybe make those relations, if that makes sense. Obviously AYLUS is not a person, but you kind of make a name for yourself. And when you reach out, you're like, oh, I'm part of this branch. And they kind of recognize that name.
Right, yeah, so branding definitely has an impact. Yeah, so let's move on to our next question. How can we get more people involved in volunteering? I guess this is more for Michelle, but yeah, so how can we get more people involved in volunteering?
Yeah, this is a good question. I don't know if this is a deep question or if you want surface level. So like I said, my branch in high school, I'll be honest, a lot of word of mouth spread through parents on WeChat, the classic form of communication for most people. But they don't necessarily have the same viewpoints that we do. So I think a good thing could be at school, just talking to people, asking what they're involved in, and if they are interested in volunteering, maybe incorporating them. If they don't have any experience volunteering, maybe just have a talk with them about why and get to know their viewpoints. But yeah, I hope I answered your question. I'm not really sure. You can type in chat again if there's something else I should say. But.
Yeah, Jack, do you have anything to add to this question?
So I'll just frame it in terms of just in general, how to get more people to I guess kind of join your team if you have started an initiative or something. Definitely kind of like Michelle said, just speak with people one-on-one. I think it really helps for prospective members to kind of get to know kind of your initiative, your organization more in depth. If you talk with them one-on-one, you get that more, I guess, personal, kind of intimate kind of vibe, and they can ask more questions that they may not have asked.
我现在对
randomly.
我反正咱俩都是有这个什么的。
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry. They just so they may ask questions that they may not have if that in-person relationship, that in-person talk wasn't there. And I think people would be more likely to join your organization if that in-person chat took place as well. So definitely a great way to get more people interested.
Yeah, that definitely also goes in hand with like, building long-term relations, right? Let's see, the next one, for Jack, how did you go about being a part of your area's council?
So I'm technically not part of the council. I'm part of a commission, kind of set up by the council, but it kind of depends on your area. Not every city or town necessarily has something similar, but it's basically just look up your cities if it has any youth kind of involvement with the government, any programs for that, or perhaps for a state. For my state, I also have we also have kind of this commission set up by the governor. So it's kind of the same thing, but on a wider scale. So if your city doesn't have it, maybe go to the state, and if that isn't an option, if those two don't have any council, kind of youth council, I guess just reaching out to your local councilman or your state's governor or kind of assemblyman, and seeing if you could intern for them, or kind of set up like an impromptu initiative or some sort, or convince them to create a youth council or something like that. So going back to my point about if it's not readily available, create your own opportunity.
Yeah, awesome. All right, final question in interest of time, and this is one has been asked multiple times. What role does community service play in college admissions? Michelle, would you like to take this question? Take a stab at it first.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously it's on a lot of high schoolers' minds, college, where you're gonna go, the pressure that's put on you by your parents. Don't want to get into it. I'm sure you've all been through it. But yes, I will say college applications. I used community service a lot in them. So for me, try to remember the prompts that came up a lot. I know a lot of them when you have to list all of your clubs. Community service came up a lot on that, and then the sort of events you held and the impact. And then for specific schools, I believe I also talked about it more in the community prompt. It was like, describe a community you're a part of. What's your role? What have you done? And I think I talked about my relation with the seniors in the retirement center I performed in, because that was like our most I don't think popular is a word, but that was like the event we held most often and we saw them the most, and we built like a community there. Yeah, I guess try to be honest on your college applications. Like, don't embellish, but be proud of the work you did. Like, don't underestimate yourself, but like, don't embellish.
Yeah, that's great advice. Jack, do you have anything to add?
So something that I've learned was that no one asked for how many hours you volunteered. Colleges want to see the impact, kind of what you've done for volunteering instead of hours, because hours, it can be, again, 100 hours of meaningless stuff, or 10 hours of super meaningful things. So for me, I think volunteering and community service was a major part of my application. It was a theme throughout my essays and throughout my resume. So it was pretty major for me. And I was able to relate back to community service, not only for like the community service prompts, but also, for example, intellectual vitality. So for me, that was taxes, because taxes, it is a little bit of a hard thing to learn to understand, and I've read hundreds of pages of stuff. So that was my prompt, and though it has it has to do with academics, correct, and intellectual vitality. It also has to do with community service, and that was the thing that I painted for me, because I volunteer a lot, and it was volunteering for me is definitely very meaningful, especially for kind of my experience and my life story. So anyways, yeah, volunteering has definitely played a major role in my applications.
All right, yeah. Thank you guys for coming here today and sharing your experience and insights. That's unfortunately all the time we have for today. I'm sure everybody has learned a lot and benefited greatly. Right now, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back with our college apps panel. Thank you once again, Jack and Michelle.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
All right, it is 3:30. I'm going to start our last session before our closing ceremony, our college application session. So I'm very excited to welcome Sasha, Areeb, Zong, and Kaylee onto our panel. We're gonna, hold on, just give us a second. We're gonna pin them. Hi, Sasha. See if we can find everyone else, but how are you doing, Sasha?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming. Hi, Areeb. Hi, Zong.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Catherine.
Hey. And I think we're just missing Kaylee. Oh, there she is. Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi, guys. I'm really excited to have you guys here. So we're just gonna get started since it's 3:30 and I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So can you guys introduce yourself, where you're going for the fall, and what you're planning to major in, and any other general college plans and plans after college even. So we can start off with Sasha first.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here again. My name is Sasha. I'll be attending Harvard University in the fall, studying neuroscience, hopefully on the pre-med track, but we'll see. I guess in terms of future aspirations, I'm hoping to do medicine, but again, still up in the air. Yeah.
Nice. Areeb?
Hi guys. So I'm a rising freshman at the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm planning on studying computer science this fall. And I kind of want to, long term think about starting my own, startup, or kind of working as like, an intersection between like finance and technology. So I'm also looking to do either an engineering entrepreneurship minor or a double majoring with finance.
Awesome. Zong?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Zong Chou. I'm an incoming freshman at Princeton University. In regard to what I want to study, thinking about some kind of engineering or applied math, but I'm also really interested in literature and humanities. In regard to future aspirations, still really not sure what I want to do, but let's just hope that it'll figure itself out in the future.
Kaylee?
Hi guys, my name is Kaylee, and in the fall I'm going to be attending Cornell University, and at Cornell I'm going to be studying applied economics and management, which is basically just business. In terms of my long-term goals, I think my path is definitely very similar to Areeb, where I'm really interested in the intersection of finance and computer science / technology. But yeah, that's just a little bit about me.
Awesome. It's really great to see you guys all come from kind of different backgrounds, kind of similar backgrounds. But yeah, we can get started. So I guess the first question is, what do you think made you stand out in the application season? Like, why do you think the institution that took you in took you in? I guess we'll go first with Sasha again.
Yeah, sure. Catherine, is my audio okay? I got a comment in the chat.
I think it's fine. I can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay. Let me know if I ever cut in or out, and I can try to I have AirPods, so that might be better. But sure, so I think this question is really difficult to answer, and I've been asked it a lot recently. And after a lot of self-reflection, I think the biggest thing was that I just felt that my Harvard application was the most genuine out of the applications I sent. Like, honestly, I think since it was the last application that I wrote, I was kind of done with the college application process, and I was applying just to say, oh, I applied. And so I really went into it with a mindset that I wasn't going to please the admissions officer. I was just going to be myself, as cheesy as that sounds. And so I think that led to a very genuine essay. I wrote a letter to my college roommate as my essay. It was very, I don't know, reading back on it was very cringy, but it was very myself as well. And so I think that's kind of what helped me get in, was just being genuine as possible in my application.
Yeah, I think that's definitely great advice. Areeb?
So, I think, in terms of just pure stats, my college application was, pretty standard for an Ivy League, my SAT score, my GPA, they're nothing, amazing. So I think what kind of, really helped me, kind of stand out to, admissions officers was kind of, the more personal aspects, things like interviews, essays, and letters of recommendation. When admissions officers are reading, hundreds, if not thousands of, applications, things like GPA, SAT scores, extracurriculars, they kind of start to blur. After, they read so many, it's the impact from each one, it's kind of, difficult for them to, really, look into your application specifically. So I think, what can really help you as an applicant stand out is, really working on your essays, really making them as genuine and kind of an interesting person as possible. And also your interviews and letters of recommendation, those are also kind of, the more personal aspects can really show who you are as a person, not just like, academic side, but also, what you're going to bring to the campus, like why, these schools will be better with you. So I think, all the work I did with my essays and, making sure I had good relationships with my recommenders really helped me kind of stand out in the kind of Ivy League application pool.
For sure. Zong?
Yeah, so I think Areeb pretty much answered the entire question. So yeah, lots of really great advice. So I think what you asked was like what I think made me stand out, and just to use myself as a specific example, throughout high school I had really strong interests in both philosophy and literature and creative writing and things like that, which are sort of unconventional things to be interested in. I have a lot of friends who were very involved in STEM and science fair, and I'm doing research outside of school and things like that, which if that's something you're interested in, like, then by all means put all of your heart into it. But that's something that I didn't do, but everything still sort of worked out for me. And I think that just goes to show that there isn't like one like golden ticket, quote unquote, kind of thing you need to do to get accepted to schools like Harvard and Princeton and whatnot. I think that if you're genuinely interested in whatever you do, regardless of how obscure or niche it might be, I think the authenticity of like your passion and interest in whatever it is you're doing will show throughout your application. And my guess would be that like my genuine interest in philosophy and literature hopefully showed through the applications to the schools to which I was accepted to.
Thanks, Zong. Kaylee, do you have anything else to add?
Actually, what I was thinking about that made me stand out was very similar to what Areeb mentioned earlier about, and also a little bit what Sasha mentioned about being genuine, but also just being personal and making sure that, especially in your essays, it's really important to not really talk. Well, you can talk about of your, things that mean a lot to you if it's like, a sport or an extracurricular. But I think that if you really show that passion and that genuineness in your essays, it's really important. And in my case, I was really proud of my essays. And I think that what made me really stand out was the fact that I was able to tie together, all my extracurriculars, but also kind of add a personal touch to it and, relate it back to my family, for example. So I think that having that kind of, touch to it is really important in making sure you show to admissions officers that you're more than just a student. You're also, like a human being, and you're a person, you're friends with, you're a family member, a friend, things like that. So it's really important to keep that in consideration.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And because as the audience probably has a lot of rising seniors like myself, who are probably going into the college application season really soon. So I guess one of the questions that's pretty relevant is, how did you make your college list? How many colleges did you apply to, if you are comfortable sharing that? And like, what recommendations do you have when you're figuring out which colleges you want to apply to? I guess this time we can start backwards. So Kaylee.
Yeah, sure. So I actually don't remember exactly how many colleges I applied to. I applied to a pretty big amount just because like with COVID, everything was definitely in the air. So I was a little bit scared. But I think that having a smaller size college list is also really fine. It's really just about what you're interested in. And I think for me particularly, I knew I was interested in wanting to study, business, finance, anything along those lines. So a lot of what I chose for my college list revolved around business schools. So a lot of different colleges actually don't have business schools. So that kind of it made it a little bit easier for me to choose which schools I wanted to go to, although I did add a couple of schools, that didn't have business schools as well. But I think that also to keep in mind, something that I definitely was keeping in mind when I was applying to colleges was also the size of the school. because I know for, Cornell, for example, their business, even the Cornell itself is pretty big. I know that the business school is very small and tight knit. So that was definitely a huge thing that came to mind when I was trying to look for schools. And also another thing that I kept in mind also was location. And these are kind of like general aspects that you should keep in mind, but I think that really being able to research the school that you want to apply to is so important, because a lot of people end up not liking their school, for example, because it's too suburban or too too urban or something along those lines, where you're not kind of used to that environment. So I think that for me personally, those kinds of aspects were really important to me.
Thanks. Zong?
Yeah, so Kaylee had a lot of great advice talking about some things to think about when applying to college. Like obviously because of COVID, my graduating class was in an odd circumstance where we couldn't visit a lot of schools, which I think is definitely key. Because once you step foot on a campus, you should be able to try and, imagine yourself studying there for the next 4 years and seeing if that school truly is a good fit for you. I don't imagine that'll be too big of an issue for this, upcoming class of seniors. But anyway, that out of the way. Something I'll suggest in regard to applying to colleges. So I applied to 14 schools in total, and I generally divided my list up into 3 categories of schools. Those categories being safety schools, reach schools, and it goes safety schools, target schools, and reach schools. Where safety schools are generally like your local state schools, where your chances of acceptance are pretty high, and you should be able to get into those schools based on your extracurriculars and standardized test scores and whatnot. Target schools are a bit more competitive, but you still have a good chance of getting into. And then of course your reach schools are the ones that can't really put all your bets on, but would be amazing if you could attend. So yeah, so just to reiterate, I would just make sure that you have a good mix of schools, obviously, so that by the end you should at least have a school that you're accepted to and will be able to attend. But also just don't be afraid to shoot your shot at schools that you might think are unimaginably hard to get into, but you honestly never know what might happen. So yeah.
Thanks. Areeb?
Yeah, so I think Kaylee and Sean gave some great advice. I think I applied to about 9 schools, and I was really selective with the schools I kind of chose because which school you attend is a really big decision. You're going to spend 4 years of your life there. You're going to spend a considerable amount of time and money there. It could really change your life where you go. So put a lot of effort into making sure the school you the schools you apply to are a good fit. You really see yourself as going there. And I think a good way to kind of gauge fit is kind of trying to see what the school is genuinely about. Don't just go to Harvard's Instagram page or their website and kind of see what the admissions officers are saying, because that's going to be kind of a superficial view. They really want a very specific public image. So not everything about MIT or Stanford. So it's going to be ideal. It's going to be all peachy. And I think to get a more realistic aspect, a great way is to talk to current students. And for me personally, I look at a lot of schools student newspapers, because those really kind of student based. They don't have a lot of oversight from public relations officers at colleges. So I think that helped give me a much more kind of realistic view of what these colleges are actually about. The pros and cons, which are a lot of times glossed over. And I think that really helped me narrow down a lot of my colleges. Cut down on a lot of schools. Before I was kind of thinking about applying, but I personally couldn't see a fit with myself. And schools like a lot of schools have something that really that attract a lot of students. But at the same time, schools like Caltech, they're really well known for being really rigid with the curriculum. They really want their students to go down the same path of engineering students. All engineering students kind of have their courses set out for them. They don't have much freedom taking a humanities class. For some kids, that kind of setup is great. Like, they're really focused. They want to, go really STEM heavy. But, for me personally, I wanted, a much more kind of humanities-based education, more liberal arts. So like, that kind of helped me looking into Caltech and learning that kind of helped me, cut Caltech off my list, just because I wanted, a more holistic kind of education. So what I kind of recommend just to like, rising seniors is really be selective with your college, the colleges you apply to. Like, don't just let them be selective with you, like, be really careful about what schools you apply to. Make sure, it's somewhere where you can see yourself spending the next 4 years of your life, and, knowing you'll be happy.
Thanks, Areeb. Sasha?
Yeah, just like closing remarks, completely echo what everybody has said. I think it can be really overwhelming when you enter the process. There's like so many schools, and if you read the websites, like some schools start to sound the same. And so really what I would suggest, like what Kaylee was saying in the very beginning, is having like a very rigid set of like priorities for yourself. Like, what do you think is most important in a college experience, whether it's diversity, academics, location, and keeping that list with you at all times when you're researching schools, so you know exactly what to look for, so you don't feel overwhelmed with information. And then exactly what Areeb said, I think it'll come to a point where you have like a list of schools, maybe like 30, 40, 50. Like I have a friend right now who has a spreadsheet of 50 schools she's interested in, and that's after like rigorous research. So I think even when you come to that point, that's when you should start reaching out to specific people. And you'd be surprised by how many people you know at these schools that are friends of friends, or like family friends, or like a neighbor down the street knows a person who goes to Chicago or something. Like you can find people at these schools that will talk to you honestly about their experience, and then that's how you can cut it down even farther. And the questions you want to ask to those people are like, campus culture, like how competitive is it really? If you're pre-med, I think that was like very important for me, like how toxic our pre-meds are at this XYZ school. So questions like that will get you beyond like the surface level things, will help you with like cutting everything down. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was amazing advice. And I think I'll definitely, alongside all the other 250 people here, I'll definitely take that to heart when we're going to application season. So I guess the next question is, if you had to go through the process again, college applications, would you do anything differently? If there are like some things you would recommend that you did that you would want to try again? I guess we can start again backwards with Kaylee.
Yeah, sure. So a couple of things that I wish I would have done differently is definitely starting my essays earlier. I cannot emphasize this enough. Please do not procrastinate or leave things to the last minute, because you really want to make sure that, especially for your essays, and just double checking everything, even like your descriptions for your extracurriculars, for example, that too. You want to make sure you have people that are reading over what you wrote and giving you advice. Of course, you don't have to take every single last advice that every single person who's reading your essay gives you, but it's important to be able to gain advice from other people and understand how you can edit your application so it sounds better and it really shows who you are. Another thing that I would really suggest to you guys is, and this is more specifically in regards to your extracurriculars, I think that what I could have done better was quantifying my impact. So like, with your extracurriculars, you have like, I can't remember exactly, like 150 characters or something like that to write about what you did in that specific extracurricular. And I think that it definitely stands out to admissions officers when you're able to really show the impact that you made through numbers. So, like if you volunteered at a nursing home or something like that, how many people did you help? Things along those lines. But I think those were the main two things that I wish I had done differently.
Definitely. Zong?
Yeah, so like Kaylee already mentioned, I think just managing my time would be something that I would have tried to focus a lot more on if I had to do this entire process over again. Because applying to college is not, it just isn't fun. I personally don't find anything fun about it. It's just, for all high school students, it's just something you sort of have to like just get through and get over with. And so I think you could do yourself a big favor by managing your time really effectively and, not letting all that stress pile on top of you. So I guess just to use my experience as an example, so I'd applied to the University of Chicago early action. And after having submitted my application, I waited till like the very end of December to hear back, and, ended up getting deferred when, in that period of time, I very well could have, finished at least half my applications, but instead I chose to just procrastinated and ended up losing my entire winter break just to write like all my applications, staying up till like 3, 4 in the morning each day to like really grind those essays out. And so, yeah, just don't end up in a situation like that. I'm sure a lot of people will tell you to, you know, focus on your college applications, don't waste your time. But yeah, just don't lose focus of something that you should treat with a lot of, you know, time and seriousness.
Yeah, for sure. Areeb?
Yeah, so I think Kaylee and Zong gave some great advice again. I think, you know, number one, don't procrastinate. You know, I really wish I applied to, you know, a few more EA schools, but you know, I really just was not that pressed. Like, you know, I knew I could apply already. So like, you know, I ended up procrastinating a lot of my applications to like, you know, Zong said, you know, winter break. I was, you know, up pretty late, you know, grinding those essays, and you know, you worked really hard throughout high school. I mean, extracurriculars, GPA, SAT, and you know, with all their hard work, it's not fair to yourself if you know procrastinate and don't give yourself the best kind of portrayal on these college applications, right? Like, you know, you've already done like 4 years, you know, intense academic study, you know. It only makes sense, you know, to put in the extra work to make sure, you know, your essays, your extracurricular descriptions, those really stellar, you know, to make sure you know, you give yourself the best kind of the best shot at getting into these schools. Like, you know, overall I was pretty happy with how everything turned out. So I think the main thing I would change is, you know, just managing my time better.
Yeah, that seems like a common theme. And Sasha?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the college application process is definitely a marathon. So pace yourself and try to avoid procrastination when you can. I think something else that I regret or wish I had done differently is leaning more on like family and friends for emotional support. I think something that a lot of people don't talk about is how isolating the process can be, especially if you're applying to like top schools and there's like a lot of pressure on you from like outside people or like expectations. It's easy to like deal with rejections by yourself, or kind of do the college application process and kind of keep yourself sheltered from like other people's feedback or criticism by other people because you're nervous about disappointing others. And so I think I wish going into the process, I leaned more on the support network that I had. And it's so important that you don't feel like emotionally alone in the process, because it can be like a very like turbulent, like emotionally, like my mom is always like the college application process is like an emotional roller coaster when she like talks to all of her friends. So I wish I had done that.
Thanks, Sasha. Yeah, that's definitely I think that's really important. I don't think enough people talk about that, so thanks for bringing that up. I guess now we can go into some of the more specific different categories, so essays, extracurriculars, things like that. Since we have about a little bit over 20 minutes. If anyone in the audience wants to ask questions, feel free to put it in the chat or just unmute and ask while you guys are asking questions. Oh, okay, there's already one. So what is your experience with scholarships? Are there any resources or other things you would recommend? And this time we'll start with Sasha first.
Yeah, so my strategy for scholarships was really to apply to as many small ones as I could. I definitely aimed for the smaller, more regional scholarships. And I set a goal for myself to apply to 3 or 4 scholarships a month, and then stuck with that since like August of my senior year. I think like October, November, December, I cut myself some slack because of how intense college apps got. But ever since then, I've been trying to apply to 3 at least each month and focusing on smaller ones. And you'd be surprised by how much like they build up as well. So I think like my biggest tip for me is consistency, because if you find that you spend like an hour like every other weekend doing scholarship stuff, like you'll see the result in the end.
Thanks. I guess we can go Areeb.
Yeah, so you know, the biggest thing I would say is just kind of, you know, putting the work, like putting the effort into, you know, scholarships. Like, you know, I know you know, with the amount of rejections you can get, it can get, you know, tough, you know, to kind of stay consistent, stay motivated. But I think something that really helped me out was the fact that like kind of just like quantifying, you know, how valuable my effort was. Like, you know, if I spent, you know, like you know, like 5 hours on like, you know, 4 $1,000 scholarships, like, regional state scholarships. And like, I got rejected by 3, I got into 1, that's like, putting, that's putting like 20 hours of work into, into, getting $1,000. Like that's like $50 an hour. And, for an 18-year-old, that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good way to make money. So like, I think I'm just quantifying and like, staying motivated because, there's so many opportunities out there, like, scholarship, financial aid wise. So I think just, putting in the effort and and you're staying motivated is kind of my, biggest recommendation for, getting success out of that, out of the scholarship process.
For sure. Zong?
So for scholarships, like definitely apply to them, of course, like if you have the time, because like there are these organizations that like literally are throwing free money at you, and like unless you don't need any like additional financial assistance or like just don't have the time, there's really no reason like not to apply, to these scholarships that, if they accumulate could really help you a lot, in the long run in regard to, affording college and financial aid. And like something I'll note is that, a lot of scholarship applications generally require some kind of essay. And, a lot of them are pretty much like the same essay, or the prompts tend to be very similar, between each of the scholarships. And like after applying to college, you'll have an entire like storehouse of essays and like content and material that you could, recycle and, even use to apply to, all the scholarships out there. So definitely just, of course, there are a lot of really big scholarships, but yeah, just put in the time, find your local ones, and like you really have no reason not to apply, to all those scholarships out there.
Yeah. And then, so I guess Kaylee, you can go next, but there's just more specific questions about scholarships. So where do you go find scholarships? And yeah, do you recommend any organizations that offer scholarships? So yeah, since it's still on topic, Kaylee, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so well, first of all, my advice in general about scholarships is make a spreadsheet with the deadlines and the name of the scholarship, how much it is, stuff like that. Google Sheets or Excel can really be your best friend in keeping you organized and also helping you with time management. In regards to finding scholarships, well, this is more of a personal thing. My school, they have like at the end of every week, they would send out like a weekly bulletin board with a list of different scholarships and also different like extracurricular opportunities. So that was a more personal thing, but there were also a couple of websites I did use that I just got from like I think random Slack channels or Slack workspaces. So I think I can send those later on because I don't remember exactly what they were called, but I still have the links to those. So after this workshop, maybe I could send those out.
Yeah, thanks. So just getting a lot of questions in the chat now. If any of you guys want to jump on, how do you find local scholarships? If anyone, because I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, I can answer this question. So how I found a lot of local scholarships is asking your college counselor what scholarships previous students have received from your school. They usually keep track of all the scholarships, like external ones that other students have received, so they can give you that list. I also emailed other schools in my region and ask them for a list of scholarships that they usually keep track, and they usually are willing to give it to you. So just cold contacting principals at other schools in your region, and then that way you're also getting a bank of scholarships that people have actually received. So it's they're not super competitive, or at least people in your region have received them. And I think that has been a successful path to finding local scholarships.
Thanks, Sasha. Do any of the other panelists have anything to add to local scholarships? All right, if not, okay. So there were a couple questions about specific if rising freshmen, rising juniors. So I guess I'll kind of combine it together. What advice do you guys have for, I guess, the underclassmen? So the rising freshmen, sophomores, and juniors for this college application process. What steps could they take starting now? Things like that. I guess I'll just start with Kaylee.
So we kind of mentioned this earlier, but please manage your time and start your essays as soon as possible. I think the Common App opens, or something like that, opens on August 1st. I think they do that every year. So please start, and anyway, but besides that, like the Common App essay itself, I think the prompts are very similar to last year, like the way they do it. So just make sure to start brainstorming, make sure to, I guess another piece of advice is really ask for help in terms of like reading your essays and looking over your application, because it's so important to be able to have a second pair of eyes to really give you advice on, you know, what you need to do and, you know, how you can better your essays and applications, which is kind of what I mentioned earlier. But yeah, I think the best thing, please, is start your essays now. Even if you don't feel like as motivated to do it, I think that brainstorming and also writing a really rough draft is better than doing nothing, because you are, if you don't start now, like you're really going to be underestimating the time you have, especially when school starts again.
Yeah, I guess we can jump around. Sasha, do you have any advice for the rising like underclassmen of high school?
Yeah, sure. So for those of you that are younger here, like maybe freshman, sophomore, I think the biggest thing is to do things that you genuinely enjoy. I'm sure you've heard this a lot. It's really easy to try to like do extracurriculars or pursue things just to look good on college apps, but that will hurt you in the long run. And just keeping in mind that you want to get into a school that accepts you for who you are and what you like to do. So just trust the process and don't stress out too much and just do things that you want to do, and genuinely college admissions officers will be able to see your passion through your application. So that's the biggest tip I have for younger students. And then for those of you who are like rising seniors, I know we keep emphasizing time management, but that is so important. And another thing I would say for upperclassmen is when you're doing your college application process, I think it's also easy to I don't know, like be too influenced by students around you, as well as like your parents and things like that. There will be a lot of people trying to tell you what to do throughout the process. So just be prepared to hold your ground and know like what you want to pursue and like what is important to you. And that's really important going into the process, is just keeping that strong mindset. Yeah, I think that's what I would say.
Thanks, Sasha. Yeah, I think that's great advice. And jumping around again, Sung, do you have any advice?
Yeah, so if you're a freshman, a rising freshman or a rising sophomore, I would just mainly suggest, you know, high school, you have 4 years to really try out a lot of different things and see what sticks. And so, you know, especially at the beginning of your high school career, if you think you might even have a little interest in something, I would say like go for it. And, you know, the worst thing that happens is you realize you don't like it. And, you know, that can help, you know, filtering out all those things that, you know, you could find a passion in. And, you know, as your high school career progresses, you can really focus on the things that have stuck with you from the beginning. And so, yeah, I guess in addition to that, I would just try not to think about college too much at the beginning of your high school career. I'd say that's something that you should really focus more on during your junior and senior years, where, you know, you're actually beginning to like have to send in your application and whatever and like get all that prepared. And so, yeah, I would just say generally freshman, sophomore year, just try your best not to think about college at all. Just like don't pile yourself with needless amounts of stress. But then junior, senior year, you know, start to focus a bit more, since that's when you'll actually start to have to send in your college applications.
Thanks, Sung. And Areeb, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, a few things. I think Sasha, Sung, and Kaylee give some great advice. And I think, you know, for especially underclassmen, like, you know, people say, you know, really devote yourself, you know, to like maybe 2 or 3 extracurriculars, you know, don't, you know, try to focus on too many things at once. And like, you know, I think, you know, for a lot of freshmen, it can be like difficult, you know, they don't really know what they want to do in life. They don't really know what they're passionate about. So I think it's a really good idea when you're kind of at that age to, you know, kind of, you know, just try new things out, like, you know, try, you know, maybe things you're not totally comfortable with, like go to club fairs, join a lot of clubs, you know, try things you may not have, like, might not be super traditional, because like, that's really how you're going to find your passion, how you're going to find what you're interested in. And like, you know, kind of use freshman year to kind of explore, you know, what kind of extracurriculars, what kind of, you know, hobbies you're interested in. And then you have the rest of high school to really, you know, kind of invest and dedicate yourself getting some real work out of those kind of activities. And then for upperclassmen, especially rising seniors, I think college applications can be a really stressful time for you guys. So I kind of advise, don't worry too much about like, what you've, what kind of, like, maybe extracurriculars you've done or haven't done. There's really not much you can do about that. I think the biggest thing that'd be most beneficial is to focus on your essays, your interviews, letters of recommendation, because, like I was saying before, that really helps you stand out. That really helps you, kind of makes the admission officer, like, it advocate for you, like, kind of, like, yeah, we want this person out of our school, versus like, maybe dozens of other people have like really similar stats to you. So I think kind of focusing on that stuff, talking with the college advisor, building relations with, we college counselors, and like, starting essays early, making sure, you really reflect yourself in the best light. I think those are the biggest thing you can focus on now to, ensure you have the best college applications possible.
Awesome, thanks. And I think there was a question in the chat, but Sasha answered it. Thank you, Sasha. And then there was also another question kind of got buried. It was, how do you stay motivated? I guess I'll kind of combine this question is, how do you avoid burnout? And kind of like, I guess as well, I can combine it with imposter syndrome when you're going into college, I guess, and also this process, avoiding burnout, staying motivated. And yeah, that's a really long question, but we can start with Zong this time.
That's a tough question, especially since I'm sure it's an issue we all deal with throughout our entire lives. How to stay motivated? Something that I like to think, if I'm feeling really unmotivated, which, happens a lot, I try to think about sometimes what my peers are doing, and, because I have a lot of really, brilliant, hardworking friends, and, seeing them, really push themselves and, doing these amazing things, it motivates me to, want to work as equally hard. And so, again, I don't think I have the best advice for this, since it's since this is an issue I personally deal with a lot, but I think just surround yourself with a lot of friends and peers who, will motivate you to work really hard and, push you to, do and achieve your best. And I think also just like be kind to yourself. Like we'll all have our own, slumps and periods of, on productivity and feeling kind of down, but like that happens. That's just like by nature as like people and, complex emotional human beings. It's a completely normal thing. So just don't beat yourself up too much about, I don't know, not being the most productive you can be all the time. Just be kind to yourself when you need to.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Sasha, would you like to add anything to that? Because I know you had talked a little bit about, the emotional roller coaster earlier.
Zong literally took the words out of my mouth. I think the biggest thing is to be kind to yourself. We're all human. And I think with a process as intense as the college application process, there's bound to be times where you feel unmotivated or feel really down. And so I think, especially after rejections or deferrals or any kind of decision that you're not satisfied about, let yourself feel that and take some time for yourself, because it's a long game. So pacing yourself is key. And again, relying on friends and family for emotional support. Your peers are going through the exact same process you are. So it's good to have a venting session every once in a while. Just get those emotions out, because it's so natural to feel these things. And yeah, I think that's what I would say.
Thanks, Sasha. Areeb, how about you?
Yeah, so I think burnout and especially staying motivated is a really big problem with a process as intense as the college applications one. I think my kind of biggest advice would mainly be time management again, because if you can have a space out all the work you're doing for college application, maybe limiting to an hour a day, and doing other stuff for your time as well, spending time with family, friends, and doing activities, even school, will help get your mind off college application. Because if you're procrastinating, you're spending 3, 4, 5 hours, it's really easy to just get obsessed with this, burn out really easily, just kind of lose all motivation. So I think, just spacing yourself out, starting your essays as early as possible, like August, July, like preferably, is really going to help you kind of, maintain sanity during the whole process. And like Sasha and Zong were kind of saying, I think it's a really good idea to also, kind of surround yourself with, like with people who are going through the same thing as you, who you can, relate to, because, the college application process can be, it's really competitive, really stressful. So, people who can understand what you're going through, people you can vent to, it really helps out with, having your feelings validated. So I think that's, a great way to, kind of stay, keep your head in the game. And then for imposter syndrome, I think, this is a big thing. A lot of applicants kind of after the college application season kind of deal with. But I think, the biggest thing I would say to that is, these college application officers, they're, experts in the field. They've reviewed and admitted probably thousands of students. They've spent, hours reviewing your essays, your stats, your letters of recommendation. They're confident you're a fit for their university. So if they, with all their experience, feel you'd be a good fit, I'm sure you'll be successful there, and just be confident that you got in and you go into the school for a reason.
Thanks, Areeb. And Kaylee, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, it's kind of echoing off what everyone else said, but with the emotional support part, what I did was, well, this is like the peak of COVID kind of. So I would usually call my friends and we would work together. And I think that also setting deadlines for yourself is really important, especially if you work with your friends, have that time specifically dedicated to writing your scholarship essays or writing your college essays or editing your extracurriculars. Make sure you set deadlines for yourself, and also having people around you, like everyone else said, peers around you who are going through the same thing, be able to, work with them. And also another kind of mini thing that motivated me personally. So my parents are immigrants. So every time I felt a little bit unmotivated, I of course would also take a break. But I think at the same time, something that kept me motivated a lot was thinking about my parents and the struggles they went through, because I think that that's really important, to see, why you're applying to colleges. It's not just because you have to, you also have that motivation in you. So being able to find that, the reason why you're applying to college, like why you're applying to the specific college, why do you want to go into the career path that you're choosing? I think that having your reasons is also really important in this entire process and staying motivated.
Thanks, guys. So we have about 3 minutes left. So there's one question in the chat. I think this was referring to what Areeb said about essays. And I guess this could be kind of our last question. We can tie this into one of the questions I had. So when did you begin writing your essays, or when would you recommend start writing your essays? And if you're comfortable sharing, what did you write about? We'll start with Areeb, because I'm pretty sure that question was referring to what he said.
Yes, ideally I think you should really start in summer, kind of, get your essays down, I think one of the first things you should do is kind of look at your college list, look at, what colleges you fitted in, what kind of things you want in school, kind of how the Kaylee was talking about earlier, what do you want, suburban setting, your school size. I think it's a really good place to start in the application process. And I think, ideally you want to start that in the summer before your senior year. And then I think August is, a great time, at least, start glancing over the Common App essay prompts, looking over, kind of, bouncing off ideas, maybe talking with your college counselor about, potential brainstorming kind of things you have in mind. And then I think maybe late August is a good time, start writing, start actually writing rough drafts of your application process. Most EA deadlines are, I think October 31st. So, if you're starting in September, I think you have September and October. I think that's a pretty solid timeline for, getting your essays, your extracurricular lists, all that kind of stuff set up. So I think, starting in the summer is going to give you much more peace of mind. It's going to help you get, much cleaner up, a really stellar, reflection of yourself. So I think, I think that's the best thing you can do, just to make sure you have the most success in this process.
Thanks, Areeb. Do any of you guys want to add anything else on that? We have about 1 minute left, and I don't want to hold you guys back over your time, but if you guys like to add any of the panelists, Kaylee, Sung, or Sasha, add anything else about essays.
Yeah, I'll just add in a quick tidbit, just so that everyone else gets a chance to speak. So like Areeb already said, like with anything in the college application process, start the essays as soon as possible. I know it's, for the Common App essay in particular, the prompts never change year to year. So, you know, if you really wanted, you could start like right now, even if you're not a rising senior, because again, the prompts never change. And so since you're going to be sending that essay to every single school you apply to, I think you definitely want to treat that essay with the time and care it deserves, since it almost does sort of behave as like a centerpiece for your application as a whole. I know Catherine also asked like what we specifically wrote about. Just to use myself as an example, my Common App essay was about like me being like a boomer, as in like someone who's like a bit outdated and from like an older generation, because like a lot of my interests were sort of like like odd. Like I was really interested in like really old classical, like Bach and like classical music like that, but I also read like really old poetry and literature, which I sort of, you know, tied into this idea of me being like a teenage like boomer, you know. And so yeah, just using that example to argue that your Common App essay can really be about anything. Just make sure that, you know, it says a lot about you and like how you think.
Sure. Thank you, guys. So yeah, that's pretty much wraps up our session for the college applications panel. I know all of you guys all are able to follow up questions. So if any of you guys, anyone in the audience has any questions, feel free to email us at aylus.org@gmail.com and we can forward it to the panelists. Unless the panelists, if you guys are comfortable sharing your emails, you guys can put them in the chat if you'd like. But yeah, that's pretty much all. Thank you guys so much for speaking with us today. I learned a lot and I'm sure everyone else did. And this is gonna be really helpful going into the college application season very soon. Yep. Thank you guys. Thank you,
so much, guys.
Sasha.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, Areeb.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zong. Thank you, Kaylee. All right, so we have about a couple minutes until our closing ceremony. We're going to take a couple minutes to get everything organized. We'll be back shortly.
Yes. Actually, before everybody leaves, just so while everybody's still here, can everyone turn on the cameras and we can take another group photo? Yeah, that'd be great. So everybody who's still here and comfortable with getting the photo taken, please just turn on your cameras. All right, thank you. Yeah, we'll give everybody about a minute to turn on the cameras.
Okay, I'll give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, keep cheesing. I have to go through all 8 slides of you guys. Okay, I got them. Do you need to take any more pictures, Samuel?
No, I think that'll be good. So yeah, in 2 minutes we'll be back with our closing ceremony and our raffle. So everybody stay put, and we'll be right back.
Yeah. Yes, this is recorded. Okay, so just give me a second. Okay, can you see my screen, Samuel? Does everyone see my screen?
It's still loading, but I'll give it a bit.
Is it working
now?
now?
It's working now.
All right.
All right, yeah. Thank you everyone for coming, especially a huge thank you to all of our speakers,
You guys.
all our experts and other professionals who decided to take their time out of their busy days and busy schedules to, come in and give a talk today. I hope everybody has learned a lot, and thank you all for attending. Uh-oh.
Yeah, my Zoom crashed. I'm sorry. Let me share my screen again. Is that working?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so could you send the feedback form in the chat, Samuel?
The chat. Yeah, everybody please fill out this feedback form. It's really helpful for us to know, what we can improve on if we do host another national conference. And also it's just, you get to win stickers if you're one of the first 50 people to finish it. So yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah, so if you could fill out the feedback form, please give us thorough feedback. Don't just speak through it and sake of finishing it. And you have a chance, like Sam said, to win our free stickers and possibly one of the subscriptions to Data Camp. So again, fill it out with your thoroughly, and don't just do it for the sake of finishing it. And then again, wanted to say a huge thank you to our in-kind sponsors, Sticker Giant, which is the company that's supplying our stickers that we're giving away. Fuljo Rav and Kinkin, which is the company that's supplying our backpacks giveaway. AOPS, Data Camp, Makey Makey, and Magoosh. And all of these have, the prizes that we're giving away in just a moment. So again, huge thank you to these 6 sponsors. We really appreciate your donations. So now we're going to do our raffle. How we're doing this is we've taken all of your guys's not feedback forms, all the forms you guys submitted during each session, and we've combined it. And in a second, you'll see everyone's names and the, I think, 1,031 raffle tickets we have so far. So I'm gonna just pull up a random number generator, and we're gonna generate a number, and whichever number is generated, that will be the number that gets the prize. And we're gonna do it backwards. Well, not backwards. We'll be doing it first in terms of so the Magoosh subscriptions. Let me share my screen right now. So this is our random number generator, and it's one from 1,131. And the first number is 1,106. And that, okay, I'll have to find that number in the spreadsheet.
We can't see the spreadsheet.
Okay,
you're sharing now.
yeah, I haven't shared it. Can you guys see it now?
Yep.
So that is Sarah Liu. So I'm just gonna put that here, Magoosh sub. We'll reach out to all of the winners at the end through email. So if you're here, that would be awesome if you could just DM us right now, private message me or Samuel with your email, so it's easier that way. Okay, and then we're going to generate another number for our second Magoosh subscription, 176. Okay, I'm too lazy to look through everyone's name. That's not working. And that is Eric Leo. That's the other Magoosh subscription. So congrats, both of you guys. I don't know if you guys are here, but okay. And then the next one we'll do is our AOPS gift cards. So I guess we'll generate another number, 772. Jaden Kim, congratulations. And 247. And Albert Zhang. Again, if you guys are in the meeting, please DM us with your email address.
Yes,
And
only if you want something though.
yeah, only if you want something. Don't. If I've called your name, please DM it to us. But if I haven't, just be patient for a second. So those are our two winners for AOPS. We still have another two, 778. Hannah Song. And our last winner for our AOPS gift card, 346, sorry, no, 346, is Jaden H. Kim. So that wraps up our gift cards for our AOPS. Next one will be our Makey Makey Classic, which is this thing right here. So let's generate a number, 746. That is David Leo. And now we're on to our 6 Kanken backpacks. So this is going to be a little bit more exciting because I know a lot of people want these backpacks. First winner is 919. And that is Sarah Leo. Wait, did she already win one? Or am I?
Yes, I believe she already did, but that's all right.
Can you check on the spreadsheet?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Yes, she won one of the Magoosh.
Okay. I don't think we should give 2 prizes to the same person. Should we do that, or should we just move on, do another number?
I think it's all right.
Okay. All right then. Lucky Sarah. 381. Evelyn Wong. 458. Nope, my bad. Brian Cow. And shoot, how many was that? Was that 3 or 4? 1,100. Oh. And that is Selena Xiong. Okay, hold on. I'm losing track. I need to make sure how many backpacks that was. So that's 4. And then we have 2 more left. So 546. Charlotte Shi. And our last winner for our backpacks is 202. Is Keshav Acharya. And our last winner is our grand prize, the Chromebook. All right, so mini drum roll, I guess, but 346. Wow, we both, okay.
Jaden got really lucky. Yeah, congratulations to all our winners, and a huge thank you to everybody who attended. We could not have this conference without all of your participation. So yeah, thank you all for attending. This will be our first AYLUS National Conference on July 25th, 2021. Again, huge thank you to all of you who have participated, and massive thank you to our speakers as well. We'll be putting the video up shortly afterwards on our AYLUS YouTube channel, so look out for that. And yeah, thank you all.
Thank you guys.